I'm Elizabeth Bracey. I'm the manager of Franklin Park Performing and Visual Arts Center in Purcellville, Virginia. In celebration of Bob's birthday week, I wanted to make a quick message for you just to tell you a little bit about my story and how I became part of the Bob Ross Inc. family. In 2018, our friends group had a retreat to start planning and really do some strategic work for our future. And the facilitator asked us to envision a bird's eye view of success for the Arts Center. And she said, think about flying above the Arts Center and looking down. What does that look like in terms of success? Some of the answers were lines out the door of people wanting to buy tickets, or a parking lot full of cars with license plates from all over the country, or lots of media attention for the events and programs that we do. And if you fast forward to about 6 months from that retreat, we had the first Bob Ross exhibit on the East Coast. And we had about 35 days of the Bob Ross experience, where we welcomed 15,000 visitors. We made about $70,000 in our pop-up gift shop, and we had media stories, over 50 different articles, online, magazines, newsprint, international, national TV spots, even radio attention for this exhibit. It was phenomenal, and in many ways, it changed the trajectory of my life and the life of our organization. We learned so much about ourselves and what we were capable of doing, but more importantly, we learned a lot more about the Bob Ross legacy. He was so much about teaching and about encouraging and being positive for people, and we saw that happening over and over again with the shared experiences that people had when they came to this exhibit. There was a lot of emotion about seeing this artwork in person, and people remembered watching The Joy of Painting on public television. They remembered sometimes going to classes and workshops. People even brought their paintings in and held them up to the Bob Ross paintings and had their picture taken. It was really wonderful to see. And in 2019, when there was some political division in our country, it was wonderful to look out into the gallery and see people from all walks of life sharing their thoughts and memories and just their ideas about how much joy this had brought to their lives. It was a really wonderful time. And then 4 months later, COVID hit, and we were closed for about 4 months, which was pretty devastating to us as an organization, except for the fact that we had just been through this amazing experience with the Bob Ross exhibit. And we learned that with having a single focus and really just keeping ourselves focused and mission-driven, we could use the arts to keep people connected during this time of quarantine and isolation. And I think that is one of the things that the Bob Ross Company has continued with this legacy that they have, where they've kept people connected to the arts through the Joy of Painting, all of the certified instructors, the new museum in Muncie, all of these exhibits that are happening all over the world. This is an amazing time for Bob Ross Inc. We are happy to be part of the family, and I hope that you are still enjoying the joy of painting, and just get out there and make art and heal yourself from the scars of the pandemic and use art to really bring joy into your life. So thank you, happy birthday to Bob, and hi to all his fans.
Hola, me llamo Eduardo Cuervo, soy instructor certificado de la compañía de Bob Ross y hoy vamos a pintar un paisaje. Vamos a tener una montaña, unos árboles, un lago y otras cositas por aquí, nubes y otras cosas, que va a ser muy fácil para pintar un paisaje como Bob Ross lo hace en el televisor. Quiero empezar por decir que el idioma español mío está un poquito, es el segundo idioma mío y voy a tratar no de destruir el idioma, este idioma buenísimo, que posiblemente no lo va a hacer todo perfecto, pero voy a tratar lo más que puedo para no darle el nombre del idioma español que sea tan bonito. Bueno, hoy vamos a empezar con todas las cosas que vamos a usar hoy. Vamos a usar la brocha de 2 pulgadas, la brocha de 1 pulgada, el pincel abanico, hacer los pinos, y el mejor que me gusta más a mí es el cuchillo de Bob Ross, y vamos a hacer todas las montañas con este cuchillo, y es el más que me gusta a mí. Los colores que vamos a usar el Titanium White, es el blanco. Vamos a usar el Phthalo Blue, azul. El Mountain Mix, en una combinación más clarado con muchos colores para tener algo muy oscuro. Vamos a usar eso casi como a 65% del paisaje va a ser con esta pintura. También tenemos los carmelitas, el Van Dyke Brown y este que está un poquito más suavecito, dos colores uno más fuerte y otro más débil. Entonces el verde, el sap green. Entonces los amarillos. Tenemos cadmium yellow, tenemos yellow ochre, Indian yellow y el último, el bright red, el rojo brillante. ¿Ok? En lo que empezamos, cuando empezamos con el lienzo de Bob Ross aquí, y le pusimos un poquito de liquid white. Es una pintura que es muy thin, muy débil. No es, cuando está pintando esto tiene que estar muy chiquito. No tenga mucha pintura ahí. No es igual que pintaron la pared de la casa cuando está pintando la casa. Así no. Tiene que estar muy fino. Finitico tiene que estar en el lienzo. ¿Ok? Ya estamos todos listos para esperar. Lo que vamos a pensar primero, vamos a empezar con el cielo. Y el cielo se empieza con y puede ser la misma brocha que usaste para poner el liquid white, el blanco líquido que se pusiste al lienzo. Y ahí, dale la paleta así, que se ve todo así, que se ve todo. Y ya la brocha está cubierta con todas la pintura azul. Y empieza en las esquinas, así. Algunos lugares van a tener un poquito más azul, unos lugares oscuros, otros no. No debe estar en el mismo color de azul. Hay algunos lugares que sean más oscuros que el otro y eso está bien. Si se te cae un poquito más, coge un poquito más. Empieza en la esquina otra vez, que está un poquito más oscuro en las esquinas. Y dejamos un poquito de blanco por aquí también, ahí donde vamos a poner las nubes. Y ahí está bien. Y sigue para abajo, casi más del medio del lienzo. Vamos a tener un cielo grande, azulito, y vamos a poner nubes. Si necesita más, coge un poquito más. Otra vez, algunos lugares son más azules que otros, no lo tenga todo el mismo color de azul, no va a ser bien, no te va a gustar eso. Y deja un poquito de blanco por ahí, un poquito de oscuro. Ya sé dónde voy a poner las nubes, porque ahí es donde están los lugares que están un poquito blanquitos. Y así, ya se ve como un cielo, casi no hicimos nada. Vamos a poner un poquito más para abajo. Hasta ahí está bien. Y ya tenemos casi el cielo hecho. Vamos a hacer el agua. El agua es lo mismo, la misma pintura, el phthalo blue, el azul. Y cuando hace agua, lo tiene que empezar por la esquina, por aquí, por abajo y para el centro. Siempre empieza aquí al lado. Nunca empieza aquí porque ahí deja una marca de la brocha. Para la izquierda, para la izquierda, para la izquierda. Ahí todo bien para que se vea como el agua. Entonces en este lado hacemos lo mismo, le ponemos un poquito más azul, empezamos para este lado así. Y deja un poquito en el centro ahí donde va a estar el brillante del sol. Cuando el sol le da al agua, hace un brillante así en el medio. ¿No? Ya se ve como parece que el sol está dando el agua y tiene un poquito de brillante en el agua. Ahí, así me gusta un poquito bien. Ahora lo que podemos hacer con esta brocha, si nada más que tiene una brocha y está usando una brocha nada más, tenemos que limpiar esta brocha bien con una toalla de papel y límpialo bien. Quítalo ahí todo, quítate todo el azul, así, hasta que está todo limpiando. También lo que puede hacer, beat the devil out of it, como Bob hacía así. ¿Okay? No tenemos que hacer eso. Eso nada más que cuando él estaba jugando. Quitarle el diablo, ¿eh? No, no tenemos que hacer eso. Ok, lo que vamos a hacer ahora, vamos un poquito por arriba, para las marcas que pusimos con la brocha, se quitan todo. Y no tenemos una marca de brocha ni nada. Ahí está todo oscurito por aquí. Hasta mismo el agua puede usar por el centro y todavía se puede ver el blanquito en el medio así. Y siempre queremos el blanquito ese aquí en el medio para que ahí se ve como tiene el brillante del sol. Ahí, me gusta ahí, todo está bien. Ahora tenemos el cielo, tenemos el agua. Y ahora tenemos que empezar con la brocha de 1 pulgada y vamos a hacer nubes. Ahora, las nubes se pueden hacer con cualquiera, se pueden hacer con la brocha de 1 pulgada. Se puede hacer con la brocha de 2 pulgadas. Y lo único que usa mucho para es el pincel, la bónica, para hacer las nubes. Pero hoy vamos a usar la brocha de 1 pulgada. Hasta he visto a Bob haciendo nubes con el cuchillo. No trata eso. Eso es durísimo. Pero lo puede hacer. Oye, lo que podemos hacer ahora, coger el blanco. Vamos a empezar las nubes. Y poner mucha pintura ahí en la brocha. Tenemos que tener mucha pintura. Sube un poquito para arriba así. Lo que ponemos, ahí donde está un poquito de blanquito, le podemos hacer un poquito de nube por aquí arriba y que se cale, que se salen de allá afuera. Límpialo un poquito, coge un poquito más blanco y hazlo uno como un circular, así, mira, como circular, así, circular, para arriba, para abajo, no te queda en un lugar. Siempre se están moviendo. Coge un poquito más blanco. Lo mismo hacemos aquí en este lado. Empezamos allí por la esquina, pon un poquito de blanquito ahí. Nada más que estamos las nubes. Todas las nubes no son blanquitas. Tienen muchos colores. Voy a limpiar un poquito, porque cuando empieza a hacer las nubes, pueden coger un poquito de azul. Limpia el azul con un papel de aquí, una toalla de papel, para que quitarle el azul ese. Y empezamos un poquito. Podemos ver que hay unos lugares que hay mucho azul. Y queremos las nubes que están brillantes arriba, así donde el sol está dando ahí arriba. Es ahí donde tenemos que estar blanquito. Ahí arribita, ahí donde se pone blanquito. Ahí, mira. Ahí todo está blanquito. Ahora con una brocha limpia, si nada más que está usando una brocha, tiene que limpiar la que hiciste el agua y el cielo. Entonces empieza a poner un poquito arriba al ladito ahí. Ponete ahí al mismo al ladito de arriba, pero no sube todo hasta arriba. Nada más que queremos poner un poquito de presión a la brocha. Y tenemos que estar hasta arriba así, hasta arribita. Entonces bajen para abajo así, un poquito, nada más que para limpiarlo un poquito. Ya casi no ha hecho nada y ya vemos nubes. Vamos a poner un poquito más nube. Tenemos muchos lugares por aquí. Y voy a poner más nube. Como lo veo aquí un poquito aquí. Se baja para abajo, se sube para arriba, para abajo. Siempre se está moviendo la brocha. Siempre mueve la brocha, no lo deja en un lugar. Siempre la está moviendo. Aquí va a estar una montaña grande y no vamos a importar que si esa está fea, la podemos poner la montaña ahí mismo. Y así, para abajo. Algunas son más oscuras que otras. El sol siempre le está dando arriba de la parte de la nube, arriba. Nunca, abajo no importa. Nada más que tenemos que poner ese blanquito ahí arriba. Ok, lo mismo que hicimos con con lo de arriba, empezando por arriba, y nada más que lo toque aquí, chiquitico, no toque mucho. Nada más que chiquitico ahí, toque ahí. Abajo, entonces lo puede mezclar aquí abajo, pero arriba no. Arriba nada más que tienen que tocarlo un poquitico nada más. Poquitico aquí, ay, mucho, casi es mucho. Sí, por eso algunas veces lo hace lo desbarata todo. Está bien, lo que puede hacer puede entrar como le desbaratamos aquí un poquito. No voy a ir cercana de levantar, podemos buscar un poquito más blanco, ponerlo para arriba y podemos poner un poquito más nube ahí. Y mira tú lo que está pintando. Y puedes ver las cosas que pueden hacer para cambiarlo, para verlo un poquito mejor. Así está bien. Parece que las nubes están bien, me gustan todo. Aquí todo está bien. Me gustan las nubes. Ok. Vamos a empezar con las montañas ahora. Yo creo que las nubes se ven muy bonitas y ahí lo dejamos así. Ok, con la montaña tenemos el cuchillo de Bob Ross y ponemos para abajo así. Todo para abajo. Y coge un rollito así, mira. Un rollito. ¿No lo ve ahí? Entonces, ¿dónde queremos la montaña? Queremos la montaña como por aquí. Ahí. Y ya, si ve el cuchillo ya es una forma de una montaña. Mira, si lo pone ahí, si pone el mango del cuchillo así y lo pone para acá y va para la izquierda, ya tiene una montaña. Ya esta mañana tiene un pico allá arriba así. No lo tenga todo. Algunas montañas son grandes, son redondas, unas son más chiquitas, otras tienen uno así, que están derechito para arriba, así. Y coge la pintura que está ahí, porque ahorita vamos a poner la nieve. No queremos mucha pintura negra ahí, porque entonces la negra se va a fajar con la blanca. Ahí quedamos con la montaña. Ahí está bien, quitando toda esa. Y vamos a tener aquí una en la esquina aquí a la izquierda. Una chirriquitica aquí. Mira ahí. Y ya tenemos 3 montañas, una grande y una chiriquitica ahí. Y otra vez quita toda esta pintura porque si tenemos mucha pintura negra ahí, entonces se va a fajar con el blanco cuando ponemos las nubes. Ahí, ya se ve bien. Limpio el cuchillo. Ahora tenemos que coger una brocha de 2 pulgadas. Puedes usar la de que hiciste cuando pusiste las nubes, cuando limpiaste las nubes y límpiala otra vez en una toalla de papel. Limpiecito así. Y lo pone ahí mismo al ladito, para que se vea dónde está al lado de la brochita y entonces se va para la derecha. ¿No ve cómo ponen ahí? Está limpiecito ahí arriba de la montaña esta. Y para la derecha, para la derecha, para la derecha. Entonces esta grande que está aquí arriba, ponle ahí y la puede mover hasta la derecha, a la derecha, a la derecha, a la derecha, a la derecha y límpialo un poquito aquí por abajo. Y este va para la izquierda, porque el punto está en la izquierda y no quiero que vaya para la izquierda así. Mira. Ya casi se ve como una montaña y no ha hecho nada. Tenemos 3 montañas. Entonces limpio abajo, nada más que tiene que limpiar un poquito abajo para que no sabe dónde empieza el color o termina el color. Nada más que está ahí todo limpiecito aquí abajo. Ahora se ve bien. Ahora lo que tenemos que hacer, le tenemos que poner la nieve. La nieve se hace igualito que cuando pusimos la pintura con la pintura negra. Cogí un poquito de azul, lo voy a poner por aquí Y esto lo voy a usar en un tiempo más. Ok, lo que tenemos que hacer ahora, coger un poquito, un rollito del blanco y vamos a hacer la nieve. Que esté la pintura así, plana a la paleta, así. Entonces cogemos, lo pusimos el cuchillo ahí y se baja para abajo y se coge ese rollito. Eso es lo que queremos, un rollito así. Ok, entonces el cuchillo ya tiene la forma de la montaña, nada más que tenemos que estar ahí, ponerlo ahí un poquito, empezar para acá y déjalo suavecito, suavecito y ya tiene la nieve en esa montaña. Algunas veces la pintura se da un poquito y puede entrar otra vez y poner los banquitos ahí y está bien. Eso se puede hacer. Ok, vamos para la que está la grande, la montaña grande, el mismo. Tenemos un rollito de blanco ahí, lo pone ahí mismo. Empieza a hacer para la derecha, para la derecha, para la derecha, para la derecha. No tiene que tener ninguna presión en esto. Y lo pone allí para la derecha. Entonces el de la izquierda nada más que tiene uno chirriquitico. Cogemos un rollito chiquito, lo ponemos ahí, hacemos así, para atrás. Y ya ponemos un poquito de nieve ahí en esta. Esta es una chirriquitica. También no me gustó como este salió. Se puede poner un poquito más del blanco ahí para que esté blanquito ahí. Se pone ahí y sigue con él para abajo. Y ya tiene una... Si te pone una línea o algo ahí, quita toda la pintura del cuchillo y nada más que suavecito lo puede meter otra vez. Pero siempre que va para arriba lo tiene que limpiar. Porque la nieve va a estar blanquita. Okay, ya tenemos la nieve en la derecha. Ahora lo que tenemos que hacer es poner un poquito de sombra, el color de sombra. El sol está aquí, entonces va a dar a la nieve en la derecha, entonces va a ser una sombra en la izquierda. Y como hacemos eso, el azul que cogí ahorita de aquí, le pongo un poquito más de azul y lo mezclo así, buenísimo. Que esté un poquito verdito, que esté azulito así, mezclalo bien. Entonces hacemos eso lo mismo como hacemos las montañas con la pintura negra y la pintura blanca. Lo hacemos lo mismo con la de la sombra. Entonces la sombra se puede poner aquí, aquí se pone ahí, se va para la izquierda y ya está ahí. Y esta va un poquito más grande, tenemos que poner un rillito más grande, lo ponemos ahí al mismo lado y lo baja para allá. Y todo sube todo para atrás, así. Okay, tenemos un huequito aquí y esto es una línea que está un poquito fea. Solo que voy a hacer, voy a poner un poquito de banquito ahí para que se ponga un poquito más lindo. Ahí. Ahora está más lindo, se ve más natural, no tiene una línea dura ahí. Tenemos un huequito aquí, mira. Lo que podemos hacer con eso, poner con la nieve otra vez. La podemos ponerlo un poquito más grande. Así. Ponemos para acá y vamos para allá. Y ya podemos acabar con el huequito ese para ponerle más nieve. Entonces pone más nieve ahí, se pone la nieve ahí, para la izquierda, para la derecha. Ahí está bien. Ahí donde hay nieve hay que tener sombra. Entonces ponemos otra vez, lo ponemos ahí, lo ponemos hasta arriba así. Y lo ponemos para la izquierda, para la izquierda, para la izquierda. Y siempre la nieve va para la izquierda. Hasta aquí se puede poner un poquito más de azul. Ahí. Ya está todo listo ahí para tener para abajo. Entonces aquí, más azul para acá. Ya tiene el azul ahí. Entonces hay una montaña más que está aquí. Y se puede poner un poquito de sombra ahí. Mira. Ahí, para ahí, para ahí. y hay una sombrita. Algunas veces cuando pone la sombra se va arriba de la nieve, no posible, se puede coger un poquito más de blanco, así, entonces lo limpiamos así y ya está todo limpito. Otra vez, si quiere ir otra vez por arriba, tiene que limpiar el cuchillo y lo limpia así. Ya tenemos la nieve, la sombra, la nieve, la sombra, un poquito de nieve arriba, entonces la sombra aquí. No importa lo que está pasando aquí, porque vamos a tener dos pinos grandísimos ahí. Ok, me gustan las montañas. La única cosa que no me gustó es la derecha, esa tiene un poquito de negro ahí atrás y quiero poner un poquito más blanco allá. Ahí. Ahora sí me gusta. Ok, ya tenemos toda la montaña hecha. Qué bonita se ve. Me gustó cómo salió. Y ahora empezamos a poner las lomitas, las lanteras que se ponen ahí atrás. Y eso se puede usar la brocha que ha usado por todas las otras cosas. Y esto tenemos que poner un poquito de verde. Y esto es lo que va a pasar cuando ponemos esto. Se va a ver un poquito más lejos la montaña. Entonces ponle un poquito del Van Dyke Brown para que esté un poquito oscurito. No quiere estar verde, 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 verde. Un poquito sucio porque está lejos. Ponle así para abajo, súbelo para arriba así, tiene arribita esa cosita ahí. Y ahí es donde hacemos las lomitas. Se hace así, sube para arriba, se puede bajar para abajo, hasta ahí. Y deja un poquito en el lado. Ahí tenemos unas lomitas ahí, tan bonitas. Ahora que el del frente de eso lo quiero poner un poquito más oscuro. Entonces le pongo más del carmelita. Y lo sube para arriba. Y este va a ser un poquito más oscuro. Y lo que va a pasar, va a ponerle, ¿no ves? Está un poquito más oscuro al frente de este. Entonces lo toca todo aquí. Y todas las lomitas hasta aquí. Se pone más chiquito cuando ve para acá. Y ya tiene las lomitas, las landeras que están allá atrás. Y también lo que puede hacer, límpiale un poquito la brocha y sube para arriba. Y hay unas matas, unos árboles que están lejísimos allá. ¿No ves? Nada más que un poquito, súbelo para arriba. Pero un poquitico nada más, no tiene que ser mucho de esto. Ahora se ve que hay unas montañas que son para arriba. ¿No ves? Como se pueden ver un poquito para así. ¿Está bien? Tiene mucha... me gusta así como salió eso. ¿Okay? Con una brocha limpia, lo que tenemos que hacer, coger para reflectar el agua al lago. Así para abajo, para abajo, para abajo. Y se lo hace un poquito duro así para... Ya casi se puede ver donde va la línea del agua. Entonces lo sube para ahí un poquito nada más para la izquierda, así, un poquito a poquito. Así para la izquierda. Y ya casi ve donde el agua va a ir. Y como se hace el agua, el cuchillo también. Cogimos un poquito de la carmelita para ponerla un poquito sucia. No queremos el agua limpiecita, blanquita, porque no estamos en la playa, estamos en un lago. Hay fango, está sucio. Y ahorita podemos poner un poquito de banquito para limpiarlo un poquito, pero ahora queremos que esté un poquito fanguito. Así que tenga un poquito de línea ahí. ¿No ves? Así se baja para abajo. Y se puede poner un poquito más aquí. ¿No ves? Ya tenemos la agüita ahí que está dando en la lomita, donde está el agua. Es decir, el color es lo mismo, lo que puede hacer, como decimos antes, está un poquito sucia, pero el sol le va a dar un poquito al agua. Y podemos ponerlo un poquito blanquito así nada más, pero chiriquitico, no tiene que ser mucho de esto. Nada más que chiriquitico. Un poquito nada más. No quiero que sea esto lo blanco y el negro, todo el fango y todo, pero hay un poquito de agua que está limpiecita. Hasta aquí se puede poner un poquito de limpita. Ahí. No importa lo que está pasando aquí, porque ya en la derecha vamos a poner unos árboles. Hasta aquí la puedo poner con el cuchillo de chiquitico. Pues le puedo poner un poquito más agua. Ahí, ya estamos ahí con el agua. Vamos a terminar con el agua este. Ok, ahora vamos a empezar con los pinos. Estos sí son fáciles, pero la gente parece que le trabajan mucho por esto y no tiene que trabajar mucho con los pinos. El pincel abánico se puede usar, el fan brush, llénalo mucho así. A ver, está todo llenito. Y ahora queremos ver dónde poner el pino. Aquí lo voy a poner aquí en la izquierda. Y voy a poner el tronco del árbol, del pino. Y va hasta aquí abajo. Mira qué grande el pino ese. Grandísimo. Ya casi sube arriba de la montaña. Y lo que tenemos que hacer es poner un poquito más de pintura. Y esto, importante, que empieza la esquina de la brocha, aquí. Nada más que tiene que tocar un poquito. Baja un poquito para abajo, siempre adentro del centro de la mata. Otra vez para el centro, entonces un poquito para la izquierda, un poquito para la derecha, un poquito para la izquierda, para la derecha. Ponemos aquí para abajo, entonces para la primera, para la derecha. Si se empieza a sacar no hay pintura, ponle más pintura. Y sigue por el medio. Empezamos en el medio, para la derecha, para la izquierda, para la derecha, para la izquierda, para la derecha, hasta aquí abajo. Es una grande, grandísima. Ya esta mata árbol está grandísima. Y como siempre decía Bob, tenemos que tener un amiguito. Aquí a la derecha le ponemos el amigo. Y la ponemos como aquí en el medio de la... Y esta va a estar un poquito jorobada. Y esta está bien. Está bien si está un poquito jorobada. Está natural. No se... Si pone todo igualito, no se va a ver bien porque no se va a ver como es natural. Ok, empezamos con la esquina aquí. Chiriquitica. Baja un poquito para abajo. Para la izquierda. Para la derecha. Un poquito para abajo, para la izquierda, para la derecha. Siempre entra para el centro, siempre, porque todo sale del tronco del pino. Hasta aquí abajo. Y ya tenemos dos pinos, uno a la izquierda. Este está un poquito más grande, hasta está arriba de la montaña. Y lo que pasa es que todo se ve más para atrás cuando ponen los árboles de pino. Ahora vamos a poner unos árboles naturales aquí en la derecha y vamos a usar la brocha de 1 pulgada. Y esto lo hacemos así. Así, toca la paleta, así. Que estén ahí bien. Tócala y vamos a ponerla. Esta mata va a estar como, este árbol va a estar así. Ponemos el árbol aquí. Poquito para abajo. Y este es casi un árbol natural. Este no tiene que estar grandísimo ni nada. Este nada más que lo ponemos negrito así y ponerlo así, había unas cositas aquí. Y esto tiene que estar todo negro. Tiene que oscuro porque tenemos que tener oscuro para enseñar la luz, ¿no? Sí me está gustando. Hasta pone una parte del árbol aquí, se pone así, ya se puede ver que algo ahí está pasando ahí. Y aquí nada, muy oscuro. Tiene que estar oscuro para que tenemos que poner los colores de amarillo, los rojos, el yellow ochre, el Indian yellow. Ya está todo hecho aquí. Ahora parece que está nada más que ahí arriba del agua. Tenemos que poner la tierra ahí abajo para ponerle, para que los árboles están en la tierra. Ahora parece que nada más que están ahí sentados en el agua y eso no puede ser. Entonces se pone así, se pone para abajo, un poquito para arriba. Y todo esto tiene que estar negrito, así. Tiene que echar más. Y lo tiene que tocar así, tapar. No se puede hacer así porque entonces no sale cuando ponemos el césped arriba, no se pega. Tiene que estar así. Me gusta cómo se ve eso. Todo está bien. Lo que no me gusta es uno consigue un lugarito aquí, parece que se nos está. Vamos a poner un poquito más de arbolito ahí para que está un poquito más, para que se pegue un poquito más abajo así. Ahí está bien. Hasta uno vamos a poner uno chiriquitico aquí. Ahí, ya tenemos todos los negros, pero tenemos que saber que todo está negrito así. Oscuro, todo oscuro. Entonces, ¿qué vamos a hacer ahora? Vamos a ponerle el tronco a los pinos. Lo que podemos hacer es subir para arriba. Empieza aquí en el medio y lo sube para arriba así y lo limpia ahí arriba, ¿no ve? Lo puede limpiar de arriba para que se ponga para arriba así y ya lo tiene el de arriba está limpiecito ahí arriba. Okay, vamos a poner un poquito de las troncas. Y esto es nada más que un poquitico, no tenemos que hacer mucho con esto. Con lo de carmelita y un poquito del verde ese que está todo sucio. Pero no queremos hacer mucho con esto, déjalo así. Le cogemos el rollito como hicimos la montaña y nada más que tenemos que tocar ahí, mira, ahí toca. Y no lo tiene que hacer todo junto. Déjalo un poquito porque hay la parte del árbol y los pinos están arriba del tronco. Hasta aquí ponemos a hacer unos para aquí, si queremos poner uno aquí, a rumbo así, no tiene que ser todo igualito. Hasta podemos hacer así, donde están todos los árboles. Así se hace con el cuchillo, el último lugar, y se pone una linita así. ¿Ok? Ya tenemos con el color oscuro. Parece que todo lo oscuro está puesto, se ve bien. Ahora le voy a quitar el oscuro al fan brush, al pincel abónica, así. Limpiarlo bien. Así total limpiado con una toalla de papel. Ahora lo que voy a hacer, voy a entrar y lo voy a poner en el amarillo. Y cuando lo pongo en el amarillo se pone un poquito verde. Está un poquito seco, entonces le voy a poner un poquito de liquid white. El mismo liquid white que hacemos cuando empezamos a hacerla. Y le ponemos un poquito verde porque está muy amarillo. Quiero estos piños que estén verdes, no que estén amarillos. Un poquito más. Ahí, ahora me gusta más. Ahora un poquito verdecito así. Y déjalo así, igualito que hicimos los pinos, lo hacemos otra vez, pero nada más que tenemos que hacer un poquito aquí. Y no queremos tapar todo lo oscuro. Nunca tapa todo lo oscuro, nada más que tenemos que tener un poquito de verde ahí. Coger un poquito más del amarillo. Así. Y lo ponemos. Va a ser un poquito más brillante porque aquí el sol está dando. Aquí a la derecha. Vamos a poner un poquito de liquid white. Se está secando mucho. Y cuando le ponemos liquid white, entonces la pintura se pone un poquito más más suavecita. Entonces la pintura suavecita se va a pegar con la pintura que está fuerte. Ok, vamos a ponerla aquí. Ahora sí, ahora sí. Ya está abajo. Ya tenemos el árbol. Parece que este está un poquito, que no se pone un poquito más para abajo así. Ok, ya tenemos los árboles bien. Todo está bien. Me gustan cómo salieron. Y ahora lo que vamos a hacer los árboles de la derecha aquí. Y lo que le hacemos con este, le cogimos un poquito de liquid white, el líquido blanco que usamos para poner al lienzo, y vamos arriba del hielo al amarillo así. Si está un poquito pegadito, ponle más líquido blanco ahí. Entonces tenemos que hacer la pintura así, 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 que tengan esos ahí. Entonces vamos a ponerlo aquí arriba. Igualito que hicimos, pero lo vamos a poner un poquito más suavecito. Esto tiene que tener mucha pintura y ninguna presión. Tiene que tener muy délico haciendo esto. No se puede hacer duro. Cogemos un poquito más de liquid white y ahora vamos a poner un poquito de yellow ochre para cambiar los colores un poquito. Entonces seguimos, a ver, esto va a ser un poquito más de otro diferente color. Ahí. Y no te acuerdas, deja un poquito de lo oscuro, déjalo oscuro, oscuro, tenemos que dejarlo oscuro. Si tapa todo lo oscuro no se va a ver bien. Siempre tenemos que tener oscuro. Oscuro es tu amigo. Ok, vamos a hacer otro aquí, chiriquitico. Ya tenemos mucho de este color. Así. Ya tenemos mucho color de esto. Ok, vamos a cambiarlo. Vamos a cambiar los colores un poquito. Ya parece que se está mirando casi igualito. Entonces lo que tenemos que hacer, coger un poquito de el liquid white otra vez. Ahora vamos a Indian Yellow. Ponerlo ahí. Y hay que coger mucha pintura así, mira. ¿No ves? El Indian Yellow. A mí me gusta el Indian Yellow. Está brillante. Y se ve un poquito diferente del color del yellow ochre. Y uno chiriquitico aquí abajo que está tocando ahí abajo. También podemos coger otros colores aquí. Hasta podemos coger un poquito de rojo. Cogemos el rojo. Y vamos a poner un rojito aquí. Ay, mira qué lindo. Ay, qué lindo. Mira para allá. Lindísimo está. Vamos a hacer uno de los rojitos. Van a entrar aquí por adentro. Para que no se ven todos los colores igualitos. Los cambiamos un poquito. Así ponemos un poquito de rojito ahí. Mira. Está ahí. Ahí está rojito ahí. Hasta un poquito de rojito aquí. Mira. Todo está. Tenemos mucho rojito aquí ahora. Tiene ahí. Ahora podemos cambiarlo para abajo. Hasta sube un poquito rojito aquí para arriba. Ahí. Ahora pone el amarillo, se le pone un poquito para atrás. Pero todavía dejamos mucho negrito. Ahora quiero uno amarillito aquí abajo, donde está al lado del agua. Va a estar un color más brillante. Entonces voy a coger el amarillo nada más. Así. ¿No ves? Le damos así. Se está poniendo un poquito seco. Llénale un poquito más de así. De liquid white. Entonces le podemos poner uno chirriquitico aquí para subirlo para atrás para que para que todos no sean igualitos del mismo color. Y ahora tiene uno chiriquitico ahí abajo, hasta uno chiriquitico aquí se puede poner, con el allá atrás. Ya están todos juntos, tiene muchas cosas ahí. También lo que puede hacer cuando termina con los árboles, podemos ponerlo así, limpiando un poquito donde van todos así. Y todos empiezan aquí por abajo y se abren como un ventilador, así, un fan. Chiriquitico aquí. Y aquí tenemos, ya creo que ya terminamos con ese, se ve bien. Me gusta cómo se ve. Entonces vamos a hacer uno, yo creo que otro rojito aquí abajo de la... Me gusta el rojo, no sé por qué, pero siempre me ha gustado el rojo. Se ve más lindo de todo. Hasta lo voy a poner un poquito de Indian Yellow, lo junto los dos. Mira, mira qué color más lindo. Una naranja. Y lo pone ahí arriba y lo toca allá. Y nada más que lo tiene que tocar, así para abajo. ¿Ven ahí? Hay uno chiriquitico aquí, el niño de la mamá grande o el papá. Ahí están con el ladito aquí. Y vamos a poner uno amarillo aquí en la izquierda para que se ponga un poquito más brillante. Más amarillo. Así, mucho amarillo, mira. Y lo toca así. Entonces vamos a poner uno un poquito más grande aquí de amarillo que tiene aquí y entra al frente del rojito ese y ya se pone. Ya tenemos todas las cosas. Las matas se ven bien, me gustan los árboles aquí, me gustan todos los colores ahí, se ve lindo. Ahora tenemos que terminar la tierra aquí, va a ser muchas espedas aquí abajo para terminar todo. Y si lo mira todo está bien. Empezamos con el cielo, con las nubes. Entonces hacemos la montaña, la landera, las lomitas, los pinos a la izquierda, las matas a la derecha. Pero una cosa que tienen que hacer, ¿no te acuerdas? Tenemos que dejar el oscuro. Si no, aquí hasta yo puse un poquito muchos colores. Tenemos que dejar un poquito más oscuro. Aquí siempre dejamos más oscuro. Está bien. Siempre dejo oscuro. El oscuro es tu amigo. Ok, entonces vamos a terminar con la hierba aquí abajo. Empezamos con lo verde. Y puede ser una brocha que está sucia, todo eso no importa porque vamos a poner el verde y el amarillo juntos. Y aquí arriba donde va el amarillo, ahí donde el sol va a dar aquí arriba y ahí va ahí donde va a estar más brillante. Tenemos que ponerle un poquito de liquid white porque está un poquito pegadito y tenemos que tener esta pintura un poquito más suave que la pintura que está ahí. La pintura oscura es fuerte. Entonces nada más que tenemos que tocar ahí. Tocamos ahí, poquito a poquito, chiriquitico. No tiene que hacer mucho con esto. La brocha hace casi todo. Entonces empezamos por este lado, así. No tiene que hacer mucho con esto, nada más deja que la brocha haga todo. Así para abajo. Se pone para el medio. Empieza por aquí. Un poquito más oscuro aquí a la derecha que en el medio. Hasta podemos hacer un poquito de yellow ochre para cambiar el color. Le ponemos un poquito más de liquid white porque se está poniendo un poquito sequito. Sube para arriba, así. Entonces terminamos aquí, ponemos un poquito más color ahí, para el frente. Así. Y así como la tierra, como antes está haciendo, puede doblar la tierra si la quiere, si quiere un poquito para arriba así, se la puede para abajo. Aquí también, pasemos un poquito para arriba, para abajo, y la terminamos por medio. Y otra vez dejando un poquito de negro en el medio. Aquí abajo, entonces tenemos todo lo que hasta puede caminar ahora. Puede caminar ahí al frente del lago, puede pescar, puede nadar, puede lo que tú quieras hacer. Así tiene un bote, lo puede poner ahí adentro también. Bueno, yo creo que ya terminamos con este paisaje. Me gustó cómo salió. Y parece que tenemos todas las cosas aquí, ¿sí? Todo está bien. Entonces, lo único que quiero decir otra vez, que tenemos que dejar los negros. Si tú ves esta pintura, este paisaje, las nubes y todo, hay oscuro, entonces el blanco, oscuro el blanco. Y lo mismo con las montañas. Tenemos que tener la nieve, entonces la sombra a la izquierda. Tenemos los pinos aquí en la izquierda, dejándolos oscuros. Y tenemos que poner todo esto oscuro para poner la luz de estos árboles. Tiene que cambiar los colores un poquito. Parece que puede ser, no es un verano, parece que todos los colores están lindísimos ahora. Bueno, con eso yo creo que ha terminado. Y por último, quiero decir agradecimiento a Annette Kowalski, Walter Kowalski, John Kowalski y toda la gente que trabaja en la compañía de Bob Ross. Yo sé que han trabajado durísimo y sin ello, y muchas gracias por ello, porque ellos si no trabajaron tan duro, el nombre de Bob Ross nunca hubiera entrado en nuestra vida. Y por eso les quiero hacer muchas gracias a la gente que trabaja todos los trabajadores que trabajan en Bob Ross, la compañía de Bob Ross que está en Jordan, Virginia. Llámala, dile cómo le gustó este video. Y gracias por pasar el tiempo conmigo. Que tengan un buen día y chao.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 28th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to get out your brushes and your paints and paint along with us each show, and I'll show you how to put some of nature's masterpieces right up here on canvas. And if you've been with us before, please allow me to thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. So I tell you what, let's start out today and get right to it. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I have a 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas up here, but you use any size that's desirable to you. I just picked this size because it seems to work well. And all I've done today is covered the canvas with a very thin, very, very thin coat of liquid clear. And the clear is transparent, of course, and so it's very easy to put too much. Very thin, very, very small amount. I thought today we'd just have some fun. Let's do a little painting today that'll just make you feel good inside. I'm gonna start out and mix a brown color using alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal proportions. I thought today I'd show you how to make a painting that looks like it's on wood, but it's really on canvas. It's very, very simple, and if you've never painted before, this is one that you can do. This is an easy one. This one you'll have immediate success. There. We just mix the color up like so, and as I say, this will make a beautiful, beautiful warm brown. And when you're mixing the green and the crimson together, you can pick if you want it toward the greenish side or toward the reddish side. Normally I sort of like it toward the reddish side, but that's just my personal preference. And I'm going to pick a little bit of titanium white and then mix it right into this brown color. This is a very transparent color, and I put a little white in there just to give it a little bit of opaqueness. All right, let's go up here, and once again, we have liquid clear up here. So I'm just going to try to make this look like old wood, just by, about like so. It really doesn't matter. I'm just going to make some streaks up and down through here. There, and you can make them as dark or as light as you want them. It's up to you. By adding different amounts of white, you can change the value or the color and just let it go. Wherever. Something about like that. There. Sometimes you might want to put a little more of the crimson in just to give it a little reddish tone, a little reddish flavor. Sometimes maybe even a little touch of black. Make it look gray. Just depends on what kind of wood you're trying to make here. There. That's continually mixing with the liquid clear that's already on the canvas. There. If this was not a wet canvas, you'd have a devil of a time trying to make this paint just slide on there. But since it's wet with the clear, this is very easy. And I'm sort of doing this in streaks, so it looks like wood. I want it to look like old boards that maybe somebody's just nailed together. All right. There we go. And that's really about all there is to it. Once again, when you're doing yours, you change the flavor any way that you want it. If you want it to be darker or more to the gray hue, it's up to you, any way that you want it. Okay. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We wash our brushes, since these are oil paints, we wash them with odorless paint thinner. I have a screen down here in the bottom of the bucket that I scrub the bristles against, shake it off, and then just beat the devil out of it. I'd recommend if you do that in your living room, you get some kind of protection, because it'll change your whole decor in a matter of seconds. Now let's have some fun. We'll take just a fan brush, put in a little paint thinner, shake off the excess, and very lightly, I'm just going to allow that thinner to work right down through here. Just a little paint thinner, and it'll take a second for this to start working. But paint thinner and liquid clear have quite a violent little reaction, and it'll make it look like wood grain as it begins to work. And think about individual boards here and sort of change the grain a little bit. There. And you can make this any old way that you want it. This piece of canvas really is your world. And on this piece of canvas, you have total and absolute power. You can create any illusion that you want here. See there? But just let that paint thinner work. And if you have a little nervous twitch in your hand, it'll pay you great dividends here. Just let it wiggle and jiggle and carry on, and it'll begin to look like old wood as it works. And maybe over here, maybe this one sort of goes like that. Wood grain is not always straight. It goes in every old direction. Just sort of depends on how the old tree lived, if it had a good, easy life, or sometimes maybe the old tree had a rough life and wood grain's all gnarly. There. All right. But you just do this till you have it the way that you like it. It's very, very simple. There. And it doesn't have to just be with brown. You can do this with any color. You may want it to match the decor of a certain room or something, and maybe you need it done in blue. You can certainly do that. The secret is the liquid clear and the reaction that it has with paint thinner. There we go. That's all. Maybe over in here. See there. But isn't that fantastic? So simple. All right. And as I say, if you've never painted before, this you can do. Okay, now we've got a canvas that's beginning to look like old wood, and it'll take a few minutes for this to work. But while that's working, let's just have some fun here. Let me clean off a little spot to work. Let's take some black. We'll use a little bit of the Prussian blue, some crimson, maybe even a little bit of Van Dyke brown. What the heck, we don't care. Pull it out as flat as we can get it, and then cut across and get a little roll of paint. See that little roll of paint lives right out on the edge of your knife there. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe back here in our world, maybe, let's get brave. Maybe there lives a happy little mountain back here. Just something very simple. And I'm just going to let it sort of fade off on the edges. Just wherever you want it. And you decide how many little peaks and bumps live in your mountain. Because you can create any kind of mountain that you want in your world. There. And we'll take our 2-inch brush, be sure it's good and dry, and pull that paint. Just let it move here. Give it a little pull. There, that's all there is to it. What I'm doing here is removing excess paint, and I want it to be misty at the bottom of the mountain. Something about like that. All right. Now let's come back. Take a little bit of the titanium white. I'm going to put the least little touch of bright red into it, just to warm it up. Be very careful. The bright red is unbelievably strong. A little bit will set your whole world on fire. Once again, our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. Now then, you have to make a determination. Where's your light coming from? I'm right-handed, so most right-handed people find it easier to have the light come from the right. Left-handed people will find that it's different for each person, because left-handed people have been forced to do right-handed things their whole life. Most of them can do it either way. Maybe they have an advantage on the rest of us. My brother's left-handed, and he can do things with either hand. I have trouble working with just one. I'm going to take a little phthalo blue now. I want a brighter blue. A little white, mix them together. Something like that. Now when you're doing your painting, use any color that you want. The only thing we want to do here is just show you how to make these effects. What you make is totally and completely up to you. Little roll of paint once again, because as you know, painting is a very individual thing. Everybody sees nature through different eyes, and what you see is what you should paint. That's the representation you should try to put on canvas. There. There's no right or wrong here. It just makes you feel good. Let you be creative. And I think we all have a little creative being that lives within us here. Go back to a little bit of the white. Maybe just put a little bump on the mountain there, just to break up that edge. He needs his own shadow, though. And allow it to pick up a little of that white and pull it down. It looks like light sort of dripping over the side here. It's a very nice little effect. And it'll happen automatically for you. Don't worry about it. There. Now then, we get a good, clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I want to create the illusion of mist right down here at the base of this mountain. So tap, but pay particular attention to angles. See the angles coming down? Follow those angles. Over here, go in this direction. Just like so. There. And then very gently, 2 hairs and some air, just lift upward, like that. So that it creates a nice, soft, misty area right down at the base. Okay. Now we got to make some more big decisions. What lives back here? In our world, let's just take that mountain color. That was Prussian blue, black, some brown, some crimson. And I'm going to add sap green in there too. Well, we just basically have all the dark colors thrown in. Mix them up. Wipe off the old knife. There. Let's have the fan brush. Going to load a lot of color in there. And maybe, let's go up here. Maybe in our world lives, yep, you're right, a happy little evergreen tree right here. Maybe there's several evergreen trees. They live right here in front of this mountain. There we go. See, that's all there is to it. Give him a little friend. Everybody needs a friend, even a little tree. There. Maybe, yep. You decide. Just sort of look at your painting, because each person's painting will be different and unique. Different in every way. We don't try to teach you how to copy here. We try to teach you how to be creative in your own right. We only want to show you how to make effects. There, because if you can paint one evergreen, you can paint a million. It's up to you. Maybe, oh, what the heck. Maybe there's a bigger one over here, and that'll be the last tree. We just sort of let this wander off on the edge. There we go. Maybe there's one there that's, maybe he's not totally straight. He didn't want to be a telephone pole when he grew up. There. He just wanted to be an individual. You decide. Wherever. I didn't know he was going to do a forest, but that's okay. You put as many trees in your world as you want. Many as you want. Let's get brave over here on this side. Big old tree. We need a daddy tree here. There he is. Big tall guy. There, strong tree. All right, and maybe another one. We really are going to do a forest here today. Something about like it. It doesn't much matter. We just want to put in some happy little indications of trees and bushes that live back in there. Let's take some white, a little dark sienna, mix them together. And we'll make a nice brown. Cut off a little roll of paint once again. Practice loading your knife with that little roll of paint if you're just starting. That little roll of paint works for everything. And we'll put the indication here and there and there and here. Well, some little tree trunks that live way back in there. We don't know how many's there. You can cut in the indication of some trunks. Maybe the tree's passed away. Because that happens in the woods. And he just leaves his trunk hanging there. There. Now, we'll just use that same brush. What the heck, we'll go right into some cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Just sort of mix them on the brush. But since there was blue and black in these colors, then we're going to automatically get beautiful greens. Okay, load a lot of color in the brush, see? Both sides are full. Let's go up in here. Now, we said our light was coming from the right in this painting. So place more emphasis on the right side of the tree than the left. You knew that. I know. There, just a reminder. And a little bit in here. And each one doesn't have to be painted totally in, because you won't see each one. Especially down toward the base here. We just have little indications. There. See? That's all there is to it. And leave the base of the tree darker than the top. There, because there's not as much light's going to hit the bottom. Not as much light. It's dark and shadowy down there. That's where all my little animal friends live. See my little squirrel Peapod. He lives up here in the tree, and then the little bunny rabbits and stuff, they live down here at the base. Maybe we'll show you some little squirrels in this series. I've got some little friends I'll show you. Okay, let's go back and find a 2-inch brush. Take a little bit of that color right there, and I'm going to pull it straight down. Straight down. Let's make a nice reflection down here. Maybe this is water. Pull it straight down. That easy. When I was traditional painter, one of the hardest things to do was reflections. Now it's one of the absolute easiest things there is to do. That's all there is to. You pull it down, go across, and it creates that little illusion. And we can go back to our little fan brush, yellow ochre, the color that was on there. Once in a while, a little bright red. And we can go back up in here, and let's make some decisions. Maybe there's some little bushy areas back at the base of these trees. wherever you want them. That's where they live, right there. Just wherever. See, make it all jagged so you have little places that maybe you can take a canoe and sneak back in there. Big old trout lives in there. I like to fish, but I'm not a very good fisherman because I catch them and take them out of the water and take the hook out and put a Band-Aid on them, give them a little CPR, pat them on the tutu and put them back in there. So they'll be there the next time I come. We'll take a little of the liquid white on the knife and just cut in an indication here and there of a little water line that just sort of floats around. Just sort of a little light area that's between these darks. There. That's all there is to it. But act just like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Right through the old canvas. And canvas is tough. Chances are you're not going to hurt it. You'd have to take a running start and hit it to damage it. Okay, let's get a small brush. Now a small brush in our style of painting is a 1-inch. That's all right. I'm going to pull it through that same dark color in one direction. Notice that the brush is straight down, pulled in one direction, load a lot of paint in it. See, then when you turn it, it has a rounded corner. We want that rounded corner toward the top. Let's go up here. Now maybe we'll have some little bushes and stuff that live back here in our world. Just push in. Don't let the brush slide. Just give it a little upward push. Bend it. Bend the bristles. Just bend them. See? And it'll help create that nice leafy looking effect. Maybe it comes out like that. We don't care. Doesn't matter. Anywhere that you want it. Anywhere that you want it. Now then, one of our golden rules, and if you've painted with us before, you certainly know this. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. The paints that we use here are very thick. They're very dry. They're not like normal oil paints that are soft and creamy. Very dry. So then we can take and put layers of thinner paint right over the top of it without waiting for it to dry between each layer. So I've dipped the brush into liquid white. Now I'm going to pull it through the greens. I got a little sap green here. See, just pull it same way, one direction. A lot of color. See, when you turn that brush over, then you have a rounded corner that goes toward the top. Okay, let's go up in here again. Now let's pick out individual little bushes and stuff that live in here. You don't have to push hard. Do one little bush at a time. He's your friend. Take care of him. Vary the color a little bit here and there, a little bit of the yellow ochre sometime, just to change the flavor. There we go. See, one little bush at a time though. Think about these little rascals. They're your friends. In a painting, these create depth. So take care of them. You want them to work well. There. You can put a little bit, and let me say that again, a little bit of paint thinner on your brush and go into color if you don't want to change the value, because the liquid white, since it is white, needless to say, will change the value a little bit. It'll make the paint brighter and a little lighter. A little paint thinner will just keep it the same, only make it thinner. Okay. Maybe, I tell you, I know. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. Let's have a little path. You need a way to get up in here to put your canoe in the water to catch that trout. Make up little stories when you paint. It really helps. If you know in your mind what this world is like, then it's more personal to you. You have a better time when you paint. And painting should be relaxing. It should take you to a world where there's no worries, there's no hassles. A little brown and white. Just barely touch, just graze, just like you were laying snow on the mountain. There, see there? Now we have a little path. Now we want to set that path down into the painting. Take and put some bushes that come right over the path. See how that pushes it right down in there? We don't know where it goes back here. We don't care where it goes. It's just a happy little path that takes us back into a part of our painting that's very special to us. There. Something about like that. See, wherever you want them. All kinds of little doers live back in here. There we are. Now we can come back, take our knife, And in bushes, there's always little sticks and twigs and limbs and arms that hang out and through here. You can take the knife and just scrape right through the paint and just allow the canvas to show through. And it looks like all kinds of little sticks and twigs and just little things that live in there. These show different layers or planes in your painting. And those planes, that's what creates the illusion of depth. I know you've looked at paintings and they look flat to you. That's the reason. It's because little things like this haven't been done. So you can put little hangy down limbs on the evergreens back in here, wherever you want them. All kinds of little things. Maybe a little stick lives over here. Just sort of let your imagination take you wherever you want to be, like that. You can also take the script liner brush. That's our only small brush. Put a little thinner on it. We'll use a little bit of brown just to show you how. But the big thing here is make the paint thin. Should get very thin. And the liner brush has very long bristles on it. There you can see them against that. Very long bristles that holds a lot of paint. So don't be bashful. Fill it up full of paint. And you can come back and you can put in little limbs and twigs and sticks and things that live here, wherever you want them. Just let them go. Where it's dark, then you can use a lighter color so it shows up. There, because there's little twigs and sticks in the woods that are light color. Something about like that. That's all there is to it. Many or as few as you want. Shoot, I think we've about got a finished painting. Let's sign this rascal. For that, I'm going to take a paint thinner once again, and I use bright red, but you use any color to sign your painting that you would like. One of the things that I get a lot of letters that's over and over say, how do I sign my painting? What do I use to sign my painting? That's very individual. Let's go up here. Some people use initials, some use their entire name, some use last name, some use first name. You come up with a way of signing your painting, and however you sign it, make it consistent, so that 100 years from now, when collectors are looking for your paintings, they'll know what to look for. And they'll know that on this day, you had a fantastic day, and today you experienced the joy of painting. And from all of us here, until the next show, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And today I have one of my little friends with me I thought I'd introduce you to if he's cooperative here. This is a little baby fox squirrel. Turn around there, let's see you. Isn't he the most gorgeous little character? He's just a little baby. He's probably, maybe 4 or 5 weeks old. Just a little fella. He was orphaned, and one of the rehab ladies here in Muncie was taking care of him, Diana Schaefer, and I thought I'd share him with you. But he's one of the most fantastic little characters. I just love these little rascals. They're my friends. Right? How you doing? How you doing? You got a fat tummy. Yes, you do. Okay, I guess we have to go to work. You ready to go to work? Huh? Yeah. Okay, let me put him down because I would play with animals through the whole show. So let's start out today. I'm going to have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. Today I've cut an oval out of contact paper and just put it over the top. Then in here, we've covered it with liquid white. That's all. I thought with that, maybe today we'd just do a gorgeous little painting. It's a lot of fun, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Let's start out with a little bit of the cad yellow. Very, very small amount. Don't need much. Only old 2-inch brush. Let's go right up in here. Let's do a painting that has a lot of color. Let's do a winter scene that has a lot of color. There we go. I like to do winter scenes, but sometimes they can be so cold, they're not very much fun to look at. So let's warm ours up. Cadmium yellow, without cleaning the brush, right into a little bit of yellow ochre. There. Something like that. And we just let them blend together. There we go. That's all there is to it. I like these combinations of colors because it makes a nice glow that comes out. Maybe, yeah, without even washing the brush again, bright red. So we have cadmium yellow, yellow ochre, and now we're into bright red. There we go. And using little crisscross strokes, little X's. See, we can just blend that right together. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. That's exactly what we're looking for. And tell you what, I'm gonna get another brush. I have several brushes, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. I'll take a little touch of the phthalo blue. I don't want much, just a little, and maybe even add a little black to it. A little midnight black, a little phthalo blue. Not a lot of color. Up in here, we'll just complete this with some blue. But I don't want this to be very dark. Just enough to give it a little blue flavor. And that's really about all I need. Okay, now we can wash a brush. We wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner, since these are oils. And just beat the devil out of them. That's really the fun part of all this. Let's use a little fan brush, a little bit of white. Load a lot of paint on the bristles, and let's go up in here. And maybe in our world there lives a happy little cloud right there. I don't want one that's real distinct, just a little floater that lives right up in there. A little bashful cloud. There we go. We can take our little blender brush and very gently just blend this like that. Just blend it. And that easy, we have a fantastic little cloud. Maybe find a knife here. I'm going to take some alizarin crimson, sap green in about equal parts. Maybe a little more crimson than the green. I want this to be sort of toward the reddish side, but it's up to you. Clean off the knife. Let's have another fan brush. I have several of those too. Load a little color, and let's put the indication of some little clouds that live right here where these two areas come together. Using a little bit of that brownish color. Don't need a lot of paint. Little tiny circles with a corner of the fan brush. Little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. See? Just drop them in. Maybe over here some more. We'll just have them go all the way across. Why not? Why not? Something about like that. Wherever. There. Something like so. Okay, and we'll take the little blender brush and just begin blending it. Hope you like seeing that little squirrel. He's so cute. I set him in a little box here. But once I woke him up, he thinks it's dinner time now. That little rascal wants to be fed, so I'll have to feed him here in a minute. There we go. I have such a fascination for these little creatures. There. I really like them. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm almost obsessed with them. I'm going to take a little bright red, a little bit of white. But I like all of God's little creatures. I'm going to take at least a little touch of liquid white and add to that just to thin it a very, very small amount. Very small amount. Don't put too much. Shh, easy, a little bit. Let's go up in here. Now, I want to come back and highlight these clouds with that nice pinkish color we made. Nice pinkish color. There. You want just enough of the liquid white in there so that the color comes off your brush without mixing all together up here. There we are. And you just sort of figure out where you think light's hitting all these little things and drop them in. Just drop them in. Wherever. Something like that. There. I'm going back over here and maybe put a little bit right in here. Just a few indications. Back to my little blender. This little blender brush is very soft. Very, very soft. As my daddy used to say, it's tender as a mother's love. There. And in my case, that was very tender. Very tender. You can just wipe the brush off if you collect a little paint on it. Just wipe it on a paper towel or something. And very gently, just go across. That's basically all there is to it. And you can make a dynamite little sky that easy. And if you want to put little stringy clouds, you can just touch it with white here and there, wherever. And just paint over them, and it'll make like little stringy clouds that live way back in the background somewhere. All right, take a little bit of that titanium white. I'm gonna mix it with some of that brown we made from the crimson and the sap green. Get a little more white. I want it to be light. And maybe in our world, yep, maybe back here lives a little soft hill way back in the distance. All we're going to do is just tap in some color like that, and then very gently lift upward. I want this one to be very soft, far, far away, very far. Back to our little blender brush. Tap. I want to blend that base out till it just looks like it's just hanging in the mist up there. Going back to the same color, only less white in it. That's still that brown that we made from the crimson and the sap green. Crimson and the sap green. Let's go back up in here, and maybe you're right. There you go. Maybe there's another happy little foothill. It lives right there. You decide. Don't just try to copy. That's what's so fantastic about this technique. All we want to do is teach you how to make effects and turn you loose on the world, because each and every one of us will see nature through different eyes, and that's what you should paint. What you see is what you should capture on canvas. Gonna lift up. Once again, I want to make this look like little trees live far away. But do this in layers, paint in layers. Do the thing that in your mind is the farthest away first. Do it first, and then come back. That way your painting will have distance and depth in it. And that's what makes your painting special. Shoot, let's get crazy. Yeah, why not? Just look at your painting and begin to see things in it. Notice this one's a little darker than the previous one. Each one, as it gets closer to you, each one of these little hills should get a little bit darker in value. Color should be a little darker. Look at that. Just use the corner of the brush, tap these in, then lift upward. That's all there is to it. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work. There, see there? And already it gives the indication of thousands and thousands of little trees that live far back in the distance somewhere. We don't even know how far they are. We said we was going to have winter, so I'm going to take a little bit of the titanium white, just load some on the fan brush. Shoot, it's easy. And let's sneak a little snow back up through here. I should have done this before I put this one on here, but I keep changing my mind what I'm going to paint here, so that's okay. Anything we disturb, we just go back and put it in. No big deal. Because as you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents. And by that, all we mean is that anything that happens here, we can work with. We don't worry about it. Absolutely don't worry about it. See? Just put that right back, lift it up, because this is our world. We control it. When I go home, the only power I have is over the garbage. It sits there and waits for me to come home and take it out. But here, I can literally move mountains. I'm going to get a least little touch of the bright red here and there, just to warm it. If all this color's in the sky, in my mind, there'd be some of that color way down here too. Something like that. I don't even know where we're going with this. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything we don't like, we'll change it. There. All right. That's all there is to it. Now, let's have some fun. We'll save that brown. We might need some of that later. I'm going to take Prussian blue, midnight black, and how about some alizarin crimson too? Prussian blue, midnight black, alizarin crimson. Wipe off the old knife. Let's see here. I about used up all my fan brushes. Let me wash one real quick. They're not as much fun to wash. You don't get to beat and bang with them. It's a lot more fun when you can beat that brush and scare everybody around you. Look, the bristles full of paint. We have a good time here. Full of paint. Maybe in our world, here's your bravery test. Right there lives a big evergreen tree. Use the corner of the brush. As you work down the tree, use more and more of the brush and push harder and harder. You want to force the bristles to bend downward for this particular kind of tree. Sometimes we make the bristles bend upward, but today, let's bring it on down about there. How's that? Today, we're making them bend downward. Maybe there's a big tree that lives right there. And yes, I realize I'm on the contact paper, but that way it'll look like the tree just continues right down there. When we pull the contact paper off, see, we're not worried about this side because we're going to pull the contact paper off, throw it away. There. Okay. Looks like a mama and a papa tree. We need a little tree too. What the heck? He lives in our world right there. So we have 3 little trees. That makes a happy little family out here. There. About like that. Okay, back to our fan brush. It has the white. We can grab a little of that color and pull it. Just pull it, and automatically we'll create the illusion of a little shadow right under our tree. Just let that blend back and right on around. Got a little hair right there. Just lift him off. There. Since these are natural bristle brushes, sometimes a little hair just falls out. Just like my hair, it's sort of wild and unruly. There. All right. Now let's find another fan brush. It's not so dirty. A little white, a little bit of the phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is such a nice warm blue. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a little touch of the liquid white. Remember our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I have titanium white, liquid white, a little touch of phthalo blue. And with that, we can come back in here and we can just put the indication of some real nice little highlights that live right out in the air. There. In my mind, I think a light's coming from the right, so I'll emphasize the right side of the tree. But maybe you want your light coming from another direction. Up to you. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. Darker, darker, darker. And this one up here. That goes right off the contact paper. There he is. Darker, darker, darker. Shoot, you know me. If you had a lovely place like this, you'd have to live here. So if you're going to live here, you need a little house. Let's build this little cabin. He lives right there. Just scrape out a basic shape. I really find it easier if you use a knife and scrape out a basic shape. It does 2 things. It allows you to lay out your shape of your cabin without being committed. But more importantly, and you can hear I'm getting quite firm, more importantly, it removes the excess paint, so it's easier for the next layer to go on. Our brown was made from sap green, alizarin crimson. We'll just continue to use that brown. That's a wonderful brown. Very, very nice chocolate brown. I like that color. Cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. We'll put a little back eave. The part, once again, is farthest away from you. And don't worry much about the bottom. We'll cut it off. Right now we're just putting in some dark brown paint. So our little cabin will have a place to, or have some fronts and backs on him. We'll take a little brown, a little white, mix it together here. That same brown color we were using. And a little white. Once again, our little roll of paint. This is your delicacy test right here. Barely touch. You might want to use the small knife for this. Sometimes it's a little easier to get in there. But look how it looks like old wood. And over on this side, darker. Just a hint. Just a hint over here. Wipe off the old knife. Take a little bit of the dark paint, and we can just come along and touch, and it'll make it look like old boards that live in there. Sneaky. Now we can do a cabinectomy on the base and just take out whatever we don't want. Clean it all up, get our perspective right. We need to fix the roof. This fella didn't have a roof on his cabin. I'll just use titanium white. See, a little roll of paint. And let's go right up in here. Just sort of outline the edges that you want to be nice and straight. That's cheating, but it works well. And then pull it. Works well. And I'm lazy. I look for things that work easy. Now, we need a little snow over here on the other side of the roof. Don't want him left out. There, something like so. Now I've taken a little bit of blue and white, same blue I used on the tree, and I just want to put a little on the edge. It makes the snow look deeper on your little cabin. Like it's been here for a long time. All right. I'm gonna grab the small knife. Now, we need a door. Gotta have a way to get in and out. So we just take a little dark, put us in a little door, a little highlight around the edge of the door, and that's all there is to it, making a little cabin. And that's just a very simple little cabin. You could go into much more detail, and you could turn it into a chalet here or a hotel or whatever you want in your world. There. All you need is a little imagination, practice a little bit, and allow this to take you anywhere that you want to be. Anywhere. You can do this. Every day I receive letters from fantastic people all over the world who tell me their fourth grade art teacher told them they had no talent and they never painted, but they always wanted to. And then some crazy fuzzy-haired guy came on TV and said, you can do it. And they tried it, and guess what? Guess what? They can do it. And if you can do this, you can do anything in your life that you believe you can do and you're willing to practice and work at. Anything. Anything. I believe that with all my heart. My son Steve, I'm always telling him he can have anything that he wants if he's willing to pay the price. Okay, let's use a 1-inch brush. Let's have some fun. Let's go into brown. This is that brown we made from the sap and the alizarin. Pull it in one direction, turn it over like that. We want that rounded corner toward the top. Let's go up in here. And let's put in some little bushes and stuff that live in our world. Just touch, give the brush a little bend. Push it upward, see? That's all you want to do. Maybe right here. You decide. You decide. I want this to come right over. This guy's like me. He don't maintain his yard very well. There we go. All right. I leave my yard natural so the animals will live there. At least that's what I tell my neighbors when they yell at me. Let's dip a 1-inch brush into a little bit of the liquid white. I'm going to go into yellow ochre. It's a nice gold color. Yellow ochre, maybe even a touch of the bright red, not much. Mostly just yellow ochre. Once again, pull it in one direction, turn it. That's beautiful close-ups that Kathy's doing there, aren't they? Gorgeous. Let's go up in here. I got some fantastic camera people here. They've worked with me some of them for over 10 years. They know how to paint these paintings better than I do, I think. There. Put a little highlight here and there. Just wherever we want them on these things. There we go. Maybe over here. Now, this will really shine against this color. Really shine. A little bit more paint. Don't be afraid to reload your brush. If you have enough paint and it's thin enough, remember it needs to be thinner than what's up here. All you have to do is just touch the canvas and the canvas will pull the paint off the brush in the proper amount. Takes a little practice to get the consistency right, but very quickly you can do it without any problem at all. Just practice a little bit. Okay, let's have our liner brush. I think we need a tree. No, not a big tree. Not a big tree, just a small tree today. Take our liner brush, get the paint very thin with paint thinner, twist the bristles, turn it. Brings it to a very nice sharp point. There you can see it. Let's go up in here. maybe in our world there lives just a small tree. I get letters sometimes, people say, why did you put that big tree in right at the end? You don't have to put a big tree in your painting. I just sort of like to do that. I like big trees in my world. But everybody's different. Everybody's different. There we go, a few little arms. Maybe he's got a little friend here. Just a little guy. We don't know. Sticks and twigs always growing out of there. Shoot, maybe there's even a little right in there. Doesn't make any difference. Something like so, maybe over in here. We don't want this side left out. Just a few little things. Clean off our little brush. This one's almost white. And we can sneak back in here and just begin. Yeah, I guess we got to wash that. Oh, here's another one. Here's one that's white. That one had too much color on it. There. See, just sneak back in here and pull a little bit of that bush color down so it makes shadows in your snow. There, something like that. And that's fantastic. Snow is so easy to paint. So very easy to paint. You can do it with a 2-inch brush. There, a few little things back in here. Clean the bottoms up. Shoot. Let's find our knife. We can go back and here and there, just scratch in indication of some sticks and twigs. I think we're about to the point we can pull the contact paper off and see what we have. So here we go. Let's just take that off, and isn't that fantastic? I love these ovals. Now then, let's go back to our brush that has a dark color on it. And let's take this tree and let's project him right out of the painting. I like to do those. Something about like that. See? And back to our brush that has the phthalo blue on it. And we can put some highlights on this tree. That easy. There. Shoot, I think we about got it. Take our liner, a little bit of red paint, and let's sign this one right here. Hope you've enjoyed this painting. It's very easy. You'll really be surprised with the results. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. I'm so glad you could join me today. I've got a couple of my little friends here, a couple of little baby squirrels. Today I have a little gray squirrel right here. This is a little gray squirrel, and the other one's a fox squirrel. They're just little babies, well, 3 or 4 weeks old. Aren't they precious, though? I just adore these little critters. I just thought I'd share them with you before we get started here. Hi, Guy. How you fellers doing today? They are something else. There. They are absolutely precious. As you notice, though, the fox squirrel is much larger than the little gray squirrel. And that's the same way they'll be when they grow up. Okay, I guess we have to go to work, guys. Hey, you ready to go to work? Okay. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, I'll set these little fellas down. Come on, you ready to go? Isn't he precious? Yeah, you got to go now. Time for me to go to work. Alrighty. Let's go right up here and let me show you what I've already done on the canvas. So we'll do a fantastic little painting today. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of the liquid white. So it's wet and it's all slick and it's ready to go, and so let's just have fun today. Let's start out today with a little bit of Indian yellow. Let's just do a painting that's fun. I'm going to take a little Indian yellow and just go up here and make little crisscross strokes and start like so. The Indian yellow, as with every color we use, is mixing with the liquid white, and it allows us to literally blend color right on the canvas. Maybe a little yellow ochre right on top of that, right in there, something like that. That's all there is to it. But these little crisscross strokes make it much easier to blend color together than making stripes So just use little crisscross strokes. Maybe we'll use a little alizarin crimson. We'll just use some warm colors back here in the background. Alizarin crimson, it's a beautiful, beautiful, warm, reddish color. There, about like that. And we'll just let that blend right in. Just allow the colors to blend together. All right. Now, I think we can get away with it. I just go into a little bit of phthalo blue. The phthalo blue is so much stronger than the crimson that we won't even have to clean the brush. We can just go right into it. And let's go up in here. Let's start on the very top, making little crisscross strokes again, little X's, and we'll paint the entire remainder of the sky with a little bit of blue. Just bring it down to the crimson and stop. Once again, the blue is so much stronger than the crimson. It'll just eat up all the crimson in your world. There, maybe in our world here and there, there's a little stringy cloud that lives out here. So just tap in a little cloud shape wherever you want it. Doesn't much matter. Little clouds are free. They just float around, have a good time. Maybe there's a little one right there. I don't know. You make the decision. Now, we'll take a clean, dry brush and we just blend all this together. Very gently. 3 hairs and some air. Just blend it together. And that easy, we have a fantastic little sky. Tell you what, while we have that brush, it's got a little blue on it. Let's just take, maybe we'll have a little water down here. Then again, maybe we won't. But let's just put a little blue in to see what happens, because we don't care. As you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. So anything that happens here, we can live with it. We don't care. That's the beauty of this, or the joy of it. There. About like that. That's all we're looking for. All right, now I get to clean a brush. That's really the most fun part of the whole technique. Just shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. That really is fun. I have people that write and say they have no desire to ever paint, but they've just went out and bought them a brush so they can beat it because it makes them feel better. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's take a little black, a little bit of blue, and be right back, get a little white, mix them together. I'm looking for a light color, predominantly blue, maybe even a little lighter. It's our world, so we can make it any shade we want. Cut off a little roll of paint, about like that. And maybe, yep, way back in here lives just a little hill, little mountain, far away, quiet little mountain. He just hangs around back here and has a good time all day. There, about like that. We can take a 2-inch brush, grab that color and pull it. Pull it. Because that canvas is wet, you can move color here. You can make it move. Now, just tap it. I want to mist the base of this just right on out. Add a little white to it. I want it to be very soft. Very, very soft. Just like it's sort of floating around in the mist far away. There. That's about all we're looking for in that one. And maybe there's several different planes. I like a lot of distance in painting, so I have a lot of planes in the paintings. There. Let's take Prussian blue, some black, alizarin crimson. Put a little Van Dyke in there too. A little Van Dyke brown, doesn't matter. About like that. Pull it out flat, get our little roll of paint. And maybe right under here somewhere, maybe there's a little mountain that lives right there. Just a nice little mountain, little friendly guy. There, see? Put in a basic shape. We're only concerned with the top edge. We could care less what's happening anywhere else in this mountain. Once again, grab our 2-inch brush and pull that. I want it to just disappear over there in the mist somewhere. We don't even know where it goes. I don't think we care. It doesn't matter in our world where it goes. There. Now, let's take a little titanium white. I'm going to put the least little touch of bright red in it. Since there's some pink in the sky, maybe there's a hint of pink in our mountain color. A little roll of paint. Let's go up in here, touch. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. No pressure at all. Just let it float. Let it float and play very gently. Very, very gently. Now then, a little bit of white and blue mixed together. I'm using a little bit of phthalo blue in there, with a little black in it. A little tiny roll of paint. Go back in here. Put the indication of a few little shadows on these little mountains that live back here. That's about all we're looking for. Make sure that brush is clean, dry. Now I want to create mist down at the base. So tap the mountain, following the angles. Most important that you follow those angles that you put in there. Over here, follow this direction. Now, very lightly, just graze it, lift it, lift it. That takes out all the little tap marks, blends everything together. And that easy, that easy. Let's have some fun. I'm gonna take the fan brush, put a little, same little blue color on it, just a little. Back up in here, maybe at the base of our mountain, just touch. Just touch like that. We don't know where it goes. Now, snap it up. By that touch, just give it a quick little upward lift. La da 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 da. And a little downward pull. Started to say a downward lift, but I guess that's a contradiction of words. And very lightly go across the bottom. I'll make it a little bit darker right at the base so it stands out. Oh yeah, that's better, that's better. Now, a little liquid white on the knife, pull it out flat. I'm gonna put a little bright red in that too, just enough to give it a little pinkish hue if you look real close. I have to really look for it though. Now I want a little water line far away. Far, far away. There. Something about like that. There. All right. Let's build a big mountain. Shoot. Going back to that dark color we had. Pull the paint out flat. Once again, our little roll of paint lives right on the edge here. And let's come right up in here. Let's use a bravery test. Maybe, what the heck? There's a big mountain. He lives, maybe he's got an old jagged arm that sticks out like that. Mountains grow every which way. Have fun with them. They're one of the most interesting and fun things to paint, I think, in this whole technique. And I've painted hundreds of mountains in the many shows that we've made. And you know, people still write and say, do more mountains, Bob. I like the mountains, my favorite. There. But any of these paintings that we do here, if you don't want the mountains in them, leave them out. You can do the painting without having the mountain in it. It's no big deal. You can do anything here. Anything that you want to do. Right here. This truly is your world. Right here. Yeah. Okay, I'm just blending that out again. Like so. Maybe, let's get crazy. Maybe this, yeah, why not? Why not? Just use that mountain color. Maybe that just comes right across and there's a little lake that lives way back over there somewhere. Lift up, make it look like little trees right there. See? Easy. You can do this. You can do this. You do not have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to be a pretty good painter. You can do this. Maybe, let's get crazier. Maybe in our world, maybe there's another little pond here, a little lake. If you want something like that, all you got to do is pull straight down with a little bit of color and then go across just enough to give it a watery sheen. Sometimes you can take a little bit of white. Don't do this too much though, just a little. And put a little, like a little shine on the water. Easy, not too much, not too much. Just enough to give it a nice shimmer. You can overdo easy, because it gets good and you don't want to stop. There, little water line right there. We'll just have to decide where all these things live. Okay, we need some highlights on this mountain. Doesn't matter, we'll just use whatever color we got going here. There. Big mountain, strong mountain. Want him to have a lot of character. We don't like wimpy little mountains, we like big mountains. Of course, sometimes we paint little wimpy mountains. That's all right. Any kind that you want in your world, you can do them here. There, no pressure. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but over and over and over again, I get letters from people saying that I'm having trouble making the snow break on the mountain here. Normally, it's one of two things. You're applying too much pressure, or you're using a paint that's not thick enough. Tell you what, let's have a little shadow back here. You need a very dry paint. I can't say that enough times either. It's most important. It really does make a difference. There, maybe, look here, watch. Maybe there's a little, right there. I don't know. You decide. Little place for the mountain goat to walk around the mountain there. He needs a little place like that. Don't laugh. Yeah. He likes to go on a little Sunday hike, come around the mountain, see what's on the other side. There. And just begin playing with highlights and shadows and adding them in wherever you think they should be. There's one right there. See? By putting a shadow in it, pops that up, makes it look big, strong. All right. Let's take 2-inch brush, and once again, I want to create the illusion of mist down here, just by tapping. There. Maybe, yeah. There we go. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right down here. A whole little forest lives right at the edge of this mountain. Comes down. Do this in layers if you want to put like there's little tree ranges, and then maybe it comes right on down like that. Whatever. You come back, put another range in. But see, you can just go on and on and on and create all kind of depth and distance in your world. That's what makes it so fantastic. There are no limits to this. There. Absolutely no limits. You're limited only by your imagination and your willingness to practice. Recently in Daytona Beach, Florida, we had a reunion of all of our instructors, and over 150 instructors came from all over the world. All over the world. Even my first certified Japanese instructor, Misuko, came all the way from Japan to be with us. We had people from Puerto Rico, Canada. Boy, the joy of painting is universal, isn't it? All right. Now, but we spent a whole week in Daytona Beach, and we painted together, and we had a good time. Boy, we had a lot of fun. And then we went to New Smyrna Beach, and all of our instructors went out and painted. The public was invited. We spent a whole day out in the park painting. We all got sunburned. Even my bald spot on top of my head got burned. There, but we had a lot of fun. Okay, I'm just wiping the knife on a paper towel here. Let's take Prussian blue, black, brown, alizarin crimson, and throw in some sap green. Boy, we got a conglomeration going there. All the dark colors, basically. Let me wipe off the old knife. And you know me. Shoot, I like them trees. Let's do a tree. Use a fan brush, load it full of color. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. My little squirrels have to have a tree to live in. So let's give them one. Right there. Doop. There. Here comes a tree. Lives in your fan brush. There they are. Just let them pop right out. Let them pop right out. A little more paint. When you're going over, like here, where there's a lot of paint already on the canvas, you may have to put a little, not much, a little bit of paint thinner on your brush and go through the paint. Because our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So if you thin this, you can go right over the top of the other without it mixing totally together. And you know, if your doll mixes together, you end up being a mud mixer. And all of us who've painted have mixed a little bit of mud. There. Boy, I'm covering up most of my mountain here. I didn't mean to do all that, but doesn't matter. One more. One more little tree lives right out here. Whatever. But tell you, maybe. I know. Sometimes we get crazy here. Maybe this is maybe we're up high looking down. Let's take some of that and pull it over. There's another point. Maybe it comes all the way around. I don't know. Just pick up some of that tree color. There. Let's just fill this in. You could do this with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But it's a super way to practice. Do it this way, and you get a little practice. There. Don't waste your strokes. There we are. Now, let's take that brush we made the trees with. The color's still on it. I'm going to go right through cad yellow, yellow ochre, little Indian yellow. And because it has blue and black, when we touch that yellow, we get green. Let's go back up in here. And let's put some highlights right on our trees. There they go. They got to make those little noises. Some over here. Just a few. Just a few. Big tree needs some too. Big old tree needs some. There. A little bit back in here too. Just some indications. Now, I know. Changed my mind. You can do that. It's your world. Take a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, mix them together. We need some big rocks that live back in here. So we'll just put some little doers in here like that, wherever we want them. Take a little white, a little bit of that brown that we was using. Mix it together, make a little highlight color, and barely touch white and brown, or brown and white. This, we'll put grass over the top, and some of these will show through, and it'll look like little rocks that live out here. There. Okay. Use a 2-inch brush, tapped right into a little of that same color. Just sap green, yellow, all those colors. And let's just begin tapping in the indication of all kinds of little land areas. Have them come hanging right over these rocks. If we're going to have rocks here, just let them hang right over. Have them hang right over. But this is where you create the lay of the land, or the way the land flows. Sometimes, look at there, see? Maybe it comes right on down, out like that. And it creates a whole different plane. Now a little rabbit can hide down in there and look over at us. Yeah. There. All right. There. Just tap though. Don't let the brush slide. Just tap. Just tap. There. Isn't that a super way of making little grassy areas? I like that a lot. I like it a lot. There. Maybe, yeah, comes right over. A little touch of the bright red now and then too. Not much bright red. Just enough to dull the color a little bit. Red and green make brown, so it dulls. There, see there? All kinds of little doers. But now the little rocks still look like they're in there. That's all there is to it. And you can put little highlights. Sometimes I dip the brush into a very small amount of liquid white, because that it brightens the color and it makes it thinner, so it'll stick right over the top. See that little ridge of paint right there? We're pushing. There's one just like it on the brush. So try to get that. Now we'll go up here and use that little ridge of paint. Maybe our light's coming through here. We want to sparkle that edge. See, you can sparkle little parts of it, but don't sparkle it all. If you sparkle it all, then it loses its sharpness too much. Just a little. Just think where light would zing through there and play. Sometimes I even take maybe a little bit of pure white and put on there, just to brighten it, but not very often. Like that. If light's zinging through there, maybe over here it'd be a little brighter too. Just play with it like that. But this is a very nice little painting. It's very easy. It gives you a lot of practice with just about all the equipment. You get to do mountains, you get to do all of the little foothills. And if there's a secret to this style of paint, or any style of painting, it doesn't matter. It's just practice. That's all, just practice. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. So you can lift up, make it look like some little grassy areas back in there. Wherever you want. Shoot, I think that's about it. That makes a pretty nice little painting. Let's sign this one. Let's take a little paint thinner. Now I use bright red, but you use any color you want. See how thin that is? It's almost like ink. Turn the bristles. I'm still getting a lot of letters saying I'm having trouble signing the painting, making the paint thinner. It's almost like ink. A lot of paint. Let's go up in here. Decide where you want to sign the painting, and all you have to do then, if the paint's thin enough, it will literally just flow right over top of the other paint. And I'm lucky I have a very short name, so it didn't take but a second. And that's about all you have to do. I really hope you've enjoyed not only this painting, but seeing my little squirrels. As I say, I had both a little gray squirrel and a fox squirrel, so you could see the difference between them. So from my little squirrel friends and everybody here at the studio, we'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today I'd show you a little painting that is so simple that even if you've never painted, you can do this one, guarantee. In fact, it's one of the little paintings that you see in the opening. I thought maybe we'd show you how that one was done. So I tell you what, let me show you what I've got up here. Today I just have a plain old double prime canvas, and I've painted it with black gesso and allowed the black gesso to dry completely. So it's totally dry. And we're going to start out today and we'll just use a paper towel that I've wadded up here. And I'm going to show you how to take gesso. We use black, white, and gray gesso in different combinations up here. And I'll show you how to make a little back painting. And then we'll come back and I'll put a canvas up that has a finished gesso painting on it. And I'll show you how to color it. It's that easy. It's harder to tell you than it is to show you. So we'll just take our little paper towel. And I've just got a little plastic tray here that I picked up. And I'm just going to dip a paper towel, see, right into a little bit of gesso. And let's go right up here. First thing we want to do is figure out where our light source is. And all you have to do, maybe it's right here, just a little bit off center. Start with the lightest area and begin working outward. See, maybe this is a joy of paper towel painting. There. But you want this to be your brightest area in the painting. So we just start from there and we work outward. Outward, outward, outward. There. Isn't that fantastic? These colored gessos are just unbelievable. They do wonderful things for you. They open whole new doors of imagination. There we go. A little bit more. Notice I always start back in the center with that brightest color. And if you get little buildups of gesso here, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. When the painting's finished, those little high points will grab the paint and it makes beautiful things happen. Don't fight with them. All right. A little bit more. And wherever. And if you do 1,000 of these, each one of them will be different. But what's so great about them, once again, even if you've never painted a painting in your whole life, this is one that you can do. Recently, when we had our teachers' reunion, we had a gentleman with us, Mike Gorak, who had never painted in his whole life. And he works with a paint company. So we got that rascal up in front of all these certified instructors from all over the world. And we had Mike paint his first painting. And he did a beautiful job. And this is the one that he painted. There. So I wanted to share that with you. Okay, a little bit over in here. And once again, with this gesso, we don't make any mistakes. Because if you paint an area too light and you don't like it, all you have to do is take a little of the dark gesso and go back over it. It's no big deal. There we are. Something about like that. That's all we're looking for a background. All right. A little bit of the gray here and there, because I want this to be a little darker out on the edges, so that it looks like we have sunlight in the center and it's working outward. So I'm just using a little bit of the gray gesso right over the top. See? So if you don't like it, if it's too bright or too dull, you can change it that easy. Because this really is your world, and here you can do anything, unlimited power. Now normally, if I was at home doing this, I would allow this to dry. It doesn't take but a few minutes since this is gesso. I'd allow it to dry before I started the next thing. But here we don't have that luxury, so I'll just show you how you go about putting the next layer on. We'll just pretend that it's dry. But when you're doing this yourself, I'd really recommend you allow this step to dry completely before you do the next one. It's just a little bit easier to do. Now, this takes a very complicated tool. This is called a foam brush. That's all it is. It's just a little disposable foam brush. Now, where we have the light area, I'm going to use black gesso. Where we have the dark area, I'll use white gesso and gray in the middle. I want to graduate the color. That's all we're doing. So let's start and do some little background trees. I'll take this little foam brush and go through a little bit of the black gesso. Just load it up. It doesn't really matter. Something about like so. Okay, see we have both sides with a little bit of black on. I hope that shows. And we go up in here and we have to make our first major decision. Where up here does our tree live? All you do is touch, and as you work down, apply more pressure, and automatically your tree trunk will get larger toward the base. And trees normally look better if they're bigger on the bottom. So, there we go. Something about like so. So you just put in as many or as few trees as you want in your world. That's all there is to it. It's really all there is to it. There's no secrets here. Now I'm going to start going into some of the gray gesso. Because these over here, they're farther away from the light. So when we're done, the gray gesso will be a little bit brighter. And we can go right into pure white. There. But see, the variation, that's all there is to it. Maybe we'll just do a couple of white ones here so you can see how they're done. We've painted the whole forest here in just a second. But that's really all there is to it. You just sort of work back and forth and wherever you want them to go. Maybe over here on this side, maybe here's an old tree that's got a yonk in it, a little crook in it. Trees aren't all straight. Some of them have old crooked areas. It doesn't matter. Back into our gray and our white. Same basic thing. The farther you get away from the light source, the lighter you want these to become. And when we paint it, you'll understand why. A little bit of the gray there. When we apply oil color over the top of this dried gesso, then all of this makes sense. Now I've got a little script liner brush. It's just our regular little script liner brush. And I'm going to add water. I'm going to use water like we normally do paint thinner, just to thin the gesso so it's nice and thin. Okay, then we can go up in here And we can decide there's always little baby trees living amongst all these big ones. So we can put little delicate trees and sticks and twigs. If you have enough water, this will just slide right over it. There. And we can begin applying all kinds of little limbs and arms on these trees. Wherever you think they should live. It's exactly where they should be. There we go. See that? Already it's beginning to look like it's deep in the woods. You know what's neat when you're done with these? Some people look at it and they like the black and white gesso version as well as they do the colored version, what you end up with. So this is an excellent way to study value, just black and white. When I was a young pup and went to art school, this is one of the things they had us do to learn to paint. We would take something like tempera paints just in black and white, and we had to do entire paintings so we understood value. This is a lot more fun and a lot easier. There we go. And back in here, pretty soon you don't even know where these little limbs and arms, who they belong to. Doesn't know that it matters. It's just filler for the background. And I'm not going to sit here and paint each and every one of these trees. I just want you to see basically how these trees are done. Something like so. And as you work across over into here and you get into the white trees, then you'll use white gesso to make its arms. About like that. I'll put a few on this old tree here, just a old crookedy limb. Just so we can see what he looks like. There. And give your trees character. Don't just make them perfectly straight with arms that come out both sides. Let your brush just have an imagination all on its own. Let it go. And as you play with this, you'll begin to shade areas. By that I mean you'll take a combination of the gray and white and mix it together, and you can shade the side of trees where you know light will be coming from. It's unreal what you can do with this. You can actually paint things like little barns or whatever with gesso, and then just come back and put an oil glaze basically over the top of them. It's that easy. Okay. Let me just do one or two little white ones so you can see how they're done. Over here on this side, so you can just bring little white arms right off him. A little more of my water here. There we go. Now if you use your good liner brush for this, as soon as you're done, wash it. Well, with good amount of water. Because your little liner brush, if you let that gesso get hard in it, you've ruined your brush. I don't want you to have to go buy a new brush. There. Take care of your brushes and they'll last for many, many years. Another little thing that's real good. Have some limbs coming from over here where you don't know where they are. They're back over there somewhere. Because the trees didn't just stop right there. Let some limbs come from over here. It doesn't matter from where. But it'll make your painting look more realistic. Some little sticks and twigs. A little bit of gray gesso here and there to make some gray arms. But isn't that neat how you can make a whole forest that easy? And that's all there is to it. As I say, I'm not going to just spend the whole time period that we have here showing you just how to do background trees. In the one that you see in the little opening, there's one big monster tree. And we can go back to our little foam brush, put some black gesso on it. And let's go back up in here. And I just use the foam brush to do this. Just figure out where he lives and go, got to make all those noises and put a big old tree. He lives right there. I want him to come right across. There. But these little disposable foam brushes work very good for this. There, see, he's got a big arm that lives out here and one over here. We don't know, wherever you want them. And you can go back to your little liner brush, and once again, you can add all the details that you want into your painting. All the details you want. I'm just going to put a few in to show you how they're done. Because when you do yours, you're going to see it totally different, and it's going to be better. It's going to be much better than this one, because you'll have unlimited time and patience, and your imagination is probably better. So you'll make beautiful things. And when you're doing these, I'm going to put transparent color over this pretty soon. Try all different color combinations. Transparent and semi-transparent color makes beautiful, beautiful things. Now, down here on the bottom, we're going to put some little indications. You could do it with a paper towel. I'll just use this little foam brush. Think where light's coming through. I'm just going to take a little foam brush and just touch. Just touch. You can do it with anything. See there? Just gesso. Just white gesso. I'm going into some gray gesso. But I want the edges to be nice and bright. There, see? Maybe over here on the other side. Just a little bit more of that. To sort of bring all this together. It's up to you where you want these things to live. Back into the gray so it gets a little duller. Here and there we can even take a little black. Just play these back and forth. So you get all these beautiful variations. There, maybe right in there. Whatever, doesn't matter. But you can use the brush any way you want to, sideways, straight on, and each way will create new and unique, different effects. A little more of this gray. Maybe right in there, like that. Now maybe we want to put a little path in there. I'm using a little black and a little gray mixed together here. Figure out where your path lives. And just take this little foam brush and basically lay it in. See there? That's all. That's all. And just like when we're normally painting, we need to lay that path down in there a little bit. So we put a bush over here on this side. Just like so. I want the front of it to be darker than up there because it would be closer to the light source. About like that. Okay, I think that'll pretty much show us how to do the little background. As I say, I would let it dry between each and every layer. Now, I want to show you the completed painting. So I've went ahead and I've got a canvas here that's all dry that I've prepared exactly the same way. So allow me to step in front of this for just a second and change this canvas and put up one that's already finished. So I can just show you how easy this painting is. Once you have your gesso in there, it really makes it very simple to do. And I think at this time we ought to have them run the colors across the screen that you need to do yours along with us. Okay, while they're doing that, I'm going to take a little bit of liquid clear and cover the entire canvas, just enough to be sure that the canvas is covered from one end to the other. But a thin coat, just a thin coat. Once again, allow your gesso to dry completely before you do this, because you cannot mix oils and gesso together while you're painting. You have to let the gesso dry in between. There. This is the hardest part of the whole painting. If you can put the liquid clear on, the rest of it's easy. There. But even like this, got a hair there. Even like this is very effective. People like these just in black and white. All right. And that quickly. We have the entire thing covered with a very thin, even coat of the liquid clear. Okay. I'm just using long horizontal and vertical strokes to assure that it's distributed across the canvas evenly. Now, if you're in doubt and you think possibly that you may have too much of the liquid clear, I would take a paper towel and wipe it. What's left will be just right. Now then, let me show you how easy this is to do. I'm going to go right into a small amount of phthalo blue. Phthalo blue. Very little paints are required for this painting. Very, very little. You can always add more. Let's go up here. Start at the top. And all we're doing in reality is putting a glaze right over the top of our gesso. Isn't that fantastic? This makes some of the most gorgeous little paintings. And they're wonderful to do for friends and family because they'll just be amazed at how fast they happen. I'm gonna take that right down to just the tops of these little bushy looking things that we made. There. This liquid clear is one of the neatest things we've ever come up with. It really does work. Now, isn't that gorgeous? It's a deep blue. Now the edges of it, I'm going to take a little Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much stronger than phthalo blue. It's very, very strong. Take a little of the Prussian blue and just do the corners. In order to make this look lighter, you need to make the corners look darker. And we'll accomplish that just like so. All right, and that's as far as I'm going with that. Now maybe, let's see here, I've got several brushes going. Right in here, watch, I want to take Indian yellow. Once again, you need very little paint. Indian yellow is transparent. Okay, let's go up in here. That's the reason I picked the Indian yellow over the other yellows we use. And I'm going to start right in here. We'll just cover the whole thing, it doesn't matter. Like so, with Indian yellow. But notice we intentionally let a little of that blue come down. The reason is because when we touch it now with this yellow, it's going to create a greenish cast. It's not going to be bright green, but it'll give the indication to the eye that there's green there. Now, if you want it bright green, you can use sap green, which is a very transparent green, or you can just allow more of the blue to come down. Either way. Now, we'll take some alizarin crimson, sap green, mix it together. A little more of the crimson than sap. I want it to the reddish side. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. And take a little bit of that on a 2-inch brush. And with that, let's start at the base. I want this to be the darkest, so we'll start here and work upward. There. So it'll give it a very dark look back in there. And you bring it up to wherever you want it to stop. But isn't that gorgeous? And it's so easy. Once again, if you've never painted in your whole life, this is one you ought to try. This is one you ought to try. Because you can't make a mistake with it. It's so easy. Now, some people are very happy and very satisfied with their painting if it stops right there. And it's up to you. I'm going to pull a little bit of that color up so it looks like there's some on these tree trunks. Sneaky, huh? You can do that if you want to. But let's make this brighter, like the sun. You know, when you walk through the woods, you can see the sun in the background and it just burns through the trees. And it's so bright, sometimes you can't hardly even make out the tree trunks. It's so bright. I'm going to take just the corner. There you can see it. See just the corner of the brush. And go right into a little bit of the white. Okay, let's go up in here. Figure out where the sun lives up in here. In my world, I think it's right behind this limb here. Start right over the limb. Because once again, to me, when you look at the sun that bright, it's like it just burns right through that tree branch and you can't see it. It's probably something in your eyes. I'll have to get an optometrist to explain all that to me, but this is the way I see it. There, but just go right over it. But look at that sun coming through there now. For a long time I wanted to make effects like this, but I didn't really know how to do it and make it look right. And then when they came out with all the gessos like this, it made it so easy. Now anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. And in your world, you should be able to do anything that you want to do. All right. You have to decide how bright the sun is and how far it goes out. Totally and completely up to you. But look at there, it's so bright it almost hurts the eyes. Sometimes it's fun to make like light rays zinging through there. Now, you know, if the whole painting is wet, that's hard to do because when you pull it across there, it's going to take you wet paint. But this is dry underneath. The gesso is dry. So we can, it's easier to show you. All you got to do is just decide where it lives. See, touch it and then give it a little pull. Because you're not going to destroy anything. And that easy. See the light coming right through those trees? See, just wherever. Look at it. That easy. Isn't that exciting? You know, I've painted thousands of paintings, and I'm sorry I get so excited about this. But it amazes me how beautifully this works. There. And maybe even, I don't know, wherever. You make the decision. But that easy. You can have a painting that's just absolutely unreal. And then it's just a matter of going back, and you can add in all kinds of little details that you want. You can put little sticks and twigs, or it's a good time, you know, the little squirrel we've shown in some of the other shows. Good time to paint your little squirrel in here. Anything else that you want. Once again, I want to make this a little greener. I've got a few minutes left here. Let me find my brush that had the blue on it. There we are. I'm going to add a little more of that blue right here. Show you how you can change this so easy. Maybe. Now then we can take our little Indian yellow color, and this will become brighter green. It's up to you. You have to make that decision, however you want it. But that's pretty good. That's pretty good. As green as you want it. There. All right, and put our light rays back in. And that's basically all there is to this little painting. When you do it, experiment a little. You'll find all kinds of wonderful things that you can do that I haven't even thought about yet. Let's take a little bit of red, and I'm going to sign this little rascal. We'll sign it up here so you can see it. And with that, I think we about have a finished painting. I really hope you try this one, and I'd love it if you'd send me a photograph of what you do, because it's unbelievable, some of the pictures we're getting, and people are doing fantastic things. Until I hear from you, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Glad you could join us today. Today I have one of my little friends here. You know, I've got several letters since I've shown these in the previous shows, asking how in the world you go about feeding a little squirrel. Well, it's a very delicate operation. Diana has worked with me for a long time. Diana is the bird lady here in Muncie who loaned me this little rascal. And this is how hard it is to get a little squirrel to eat. That's all there is to it. Aren't they the most precious little characters you've ever seen? Yeah, poor guy. He hadn't had nothing to eat for years. You could feed them 10 times a day, and they'll always be just about this hungry. Hey, you know, I have to go to work. Yeah, I have to go to work. Okay? All right, I'm going to set him right over here and let him finish lunch. And while he's doing that, we'll just get started. So let's start out and have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me grab my palette here and show you what I've got done up here. I've got my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and today I've covered it with a very thin coat of liquid white and liquid clear mixed together. So you have both of them today, clear and liquid white, because I want a translucent effect. So by putting them both on, the liquid white is very opaque. The liquid clear, of course, is clear. Let's start out today with a little bit of phthalo blue, just a small amount on the old 2-inch brush. Just work a little into the bristles, something about like so. And we'll go up in here and use our little crisscross strokes, little X patterns. And we'll just very quickly put in a little sky, very light. I don't want this to be very dark. just enough to sort of tint the sky so we know that it's blue back here. In this particular painting, the sky is going to be very unimportant. We don't really care. Probably won't even see much of it when we're done. Thought today we'd do some big trees. Since we have our little squirrel there that's having lunch, let's have a big tree that he could play in. There. Something about like that. That's really all we're looking for today. And that's about all I'm going to do for a sky. Something about like that. All right. Now then, I want to mix up a brown made from alizarin crimson and sap green. Maybe just a little more crimson than green, depending on your taste, what flavor you want it. Sort of try it and see, because everybody's different, and you sort of decide if you want yours to the reddish side or to the green side. It's up to you. There. We'll just guess that that's about right there. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. We just wipe the knife on a paper towel. I'm going to grab another 2-inch brush and add a little color to it. And today, let's just play. Let's just play. Let's take this nice brown color and start right in here. And let's just, still using little crisscross strokes, let's just make the indication, okay, we'll go all the way to the top, what the heck. All I'm looking for here is some basic shapes. I'm going to come back and turn that into a tree, believe it or not. But all we're looking for right here is just very basic shapes. I'm going to add a little black right down here at the bottom so we have a dark area. That'll end up being the darkest part. That'll be the shadows. There, maybe here and there. Just an indication of a little tree, little bush, whatever. All we're doing is putting in background shape. We don't care. Cannot make a mistake. We really don't care. There, something, wherever. You just sort of figure out where they're at and drop them in. That's all there is to it. And while we have that going, shoot, tell you what. Let's just go down here. Ooh, I hit a little red there. That's all right. Doesn't matter. Must not have mixed the color well. So we'll just go ahead and cover the rest of the canvas here with just color. That's all. About like that. There. All right. But that's all there is to putting in a little background for this particular painting. There. Okay. Now we can take our liner brush, a little paint thinner, a little bit of that same brown color. We want this to be very thin. Very, very thin. Something about like that. Almost the consistency of ink. All right, let's go up in here. Now, back in here, there's gonna be a few old tree trunks and limbs and sticks, wherever you want them. You decide where they live. If your paint's thin enough, though, it'll literally just slide right over there. And we're gonna put leaves and stuff in here, so don't worry about a lot of detail. A few of them will show through, but we don't worry about much. There. See, something about like that. And maybe right there lives another little rascal. Wherever you think they should be. There he comes. Just as many or as few as you want. Like that. Okay, a few little indications over in here. Once again, I'm not looking for a lot of detail here. All we're looking for is just indications. This is going to be in the background. Too far away to really worry about it. Too far away. There. See, just indication. Don't you like that little squirrel? Isn't he a mess? You know, it's fantastic. There's people like Diana Schaefer that I mentioned here in Muncie, but people like her all over the country that take care of these animals, injured and orphaned animals. And they do it strictly out of love. There's absolutely no financial reward to it. In fact, most of them support it out of their own pocket. And it's done strictly and completely out of here. It's just for love of these creatures. And to Diana and all the people around the country who take care of these animals, I tilt my hat, because I think you're the most fantastic people there is. All right, I'm going to use a little round brush. And we'll go into a little bit of the yellows, all the yellows, a little bit of the bright red here and there. Ooh, nice color. But just tap it to load it. That's all you're doing, just tapping. And by going through these colors, there's actually layers of colors on your brush. All different colors in there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then comes the fun part. Let's begin picking out our tree. All we need was a little background. Now we can go in here and begin picking out all the little individual shapes that make this tree an individual. This little small round brush is fantastic. We have a round brush that's big and one that's small. This is a small one, but you could use either one. Whichever one you have, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There. Okay, see? But just think about shape and form here. Build individual bushes in there. Now you're sort of seeing it from a different angle than I am. So it might look a little different, but when we get a straight on shot, it'll look right to you. And we're varying the colors, just sort of varying the flavors a little bit. There comes one. Just pick them out. Pick them out, pick them out. There. They live all back here. All back here, wherever you want them. There's a happy little tree. In my world, everything's happy. There. Once in a while, I'm adding a little bit of that brown to the color that I use just to keep it dull. And a little bit of the bright red. Up to you. You decide. You decide. All right. And we don't want this one left out. We'll put a little bit over in here. But I'm tapping with the top corner of the brush. Top corner of the brush. There. All right. I hear my little squirrel over there on the other side of the studio. He's still looking for the rest of his dinner. I don't think he got it all. And in reality, there's 4 squirrels in the box, so they wouldn't be lonely. So they're just having a good time over there looking for lunch. There. All kinds of little bushies. See, by varying the flavor a little bit or the color, you can make them stand out from one another. Try to leave some dark at the bottom. Try to leave a little dark down at the bottom. That way the next one will show up. Work in layers, doing the bush or the tree that you think's the farthest away, and work forward, forward, forward. Always working forward. And begin thinking about the lay of the land, or plains, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter. But the way the land flows, that's what we have to start working on. There. Shoot, let's get this 2-inch brush here and go into some nice, same colors, the yellows and all of those. A little bit of bright red here and there, but just tap, push. I want to push up that little ridge of paint. Then we can come back in here and we can begin laying in little indications, once again, of the lay of the land. Maybe something about like that. There, but just vary the colors. Maybe this is a little fall scene. There. But isn't that neat? That's all there is to it. Just something about like that. There. See, in that dark undercolor, automatically it picks that up so it's brighter out here than it is there. Let the canvas and the paint work for you. Shoot. It's a lazy man's way of painting here. There. I look for ways to make it easier. Let's take a clean brush because we have liquid clear under there and it's transparent. It'll begin looking lighter in color. And if you have a little paint thinner on your brush, it'll cause the liquid clear to begin to react. There. Because liquid clear and paint thinner have a violent reaction. There we are. Now we can just use this brush, what the heck, put in another little bush there using the top corner of the 2-inch brush. Let's put a little brighter color on the brush and highlight that one a little so it stands out. See, that's all there is to it. If it doesn't stand out, change the color a little bit. And then it stands right out as an individual. Take our liner brush, a little bit of brown, and here and there and there and here we can put in the indication of a few little sticks and twigs wherever you want them. See, that's about all we need, just some here and there, not too many. Don't want it to look too busy. Maybe right in here. But that helps create the illusion of distance because it shows, once again, more planes in your painting, more areas that it moves back. All right, you ready for your bravery test? It's time. Let's use a little filbert today. Check out your bravery. We'll use that brown we made from sap green and alizarin crimson. I'll load a lot of paint on the brush, just a lot of paint. Let's go up here on a big tree. Maybe an old big tree lives right there. Right there. Let's really make a big tree. Let's give him a lot of arms. I like trees with character. Okay, why not? This is our world. We can do anything here that we want to do. Anything here that we want to do. My little squirrels need a place to really play. Shoot, this is like going to the carnival for them. They can run up and down this tree, have more fun. All right, maybe wherever. You decide where your limbs live on this tree. Big old tree. Maybe right over in here even. Does not matter. Just about any way you can paint a tree. Seems like somewhere there's one that looks just about like that. That's the nice thing about doing landscapes. If you paint a portrait of somebody and you put the eyes in the wrong place, chances are they're going to notice. Chances are. But if you paint a tree wrong, somebody will come along and say, oh, hey, I know that tree. He's an old friend. He lives in my front yard, has for many years. So you can't hardly do him wrong. I'll take a little white, a little bit of that same brown, just mix them right here on the brush. No big deal. See, just sort of mix them. Think about where our light's coming from. Maybe we haven't really determined this painting. Maybe it's coming from the left today. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. So we'll put a little highlight over here on the left side of the tree. Just let the little filbert brush just bounce along in place. So the paint's thick here. Let the highlights pick up the paint. Just let the highlights, or the high spots, I'm sorry, I said highlights. High spots on the paint pick up the color. Sometime when you get my age, the tongue gets over the eye teeth and you can't see what you're saying. There. All right. Something like that. Oh, okay. But that's a nice little way of making a tree. And you can really spend some time and make one that's got a lot of detail in it. And we need to put a few little arms on him. I'm going to put some leaves on him, so it doesn't much matter. It doesn't much matter. Any area of the tree you don't like, you just put leaves on it. The areas that you do like, you leave them naked. Let the limbs show through. There we go. And each painting will be different. Everybody's painting will be different. That's the beauty of it. There, see, wherever. Just want to put a few indications. Once again, I'm going to cover this up with a bunch of leaves, so most of this will disappear. But a little of it's going to show through, and people will think you worked for weeks trying to put this rascal together. All right. Tell you what, let's use just a plain old 1-inch brush. I'm going to take a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of that brown color I made, a little bright red, mix it together. A little more yellow ochre. Yeah, that's nice. Just going to tap the brush into it, something like so. I'm just looking for a color that's a little darker then what I want to highlight, yeah, that's good. That'll work fine. I'm just going to tap in some basic little shapes. This is the absolute easiest way I know of putting a lot of leaves on a tree. Just tap in some basic shapes. That's all we're doing. Just tap. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're going to come back and highlight it. And put the nice colors on the outside of it. That's what really makes it sparkle. This is just dark color so our light will show up. Because you can't have light in a painting unless you have dark. As I've mentioned before, it's just like in life. You really can't know happiness, I don't believe, unless you've known a little sorrow in your life. Otherwise you wouldn't know when the happy times come. Now, I'm going to take another 1-inch brush. I have several. Put a little bit of the liquid white on it, because you know our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I'm thinning this just a small amount. And the yellows are a little thinner than the other colors anyway. I want them even thinner. A lot of paint. Look on the end. A lot of paint. Let's go up here. Now then, I'm just going to very carefully pick out the highlights here by just touching. Just by touching. Once again, this is absolutely the easiest way I've ever seen of putting a lot of little leaf indications on a big tree without doing a lot of work. Just reload the brush frequently. There. Just frequently. Put in all your little highlights wherever you want them to live. Wherever you want them to live. There. Hope you enjoy all the little critters that we put on the show. If you've painted with me before, been with me before, you know that they really do make up a very important part of my life. And I like to share them with everyone. Because I think it brings in an awareness. These little critters, we got to take care of them. Get on my soapbox here, but I think we have to take care of these little rascals. I'd like for my great-great-grandchildren to be able to see animals. And not just in zoos. There. I let my little squirrel, you probably remember him, Peapod the pocket squirrel that was with me for so long. I turned him loose because I don't keep any of these animals. But he hangs around the house. He stays there. And every day when I walk out, he comes running to me. And we just have a good time together. Anyway, let's just put something like so. See, we just take our old brush and tap it in. There. I'm going to put a little color in that, but not a great deal. The color that we have on the canvas here will do most of it for us. Just a little indication here and there. A little bit of the bright red. There. Let's take a fan brush. Use a little bit of that light brown. Same color we use for the background of the tree leaves up here. Just gently, just want to put the indication of a little, maybe there's a little path right there. It looks like a natural place. Little light color, a little bit of white. Not much, just enough to make it stand out a little better. There, something about like that. So it gives indication that maybe somebody's walked back here into the woods. Had a good time. Let's take a filbert, put some brown on it, put brown on both sides. And on the one side, just one side only, I'm going to put light color, see? So it's dark on one side, light on the other, dark, light. Now maybe in our world there lives, this is your bravery test for real. Right about there. Maybe there's an old fence, what's left of it. Goes right on out. Make that one a little darker. Maybe this old fence had a lot of little arms in it. Maybe they patched it up a lot of times. See, it comes across like so. This is just a double-loaded filbert brush. Very easy to do. In fact, maybe back in here. can see that fence just going way off in the distance somewhere. Just an indication. Comes around the tree. How's that? It's our world. We can do anything. A couple of old boards that live right there. There we go. Out, down. There. We didn't have a neat way of making an old fence. Works very easily. Take a little bit of the color, just all the colors we use. Put a little indication around his foots down here of some shadows coming back. Just a few little things. We don't want a lot. About like that. This is just a very peaceful little woodsy scene it's easy to do. If we had time, it'd be neat to paint a couple little kids or something walking down here going fishing, or maybe back in the woods to play. Let's go back to our little filbert with some brown on it. Well, let's see. Not a big tree. Just maybe there's an old tree. It lives right there. You thought I was going to do a great big tree, didn't you? Just a little old tree. Maybe this tree's dead. Got some old worms hanging out here, though. There, something about like that. Boy, it's a pitiful looking old tree. He had a rough life. He's like me. There we are. You know, I travel around and meet a lot of the people who watch the show across the country. One of the things they always are surprised about is that I look taller in real life than I do on TV. If you've seen my son on here, the one we call Shorty, he's nearly 6'6", and I'm nearly 6'2". So we're pretty tall rascals. There. Put a few little weeds and sticks around some of these things and shoot. We're about to the point. Have a finished painting. Think we'll take a little red, sign this one, call it done. Really hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It's very simple. It's something you can do, and it'll make you happy. Bring a lot of joy to your painting life. So from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a painting that has a fantastic mountain, and I get a lot of letters saying, show me how to do a big mountain with snow on it. So I'm going to show you a mountain that takes up most of this painting. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done today. Have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and ready to go, and let's just have a good time. Let's start today. We'll use a little phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very pretty, warm blue. A little bit on the 2-inch brush. And we just go right up in here and just making little crisscross strokes, little X's, something about like that. There. Maybe we'll put a little cloud in the sky too, so I'll just leave a little area sort of open. There we go. If we're going to put a huge mountain in here, we don't need a lot of sky. Let's just, tell you what, let's do a big one right there like that, something like that, whatever. There. Maybe in our world, maybe underneath there, we might even have a little water down at the base, just depending on how much time we have left. If we have enough time, we'll put it. But I want to devote most of the time today to working on a huge, huge mountain. Now, while I have this brush going, I'm going to add a little Prussian blue to the corners just to darken it. Just in the corners. Just in the corners. There. Just Prussian blue. It's much, much darker than the phthalo blue. It's very strong. And a little bit down here, too. If you put a little blue in the corners that's darker than the rest of it, when the painting's done, it'll sort of make your eye go toward the center. That's all. Okay, very lightly we'll go across. Now then, that's about all we need. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We scrub the brush in odorless paint thinner, shake off the excess, and just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part. That's the fun part. Let's go into titanium white. Just take the old 2-inch brush and tap it. Just tap it right into some titanium white. Let's make a cloud now. Go up here, take the brush, decide where your cloud lives in your world. It's the easiest way I know of making a big effective cloud. Just tap in a basic shape. Maybe it comes right on around, I don't know. A little more color. We don't care. Maybe it just sort of floats out like that. I don't really know. You decide in your world where the big old cloud lives. But that's easy enough right there. And then very lightly, just barely touching the canvas, just sort of blend it a little bit. Just enough to take out the little tap marks. And that easy, you have a nice little cloud that just lives up here in your sky. There. No use making a lot of work out of it. There's another little indication right there. If you're going to do more than one layer, do the back layer first and then work forward. I just want a little hint. Okay, now then let's wash the brush one more time. Then we'll be ready to make our big mountain. Hit the bucket. There. All right. Today we're going to have our bravery test right in the beginning of the painting. So here goes. Midnight black. Cut us off a little roll of paint. It lives right on the edge of the knife there. Let's go up here and make our first major decision. Jump right in. I think there's a big rock. It lives right there. Just put in a basic shape. That's all we're looking for at this point. Just using black. You can put a little Prussian blue with it if you wanted to, but I'm just using basically black. Maybe. Why not? Right about there. We'll just have another big rock. There we are. Something like so. And as I say, this is your bravery test. Maybe? Yeah. Maybe another rock over here. I bet you're saying, Bob, you've done it this time. The mind has finally gone. You may be right, too. You may be right. There. I've been told that before. Let's use a little white Prussian blue. Oh, a good strong blue. Once again, a little bit of paint lives right on the edge of the knife. Just barely touching the canvas. I just want to put the indication here and there of a few little shadows that live up in here. There. Don't want a lot of detail in that. A little bit right over in here. Something about like that. Just put a few little shadows. I want to keep this very dark, though. Very dark. Maybe, shoot, yeah, why not right there? No pressure. Just let the knife touch. Just barely touch. All right. Fun time. 2-inch brush. 2-inch brush. Let's go right through the titanium white. Load a lot of color into the bristles. A lot of paint. Just fill it up. And by wiggling it, I want to bring it to a nice sharp edge. By wiggling it and pulling it, it'll bring the paint toward the end of the bristles, and that'll happen automatically. All right. Now, maybe in our world, there's a nice, maybe this is a big glacier that lives up here. There we go. Just pull it right through like that. Decide where all these little things live. And begin dropping them in. Just begin dropping them in. Don't be afraid of it. There. Maybe in our world, maybe, shoot, yes, comes right over like that. There. We'll come back and smooth that out a little bit in a minute, but right now we're just putting in some basic color. Now let me clean off a little spot to work. You'd think with a palette this big I wouldn't run out of space. I'm going to take white, a little bit of black, mix it together. I'm going to make a grayish color. So just titanium white, a little midnight black. Something about like that. Don't have to over mix it. Clean off the old knife. Let's go right through that grayish color. We'll use the same old brush. I want a shadow side to this mountain, so I'm going to use this gray color to do the shadow. And our shadow starts right there, comes down, see there? Like that. That's all there is to it. Now, we'll just apply a little of that gray color to make our shadow side. And this angle right here is very important. It's your good friend. It's a real good friend. Take care of it. There. Maybe somewhere in here. We don't know yet. We'll decide all this later. Right now we're just blocking in a little color. About like that. Back to my pure titanium white. There. Look at that. See how that just looks like a sheer drop? That easy. That easy. But I want this angle right here to indicate that it's bending toward me. Okay. Back to black. Maybe, yep, right in here. Maybe there is a big rock. Big old rock right in here. Maybe this big old rock is, I don't know. You decide where your big old things live in here. Let your imagination take you wherever you want to be. Wherever you want to be. Maybe this comes down. There. Just let it go. I don't know exactly where we're going with this. I don't know that it matters. Because anything that happens here is wonderful. We can work with it. We can work with it. There's a big old rock that lives right out here. About like that. And maybe there's even a big rock protruding right out of the side of this big thing here. Because we know there's rocks underneath there. We know they're underneath there. Maybe over in here there's a little something. Wherever. I'm going to grab the small knife. I can get into these little places here. I just want to sort of blend that edge out. Just sort of blend it out. And follow the angles that you put in here. Most important. I'm just wiping the knife off. Just wiping the knife off. There. That's all there is to it. But you can put all kinds of big old things hanging off the side there. Maybe you can see some little things up in here. Wherever. There. A little bit of the white. I'm still using the small knife here. I want to just sort of bring this together a little better. When you're at home doing this and have unlimited time, you can really smooth this out and make it gorgeous. Make it gorgeous. Some little things all up in here. Now I'm going to get the little blender brush. It's very soft. You can blend right over the top of this. And just very gently bring this together. Make it smooth as silk. There. Like that. Back to my Prussian blue. We'll put a few little shadows on here. Just a few little guys. Live right in there. Gotta have a shadow on this big old rock. There, you decide. Once again, painting is such an individual thing, and each person sees nature through different eyes, and how you see it is the way it should be painted. See, just by changing the angles here a little bit, we can come back in here and make this look like there's a little snow laying right up in here. Just sort of a little recessed area right in there. Sneaky. Now back to our 2-inch brush. And bring some snow right out of here. I'm intentionally picking up some of that dark color so it'll make shadows in there. So I want that snow to look like it's just coming up here and laying right up on the top. And maybe it comes right up like that. But put another little rock right here. See, that'll help push that back. Just play back and forth with rocks and stones and angles, and all these things will happen for you. A little practice and you'll be shocked at what you can do. Now then, maybe, yep, comes right down like that. Right over the side. Right over the side, just like a waterfall sort of, only this is snow. Just let it fall right down through there. There, just sort of blend all that together. I'll grab the little blender brush and smooth it out real smooth. There, see? A little blender brush just smooths things. There we are. Now, right along this edge here, I want to separate it, so I'm going to use pure white there. I want it to separate. It's important that we have that bright white area so it separates those two. There. Little edge is all we're worried about. Okay. Now, maybe in our world, there we go. Another stone. Just put these wherever you think they should be. I like to do mountains sometime where you can see these big rocks projecting out under the snow. Looks like a big glacier. Big old glacier. I lived in Alaska for 12 years, and there's some of the most gorgeous glaciers there that you've ever seen. Absolutely fantastic. There's no doubt in my mind God was having a good day when he made Alaska. So beautiful. There. All right, a little bit of snow right in there. And we just blend that down. That's all there is to it. That's one wild mountain, isn't it? And you can do it. You can do this one. Take your time when you're at home. Look at the angles, study it, put it together. It'll work for you. Okay. I think we got a pretty nice old mountain there for such a short period of time. We're going to live with it just that way. Create a little mist right here at the base, and off we go. Now, we need some background things happening in there. So let's make some big decisions. What do we want? We'll take some black, some Prussian blue. Even put a little alizarin crimson in it, maybe a little brown. Looking for sort of a bluish gray color. That's getting pretty nice right there. Right there. Get a little white here. I want a couple different values of it, or strengths of it. One a little darker than the other, so I'll just add white to some. There we go. A little more of that crimson in there. A little more of the brown. All right, now we got a couple of values. Okay, we'll wipe the old knife off. Let's grab a fan brush, and we'll go right into some of this color. About like that. This is sort of a blue-gray. Load a lot of color in there. Let's go right up in here. Now maybe in our world there lives some nice little trees way back here in the background. Just going to tap downward with these. Just tap downward. Like so. There. And we'll just let these wander right on wherever. We don't know where they're going. Wherever they want to live. But by making these trees fairly small, it makes the mountain look bigger. There we are. It's all relative to the size. Now then, clean 2-inch brush, and I'm going to tap the base of it firmly. I want to create more mist down at the bottom. Tap it firmly and then gently, gently lift upward. See, takes out all the little tap marks and makes it look like little trees that live far, far back in the distance. Far away. Far, far away. That's where everybody wants to hear me sing, is far away. Real far. There. Okay, I'm making the same color, only a little darker. And in my world, I think, yep, maybe there's another little group of trees that live. Maybe there's, I know, I got it. Maybe there's a steep little thing right here. Something about like that, and get a little more color on the brush. There. Maybe it comes down. We don't know where it goes here. It just sort of wanders off. Just wanders off. There we are. Right on down. We'll have it go up like that too. There. Just all kinds of little things. We said we was going to make a big mountain today. We weren't kidding, were we? This is one monster mountain. I'm going to tap the base of this. Once again, I just want to create that illusion of mist and then lift upward. Very lightly. Very lightly. Very lightly. Very, very lightly. One hair and some air. And you can show different layers of trees just by changing the flavor or the color a little bit. Just by changing that color. There we go. Wherever you want to. But do one little layer at a time. And then take your brush, tap the base, and blend it again. See there? That's going to end up being reflections, I think. I just decided I know. Let me find, there it is. I got a small number 3 fan brush. I'm going to dip it into a little bit of liquid white, go through titanium white. The liquid white's in there strictly to make this a little thinner, so it'll slide over the thicker paint without mixing. Let's go up here. Watch, right here. In my world lives a little waterfall. Do you see it? Go across, down. Little waterfall. That's all there is to it. There's some trees on this side of it. Just to give the indication that back there is a little waterfall. Far away. Far away. Okay, we can take our little blender brush. It's so soft, and just tap in the indication of a little mist there. That's about all we need. Pull that straight down. Create a little bit of reflection. Shoot, a little touch of the liquid white. Go across. Don't want a lot of waterline here. Maybe just the indication that something's happening back in here. Like that. All right, let's clean this off a spot to work. Time to have some fun here. Take some black, Prussian blue, sap green. Throw some crimson and brown in there too. Both browns. What the heck, we don't care. Good dark color. Fan brush. I'm going to load it full of that dark color. A lot of paint in it. And in our world, maybe there lives, right up through that dark, a big evergreen tree. There he is. Now, if you have trouble making him stick, add a little paint thinner. Little paint thinner to your brush when you go through the paint. Once again, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. There we go. Maybe in here. Tell you what, let's have a bunch of them. We got a couple minutes left here. We'll just put in a whole little forest. There. Put in some little shapes. Here and there. The indication of some individual trees. Those are far away. There. A little closer to us. They're a little bigger, a little more distinct. There we are. All right. I like to paint trees. We'll do one more. One more. Like that. We'll take that same brush, go right through the yellows, cad yellow, yellow ochre, and that'll make green just by going through it. There, see? Just load it up. Go back up here. Take a little bit of that green, and we'll highlight our little trees. There they are. Just some highlights living out here. There. Maybe even back here. Just an indication of a few little things that live in there. And we'll take an old big brush. Maybe we'll turn this into a little peninsula. It lives right out like that. That's all there is to it. Just tap in a little bit of color. I want to pull some of that down so it'll reflect right into the water. There. And go across. That easy. Same old brush. I'll go through some of the yellows. There. And we'll just put an indication of a little grassy area that lives right up in here. About like that. Little Indian yellow. Once in a while, a little touch of the bright red. Not much bright red. Just a little. Just a little. Little things back in here. Let's take, I'm going to take a little black, a little bit of brown mixed together. And I'm going to put the paint thinner with it to thin it down. I want to thin it very thin. Very thin. There we go. Take our filbert, go right through that dark color. And the other side we'll go through white with a little bit of brown in it, a little bit of the dark sienna. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. And let's go right up in here, and make some little stones that live up in there. There, wherever you think they should live. Right in here. Maybe there's even some out in here. I don't know. You just put them wherever you want them. But you can make the entire stone in just one stroke this way. There we go. Take a little bit of the liquid white, put us in a little water line around these. Something like so. Don't want a lot of water line, just a little. Just to sort of bring it together. I'm going to put in one little bushy up here, and I'm going to call this one done. But I'm going to take a little green on the 1-inch brush. I know there's a little bush lives right here. Happy little bush. Nah, there's two. You're right. About like that. I think with that, if we had a little red, we could sign this rascal, call him done. We'll sign him right here. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It'll give you a challenge. It's a lot of fun. Let me know how you do with it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. I'm certainly glad to see you today. I thought today we'd just do a little painting. It's a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going up here today. I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas up here, but today I've taken a little bit of brown acrylic and mixed it with gesso, and just took an old brush and sort of daubed in a basic idea here. As you can see, we're going to have a big tree here, and the rest of it we'll just sort of whatever happens, we'll just sort of let it happen. It doesn't matter. Let's start out today and just have fun. I'm going to use the old 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount of Indian yellow. And I've chosen the Indian yellow because it's transparent. Alrighty, let's go right up in here. I'm just going to come right in here and just begin with a little of this Indian yellow, making little crisscross strokes. And just cover up the entire canvas. Just cover it up. What the heck? But just use little X's, little crisscrosses. It doesn't take but a second with a big old brush. Something about like that. Just right over the top of this. Now the gesso, of course, was allowed to dry before we covered it with liquid clear. There. And the liquid clear is on there just so the yellow and other colors just go on very easily. If this was a dry canvas, we'd work ourselves to death trying to get that on there. There. Okay. And when you have the entire canvas covered, then we can mix up another color. Let me find my little knife here. I think today I'll make a transparent brown out of alizarin crimson and some sap green. Probably a little more crimson than green, depending on which way you want it to go, toward the red side or the green side. It's up to you. I want mine to go sort of toward the reddish side. All right. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. I'll just use the same old brush, it doesn't matter. We'll go into a little bit of that brown color, and I'm going to start down here at the bottom. Allow it to mix with the color that's already on there, and begin blending upward. Begin blending upward. I want it to be the darkest on the base and work up. So we'll start at the bottom and allow it to blend out, just like so. That's really all there is to it. And maybe wherever you want it to go, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because as you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. There we are. While I have that old brown on the brush, let's take and put a little bit in the corners. By putting a little of this dark color in the corners, it'll make the lighter area look brighter. There. About like that. And just let it blend right into that yellow that we already have on there. And a little bit over in this corner. There we go. Already that's beginning to look like some beautiful little trees in the background. Using acrylic paint with gesso is fantastic. It opens all kinds of doors to your imagination. It'll let you go wild. Okay. And that's really about all I'm going to do for the background in this painting. Okay, now the most fun of all, let's wash the brush. And as you know, we wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. Be sure it's odorless. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. I thought maybe today, tell you what, let's get our little round brush. I'm going to take it, go into some of the yellows, yellow ochre, even a little bright red and Indian yellow here. I'm going to just jump back and forth between all the yellows and bright red. And sometimes I'm going to pick up, be right back, a little bit of alizarin crimson. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now we can come along in here and just begin picking out little individual things. Just little individual things. Maybe we'll make that a little brighter so it'll show up a little better. There. Little individual things. There, just all kinds of little doers that live in these things. Maybe over in here. Tell you what, let's make like a fall scene here. Like we have all kinds of little things happening. All kinds of nice warm colors. So you just decide where they are and drop them in. Wherever. This is just going to be little background things that live far in the distance. Pick up a little sap green once in a while too. Maybe, even if this is fall, sometimes there's still a little bush or two that's got a little green left on it that hides back in here. We don't want to leave him out. There, but work in layers. Do one little bush at a time, and then work forward. Maybe, yeah, this one right here, we'll put some little highlights on him. But that's basically all we're doing. Allow that color that you put on first with the gesso and the acrylic to show through. And it'll create all kinds of beautiful and interesting effects. That easy. That easy. A little red, a little cad yellow with it makes a nice orange color. Yeah. In the fall, it looks like Jack Frost took all the colors on the palette and just sort of went crazy. And that's what we're going to do. There. It's a happy little bush that lives right there. Just like that. Once again, work in layers though. Do the little bush that you think's the farthest away and work forward. Always working forward. Vary your colors a little bit. The fall colors gives you a multitude of things to choose from. You can do all kinds of gorgeous things. There we are. Back into my yellow and red, makes a nice orange. Once again, I'm just going to sort of vary colors back and forth, wherever. Just enough so they stand out. There. Isn't that fantastic, though, that you can do a beautiful background? Look at all the different planes, the layers in there. You put a few sticks and twigs in there, and it'll look like it goes back 1,000 miles. And to me, that's what makes a painting fantastic, is that it has depth in it and dimension. It's not just an old flat surface. There. Okay, brighten that one a little bit so you can see. There we go. See, look at all those. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that fantastic? There. I tell you what, let's get crazy today. Maybe in our world back here, yeah. Let's have an old barn maybe that lives right in here. I'm going to take and just pick out a basic shape. I'm just scraping off the excess paint. And it'll, at the same time, just scrape in, as I say, a basic shape for a nice old barn that lives back here and has a good time. Maybe it comes out like cat. I don't know. Down. Something like that. Over in here. Might even be some... I know none of that makes sense yet, but it will in a minute. I'm just removing any excess paint. Now then, we can just take the knife, begin blocking some of this in. There's the back eave. We'll have an old barn that has a projection out there. I like those. I like those. Something about like that. There. Comes out. Down. Then we need a backside for the whole rascal. We're just blocking in color here. Don't worry about it. I'm using that same brown that I made from the alizarin crimson and the sap green. And here we need a front on our barn. So we'll just drop it in. There. And the side. Like that. Maybe it's got a... Maybe there's an old shed that comes out here on the side. Probably none of this makes sense yet, but I can sort of see it in my mind. And that's really all you have to do. If you can just sort of visualize things, then off you go. Gosh, what started out to be a little barn is going to end up being a big barn. But that's okay. We need a place to put the old cow. There we go. And all this will just fill in. All right, maybe today, tell you what, let's do. Let's get crazy. Let's take the old filbert brush. I'm going to take some of that brown that I made. And we'll use the old filbert brown. Be right back. Get a little touch of the red. A lot of paint on there. Just really gob it on. So you just pull it through there. But don't overmix your color. There's all kinds of colors going on in there. Now, very gently, you just touch this, and let's just start pulling it down. Barely touch, though. Barely touch. Just enough to let the paint come off. And it'll make it look like old boards there. Old wood. Just enough that it drags the paint off the brush. There, it's very gentle. It's like putting snow on the mountain. Very, very gentle. Barely touch. You could do this with a knife if you wanted to. I thought maybe today we just do it with this. Doesn't much matter. It's up to you. There. A little more of the red in there, just so it sort of matches everything. This is a super way of making old wood. And a little bit of the dark color. I want it a little darker up here because there'd be a little shadow cast from the top. Something like that. Let's get the knife. We'll take a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of red, a little bit of that brown we made. But don't overmix it. Leave it sort of marbled. So when you cut off that little roll of paint, you have all these colors. They're living right here in this roll on your knife. I just want to touch now and let it just bounce. Bloop, 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 bloop. Just let it bounce. And make it look like old roof on this thing. It's like me, it's had a hard life, and this one's probably seen its better day. There. There comes a little point out there on the barn. I like to paint old barns. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. When I travel, I see barns all over. Sometimes I stop and take pictures of them. It's a good way to make your reference library on old buildings or even trees and clouds and stuff like that. Shoot, stop and take pictures of them. Save them. I have a file, I guess you would call it, of photographs and pictures and ideas that people have sent from all over the country. And that's where a lot of these ideas come from. I go through there and look at them and see what kind of scenes that people are sending in and that they want to see painted. And that's where we get a lot of ideas. So if you have some ideas you want done, send me a photograph. Maybe one day you'll see it on here. There. Just put a little highlight along the edge, maybe a little bit there, just so it stands out. Okay, wipe the old knife off. Now, just take a little bit of brown on the knife and just touch here and there, just to give a little division between the individual boards, slabs, whatever you want to call them. But just a little division between them. There. See how easy that is? You can really make old looking wood like that. It's not that difficult. Over here, I want this to be almost dark. Very dark. But almost the color we painted it originally. Now we can come back with a knife and just do a barnectomy. We just cut the barn off so that it's where we want it. Something about like so. Now let's take some midnight black. Come right in here, put a door in. Got to have a place for the old cow to get in there. There. Take a little bit of brown, just go around and sort of outline the door. Shoot, that's not so bad. We got us a little barn right there. That easy. Now, maybe in our barn, let's make some more of that brown. Crimson, sap green mixed together. Didn't mix up enough to start with. Okay. Let's just sort of have an idea. Maybe here, there's an old path. Got to have a way for the cow to get up to the barn. Maybe when the storm comes, he has to go up there and hide. So we'll just put a little bit of color right on here like this. There. Have a path that goes up into the barn. All right. Wipe off the knife. We just use old 2-inch brush here a little bit. I'm gonna put a little of that brown on it, then go into all the yellows and the reds. But I put a little brown on it first. Okay, let's go up in here. Let's begin putting in some little grassy areas back in here, just by tapping. Not bright enough. Let's brighten it up a little. I'm gonna dip the brush into a little bit of liquid white. That'll brighten it and thin it at the same time. See, it jumps right on us there. There we go. Back to my little round brush. And let's go in here. Maybe this old farmer was like me. He didn't take care of his yard too well, and the bushes sort of grew up and took over. We just play with some of these colors that we were using, the reds and the yellows, a little green now and then. All kinds of little things. A little more of the liquid white, just to thin the color. We're getting quite a buildup of paint here now. So we have to begin thinning the color. There. Okay, maybe a little. Look at there. All kinds of little doers. And over here on the other side, shoot, maybe it's growing up here too. We don't know. We don't know. Wherever. Okay. We need to put some highlights on our path. For that, let's use some brown and some white. A little bit more brown. Ooh, that's pretty. I like that. A little roll of paint. Barely touch. Now you might want to use a small knife to sneak in here and do this. Barely touch. Just like you're making snow break on the mountain. I'll take a little bit of blue, a little phthalo blue, white. I want to just graze this with blue so it looks like shadows. Just here and there. Not much. Not much. There, and back to our little round brush. And let's go back in here and put in all kinds of little bushes and stuff that live around the old barn. We don't know. Don't know that we care. I'm just going to jump back and forth between the 2-inch brush and the little round brush. Back and forth. I'm going to make little grassy areas and then little bushes, and let's just sort of see what happens. Just let it work itself out. There. Maybe a little more red here and there. Ooh, that's pretty. There, that'd be a wonderful place for an old cow to live. But see, you already have your dark in. The acrylic and the gesso puts all your dark in for you, so all you have to do is put your highlights on. Makes it so much easier. There we go. Here and there and here, wherever. All right. That's really about all there is to it. Works very well. Helps create that illusion of depth and distance so you can sneak back up in there. Let's take a liner brush. We'll use a little brown, a little paint thinner in it. I just want to put in an indication here and there of a few little sticks and twigs that live in between some of these things. Once again, that'll help create the illusion of depth and distance in between individual. Now let's have some fun. Wipe off my filbert. I'm going to go right into that brown. Use the little filbert brush. Right in some of that brown that we made. Crimson, sap green. A lot of paint. Maybe. Okay, here's your bravery test. Maybe. Well, maybe not too big today. How about just a little tree that lives right here? Comes right down like that. You know me, I think everything needs a friend, even a tree. So we'll give him a little friend that lives here beside him. They have a good time together. It's okay to make up little stories about your paintings. People will look at you like you're strange, but it's okay. It really does help you in your mind sort of put these things together. Just put a little color around the edge of that, a little brown and white, like so. Just make him stand out a little bit. There. You could do that with a fan brush too if you wanted to, and just pull it around and make it look like little doers. Take our liner brush, some of the brown that we made, but we want this paint to be very thin, almost like ink. Liner brush has very long bristles. There you can see it in front of that color. See, it holds a lot of paint, but when you do it, turn it, twist it, that fills it. And now it's ready. Let's go up here. And we can go back up in here with our liner brush with a thin paint. And we can just put in the indication here and there of some little tree limbs, sticks, twigs, places for the birds to sit. There we are, wherever you want them. There. Peapod the pocket squirrel. He'd love to live in this tree. Did you see the little squirrels that we had in the series earlier? They were so fantastic. We showed them a couple of times. There. I like all those little critters. Peapod still lives in my backyard. We've turned him loose. He's been loose for quite a while. Probably has his own family now. But he still comes every day. And he's like a little puppy. He comes to my back door. And he'll actually scratch on the glass at the back door, sliding glass door there, and hassle me till I let him in, and then he knows where the nuts are stored. And he goes and finds the one that he wants, and out he goes. We do not advocate keeping any of these wild animals as pets. We raise them and we turn them loose back to the wild. There. But wild animals need to be wild. There we are. Okay, but you just put as many or as few little limbs on there as you want. Just sort of decide where they should live and drop them in. There. Something about like that. And a little more paint thinner. I'm just adding a little more thinner here and there. I'll put a few little sticks and twigs that live down in here and wherever we want them. Maybe over in here too. Sorry to keep jumping around. Okay. And I'm going to put a few up in here, and I think that's going to be about all we need to do. This part up in here, I'm not even going to touch. I'm going to let the acrylic and gesso mixture show through. And that way we have parts of the painting that are very thick, parts that are very thin, parts that are dark, parts that are light, and it just sort of all works together. And it's a beautiful way of doing a little painting that I think you'll like. Okay. Shoot, let's take a little paint thinner, a little bit of the bright red. I think I'll sign this little rascal. And we'll sign it right down here. Something about like so. You know, I've mentioned before, one of the questions I hear over and over, and I get a lot of letters from fantastic people every week, but one of the questions is, how do I sign my painting? Physically, how you sign it is, I thin the paint till, once again, it's almost like ink, and use the liner brush, and you can write. I've had people who use the back of the liner brush and just scratch through the paint to do their signature. Some people will sign with a symbol, some with a name, some with a last name, some with a first name. Probably the most unique signature that I ever remember was a wonderful lady that painted with me in Alaska, and she used to sign her paintings Grandpa's wife. She said everybody signed it Grandma, but she wanted to be different, so she signed it Grandpa's wife. But develop your own signature, and it becomes part of your personality and part of your painting that everyone will recognize. And 100 years from now, when people find your painting, they'll recognize your signature, and they'll know that you had a fantastic day, and that on this day, you experienced the joy of painting. Until next show, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You know, I'm so crazy about this colored gesso and the black and white and gray gesso that we've been using. I thought today we'd do another little painting using some of that. But let's start out first of all and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us, and they'll come out right about there. Okay, while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got today. Today I've taken an oval canvas. Now this is, I hope you can see it against a black background, but this is just a canvas that's made in the shape of an oval. A lot of times we use contact paper and make ovals on rectangular canvases, but today I'm using an oval canvas. You can pick it up in any art store around the country. I've taken a little of the black, white, and gray gesso and a liner brush, and probably an old liner brush is better to use. And I've just painted in some little tree trunk shapes, very quick. And then some limbs, and then took a paper towel and just daubed in a little bit of little gobs of gesso to make it look like little leaf areas, and allowed that to dry completely. Now let's go right down here. Down on the bottom, I've taken the filbert brush and I've used black gesso and gray gesso, and I've just made some little stones, the same way as we make stones normally. In fact, for it's over with, I'll show you how to make some above the water. I'm going to have water in this, and I want it to have stones underneath. I allowed the gesso to dry completely. Gesso is an acrylic base, and it needs to dry completely. After it was dry, then I've covered the entire little oval canvas with a very thin coat of liquid clear. And the clear is on there just to make it wet and slick, and it allows us to actually blend color right up here. Whew, what a long explanation, but it's really very simple, and if you've never painted, this is one you can do. Let's start out today with we'll use a 2-inch brush and a small amount of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue because it's a very bright blue. It's a happy blue. There we go, and it's very transparent. But just load a little onto the 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go up in here now. Now all you have to do when you have this gessoed background is really just apply color. And it's mixing with the liquid clear that's on there. And what it is in reality is a glaze. It's just a glaze. It goes right over the top of that. And that easy. You can just turn this into a gorgeous blue background. Now you can do this with any transparent color. I've just picked blue today, but you can do it with any color. It doesn't matter. Any transparent color. Sap green in this particular painting would be gorgeous. While I've got that blue on there, I'm gonna just add a little more to my brush. Let's just cover up the rest of the canvas. Now already, just painting over these, I hope you can see them. These little rock indications, already it looks like there's water on top of them. I'm just going to go ahead and cover all this with phthalo blue while I have it on the brush. Something about like that. Now when you're doing this with these colored gessos, it's unbelievable some of the effects you can make. And all the different transparent colors. If you wanted this to be greenish, you could take like Indian yellow and mix in here. It'd make a green background. It'd be wonderful. Or once again, you could just use sap green. Let your imagination go, experiment. And you know, the very worst thing that can happen to this is that you take a little paint thinner on a paper towel and you wipe it off. It doesn't hurt the gesso at all, and you do it again. Wonderful way to practice because you can't make a mistake here. Let's wash the brush. It's the most fun part anyway. It's the most fun part. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part. Okay, I think maybe today we need a way for the water to get down here. I'm going to have a little waterfall. Show you how easy it is to make a little waterfall. I'm going to dip my brush into a little bit of liquid clear. And then we'll go through the titanium white. I'll be right back. I'm going to reach up here, just get a little bit of phthalo blue. I put the liquid clear in here just to thin it a little bit. That's all, just to thin it. I tell you what, let's do. Let's make a waterfall today that maybe there's a big rock behind it. So if there is, let me just grab a little bit of this Van Dyke brown real quick. A little dark sienna mixed together. Show you how easy it is to make maybe like a little rock that lives right here. Just take the knife and sort of pull in a little bit of brown. Do the thing that's farthest away first. I decided that it would be neat to have a rock back here. So we'll put it in first. Take a little white. We'll take a little midnight black and put with it a little more. I want to make a gray color. A little touch of Prussian blue. So it makes sort of a bluish gray color, maybe even a little dark sienna. But notice we're leaving it marbled. We're not over mixing it. When we cut off with a knife and pick it up, those same streaks or striations in there will be right in there. And when you touch, very gently, just barely touch, all those little things will happen. It'll drive people crazy trying to figure out how in the world you got all that detail in there. And you didn't hardly do a thing. That's all there is to it. Make it look like a little rock. Now we go back to our fan brush. Think about a waterfall. Water's just coming along here, having a good time, and falls over. See, that's all there is to it. Just let it drop. Try to do it in one stroke. We'll add a little more clear. There, see? Straight and then down. All right, I'll just keep doing that and we'll end up here with Niagara Falls. There. All right, that's basically all we want. When the water gets down toward the base, I'm going to use a little blender brush. Tap a very small amount of that color on there. I want to create splashing in mist. I'm just using a little blender because it's so soft. You can paint right over the top of that. We'll put a little mist right in there. I'm going to use the other corner, which is clean. I just turned it over. Now then, just to diffuse it a little bit. A little hair fell out. We'll just pick it off. No big deal. There. These are natural bristle brushes, which means it's real hair. And sometimes hair gets a little crazy. You know, look at mine. And you lose a hair or two. Don't worry about it. Just take the corner of the brush like so and lift it off. That's all there is to it. But look what gorgeous little misty area that made. And it's so easy. Van Dyke brown, dark sienna. I want a good strong dark brown here. A little roll of paint once again. Now maybe let's put a nice rock over here on this side. Something to contain that waterfall. You just let it go wherever you want it to go, right down into the mist, and sort of drag it so it just disappears into the mist. We can come back and add a little more mist on this side too, just to give the indication that the mist is floating around there. Back to our same little colors that we used on the other side. And let's put a top up here on this. Make it look sort of flat. Maybe a little fox comes right up here and looks over the edge and sees what's happening. Or whatever little creature you want. There we go. Little baby foxes are one of the cutest things in nature. There, one of the animal rehab people that I work with in Florida, Carmen Shaw, she told me if you look in the dictionary under cute, it'll say, see baby fox. I think that's true. All right, now that gives us a nice little area. As I say, if you wanted to bring this mist out a little more, you can bring it on this side of the rock, that easy. Now it just sort of floats on both sides. This very soft brush works great for this. You can intermingle these colors without them blending. But you need a very, very soft brush to do that. Now then, time to have some fun. We'll take the old big brush. I'm going to take some midnight black, Prussian blue. I'll put some alizarin crimson in it. And some sap green. Just all those dark colors, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me clean off the knife. And let's take a little of that color right on the old 2-inch brush. And I'm tapping the bristles. Load it by pulling it through, load both sides full of paint, and then sort of tap it. That makes a nice chiseled edge that we can work with. And let's go up in here. Let's have some big green bushes and trees that live up in here, and maybe they start way up in here. I'm gonna put some dark on, just so we have an area for our highlights to show off. You need dark in order to see light. So just begin thinking about basic shape here. Just basic shapes, that's all we're looking for. Ooh, I covered up all my little trees back here. But we know they're there. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. I'm using basically just the corner of the brush. You could do this with a 2-inch brush, with a 1-inch brush, round brush. It doesn't matter. Maybe we'll use a 1-inch brush just to show you how it works too. I usually prefer to use the big brush. Down here it doesn't take a whole lot because the black gesso is going to create that illusion for us. On the other side, you know me. Let's have another big bush that lives right here. Comes right up over the top. There. Maybe it hangs out right here. Wouldn't this be a wonderful place for a bush to live and has all the water it wants? And what a fantastic view. And with this much water churning, the humidity would be very high here. It'd be wonderful for bushes and trees. There. Bring it down right about like that. Shoot, we're about in business. Okay, let me find a 1-inch brush today. We'll use it to make all these little things. I'll just go through. Let's go through the color we put the background in with. Take that through the yellows. And once in a while we'll touch a little bright red just to dull it. But tap the same way. See that little ridge of paint right there? That's a fantastic close-up right there, but look at that. There's one just like it right on here on the end of the brush, and that's what we're going to paint with. So pull it to load it, then tap. That's all there is to it. Now let's go up here and use it. Take this little 1-inch brush, use just the corner, and begin picking out little individual highlights. Little things that you see up in there, wherever you want them. But do one little thing at a time. Don't get greedy. It gets working good and it feels good and off you go. The next thing you know, you've covered up all your dark and have nothing left. If you have trouble making it stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner to your brush. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. thin to thick. There. And reload frequently. When it stops coming off the brush easy, just reload it. There. Once again, think about shape and form and all the little things that live in there. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. There's got to be a quiet place in there for the little bunny rabbit to live. There. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. Once again, you could do this with a 2-inch brush, the 1-inch brush like I'm using here, the half-round brush or the full-size round. Any one of them would work just as well. Today I just thought I would show you this little brush, but it's up to you. Up to you. Maybe there's a thing that just hangs right over the side there. Big old bushy thing, just sort of hangs over. Add a little paint thinner to my brush. A little more sap green, a little more of the yellow. Come right down in here. Maybe there's a huge, big old bush that lives, or tree that lives here. Yeah, see? But just think about individuals. This is not difficult at all to do. Probably, once again, the biggest mistake made is it begins working and you cover up all the dark. And then you lose the definition between each little clump. There's probably a better word than clump, but I don't know what it is. Little individual highlights. Spend some time studying trees and bushes. Go out in your yard and make friends with a tree. People, they'll look at you like you're a little weird, but just tell them you're an artist. They'll understand. Because as artists, we're allowed to be a little different. We see things differently. We appreciate nature more than most people do. Enjoy that. There we go. Something like so. Little devil lives right there. There. Wherever you want them. You make the decision. Little Indian yellow now and then. A little touch of the bright red too. There. Ooh, that's a nice little color. Shiny little color. Okay, other side. Other side. We don't want him left out. Here's a happy little bush. I'm going to change the color a little bit right there. Yeah, that's better. A little more yellow ochre in that bush. He lives up here and he watches the waterfall as it goes by. He's got the best view in town. There. Okay. But once again, don't get greedy with this. Just take your time. Do one little rascal at a time. Think about that big arm. It hangs over here. Maybe this one comes right out in front of the waterfall. Allow some of them to come in from the waterfall. It will push the waterfall back and make it look farther away. It'll make your painting look deeper, much deeper. There, something about like that. Got to hang on to these old trees and save them. Not only are they beautiful, but they're beneficial. Shoot, they make oxygen, and I like that. There. It's like I get a lot of mail. I think even the utility company sends all these advertisements in the mail. Had to cut down a tree to make. So my big thing is now, I put them back in the envelope and send them back to them with a check. Let them dispose of them. They get enough of them back, they'll quit sending them. There. I do that to everybody that sends me all kinds of junk mail. There we go. Now, let's put some land down here. We'll take a little bit of that Van Dyke brown dark sienna mixed together. A little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Don't need a lot. Maybe in our world, there's just a little peninsula comes out here. A little bit of land lives out here. We don't know, wherever you want it. Dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Maybe over on this side there's even a little, not a lot. Now, go back to my little 1-inch brush. I'm going to add some more sap green to make it a little darker. Ooh, nice dark green color. Once again, tap to get our little ridge of paint in there. About like that. Adjust the flavor till it's the way you want it. Now, right up in here. There lives a little bush right there. Little grassy area. See how easy it is to make these little grassy areas? Just sort of tap, tap, tap. There. It's much faster to do with a 2-inch brush. But this is, I just wanted to show you it'll work with either brush. So on the other side over here, there's some little grassy areas. And some people will find they like the little brush better. Might give you a little more control. There we go. No, I think the big brush has more bristles that you're using, and maybe that's why I prefer it. But it's a very individual thing. I want to show you as many different ways of doing things as possible, and then what you do is up to you. Totally and completely. I'm going to take a little bit of brown, a little bit of white, and a little paint thinner on the old liner brush, and maybe here and there and there and here we can make out the indication of a few old tree trunks that live in there. Just some stems. We don't know what they are. I don't even know what's hooked to them, if anything. Maybe this tree died years ago and just sort of left a skeleton out here. I like old trees. There. Wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should be. But see, those give different dimensions and planes in your painting. Creates the illusion of a little depth and distance. You can have a few over here too. It doesn't matter. Just wherever. Okay, time to have some fun here. Let me clean off a spot to work. Got the biggest palette in town and I still use it all up. I think I'm just a messy painter. Let's take some black and some Van Dyke brown mixed together. We just mix it up. Now I'm going to add some paint thinner. I want to thin this down very thin. So I'm just adding paint thinner to it, that's all. No big deal. Because remember our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we've thinned this down. Then I'm going to make one more color and thin it down. Then we'll paint some little rocks in our water. There, just wipe the knife. We'll take, well, there's some nice gray color we used earlier. Might as well put it in there. Some white, we'll put a little black with it to make a gray. Maybe even a little touch of brown in that too. Something like that. You decide. That's too bright. Add a little more black to it. There. It's getting better now. Okay, now I want to add paint thinner to that. Once again, same thing. All I'm doing is just thinning the paint, that's all. Just thinning the paint, because our paint is very dry, very firm. It's much thicker than traditional oil paints. There, now we have 2 piles of thin paint. One very dark, one light. Let's find a little filbert. There. Let's take the filbert and we'll go through the dark first. Both sides. Load both sides. Now I'll bring the light up here and pull just one side through the light. So I have light on one side, dark on the other. Light, dark. There, maybe I can see that better. Light, dark. Okay, now then, be sure the light side's to the top. You can go up in here and just begin to decide where little rocks and stones live. Let's see, I'll turn this way, you can see it. Touch and just make a little, just a little stone, just like that. There we go. And you decide how many live in your world. Okay, let's put a few on the other side too. Maybe there's one right out on the end here. And you can make them big, little, it doesn't matter. Some of them live up in here. Do you ever think you could paint so many little rocks so easy? You can. This makes it very simple. Shoot, maybe there's a big one over in here. I don't know. Now, a little bit of liquid clear, and then back to my brush. It has the phthalo blue, the titanium white, and a little liquid clear on it. Once again, the liquid clear is on there only to thin the paint. Okay, let's go up in here. Now we got to think about a few little ripples on here. Don't want a lot, just a few little ripples running across the water. I'm going to wipe off some of the color I had there. Just let that play through there. You want to keep this transparency. So maybe there's a little watery fall right there. Little splash at the bottom. But now you can literally look through the water and see the rocks underneath. And to me, that's fantastic. I tried for a long time before we developed the liquid clear to come up with a way of doing this wet on wet. And this is one of the easiest, nicest ways that I've ever seen it works. Take the liquid clear and the black gesso put together. It's unreal what you can do with it. But isn't that neat? That you can see through this water and see the rocks underneath? There. I think that's fantastic. I'm going to take my small knife, a little white, a little black and brown mixed together. There we go. Maybe a little more black in there. And I just want to define this edge a little. It bothers me that it doesn't show up quite as much as I want it to. There. That's all I'm going to do to it, just so it stands out and you can see it nice and plain. And I think with that, shoot, we've about got a finished painting. This is a painting that you can do. Once again, even if you've never painted, this one you can do. Every day I get letters from people that tell me their 3rd or 4th grade art teacher told them they had no talent, and all their life they've hid this desire wanting to paint. This is one you can do. Let's sign this little painting right here, and we'll call it finished. If you do this one, take time, take a photograph and send to me. Let me see your results and what you're doing. I'd love to hear from you. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little scene that I think you'll enjoy. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here. I have my plain old 18 by 24 inch double prime canvas. And today I've just covered the entire canvas with a little thin coat of liquid white. That's really all we have on there, just a little liquid white. And I thought maybe today we'd do a little winter scene. Now personally, I like winter scenes that are quite warm, and I have a tendency to paint them that way, but I've got a lot of letters from people saying, hey, I like the ones that are very cold. So I want to show you how to do a scene that's very, very cold. You may have to put your coat on for this one's over. So let's just have some fun today. Let's start out with a small amount of phthalo blue, just a little bit. I'm going to use a very limited palette today. By that all I'm meaning is just very few colors to do this, mostly just blue, black, and white. Now then, let's just take a little bit of this phthalo blue, and we'll just start in like this, making little X's, little crisscross. But I'm going to start and work outward so it gets larger, about like that. I like phthalo blue. It's a very warm blue. Probably has a little green in it. It's a very nice blue though. Now, we have a little blue circle up here in the sky. Let's take, without even cleaning the brush, and I'm going to go into Prussian blue. And Prussian blue is many, many times stronger. It's a very dark, strong, rich blue. Just load a little color into it. And we'll go right up in here, still using a little crisscross strokes. Something about like that. A little touch more. There. And then I'll just bring it right down into the phthalo blue. Just let them sort of blend together. like so. We'll come back and blend it a little more in a minute. There. But basically that's all we're looking for. But the paint goes on very easily because we have the liquid white on here. It just blends right on here. If we're working on a dry canvas, you'd probably be in agony city by now. Probably be upset with me. And we want this to work for you. I'm going to take some Prussian blue and some black. Each layer, as we go away from the lightest area, is getting darker and darker. Darker and darker. There we go. This is Prussian blue and midnight black. There. And out here on the very end, we'll just go into black. There. There is a little blue on the brush, so it'll mix with the black that we put on there. Okay. Shoot, we just about have it. We might as well just fill the whole canvas up. It doesn't matter. We're going to do a little winter picture. Any of this blue that ends up down in the snow will just turn into shadows. It's okay. We don't worry about it. Now, the most fun part of the whole technique. That's washing the brush. There we go. Shake off the excess. And there we are. Now, let's take the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to take one corner, just one corner, and go into a little bit of titanium white. That's a beautiful close-up there, but you can see just one corner is hitting the paint. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, decide where your light source is. And in my painting, I think it's going to be right here. In your world, you may want it somewhere else. But take that one corner that has the paint on it, and start around, going around. Round and around and around we go. There we are. See? That's all there is to it. And just begin working it outward. You want this to be the lightest, brightest part of the painting. There. And you can do this as many times as you want. But if you get your brush contaminated with blue, I would suggest that you clean your brush before you go back into the white. There we are. I'm going to clean the brush and do it one more time, just to get a little bit brighter. Actually, I was just looking for an excuse to clean the brush. One more time, right here, and work outward. There we go. All right. As I say, you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness. Now then, we can just blend the rest of the canvas together. Just blend it till you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. It can be very smooth. And you can have a graduation of color from quite dark down to almost pure white. All right, and then very lightly, 3 hairs and some air. I'll just blend all the way across it, just to take out the little brush marks and everything and bring it all together. There. Okay, and that's about all I'm going to do for that little sky. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take a little bit of blue and some white and mix it together. I want to make a light blue. That's pretty good. That's a little phthalo, a little Prussian, and a little white. Okay, let me clean off the old knife. We just wiped the knife on a paper towel. Hands wiped on the pants. There you go. I'm going to take the fan brush, put a little bit of, I'm going to put some more white in there. Put a little bit on the bristles. I don't need a lot of paint, but it's very light. In fact, it's almost the color of the sky. And we can hold it up here and check. It may not be, this may be, well, it's got to be a little darker, you're not going to see it. But just sort of test it. Oh, that's good there. And maybe back in here, there's a little hill. Once again, I want this almost the color of the sky. So you really have to sort of study to even find it. This is going to end up being just the indication of little hills that live far away, way back in the distance. Now we can take a 2-inch brush, grab that, and just gently pull it. Very gently. And just blend it together. Blend it together. As I say, I want that to be far away. Quiet little devil. very tranquil, serene. There. Just an indication of something going on back here. Brush is too slow. Let's get the old 2-inch brush here. I'm going to take a little bit of the phthalo blue. Oh, we'll add a little Prussian blue too. Phthalo and Prussian both. Now, tap the brush, push it, get a little bit right on the end of the bristles. Let's go up in here. And maybe, see if that's a little darker. Yep. Each one of these little foothills that we put in here, I want them to get a little darker. Foothills, little mountains, whatever. Maybe it goes all the way up to there. Add a little more color to my brush. All the way up, and maybe it goes over here. I don't know. It's up to you. You make these big decisions where all these little things live in your world. There. Now I'm going to take and lift upward. Just lift it straight up. So it looks like little trees that live far, far away. Way back in the distance somewhere. We don't know where they are. Too far away. There. Lift upward. There. It's unbelievable that you can make such delicate looking little things with a brush this big. But you really can. Maybe something comes down right on out through here. Just let your imagination go. It'll take you anywhere that you want to be. Anywhere that you want to be. Just all kinds of little things that grow down the side of the hill. There. This is a very simple little painting. You should have no problem with it if you're just beginning to learn this technique. This is one that you can do. It's very easy. And it uses very few colors. Very, very few colors. All right. Once again, lift up. Make sure these little lines go straight up, or it'll look like the wind's blowing about 1,000,000 miles an hour in your world, and all the trees have been blown over nearly. So make sure that goes straight up. Something like so. Okay. But isn't that a simple, simple way of making a very effective little hill that you can see all the little things growing down on? Works. That's what's so great about this technique. It works. Maybe over here. It's a little, see? Just lift upward. Make all kind of little doers wherever you want them. Let's take us a fan brush, a little bit of titanium white. We said this was winter, so we'll put a little snow in there. Just load some white right on the brush, okay? Now, you have to start making some decisions. Maybe there's a little bit of snow laying back in here. And we want this to indicate that it just sort of climbs right up the side of the mountain there. Let it just disappear. We don't know where it goes back here. Don't know that we even care. Don't know that we even care. There. See, but just sort of pay attention to the angles and how they flow in your world. All right. See all that blue color is under there? It doesn't matter. It now comes out to be beautiful shadows. It's one of those happy accidents. We like those. There. Wherever you want this to go. Already it looks like you could take your dog sled and just travel way back in there. Or your snow machine, or whatever you have. I lived in Alaska a long time, so I'm used to people having dog sleds. That's still a big sport in Fairbanks where I lived. And they have big dog sled races up there every year right in the middle of town. Sometimes they have the Iditarod, which is I think about a 1,500-mile dog race. Boy, that takes a tough person. Whew. And I think it's been won by a lady the last few years. Okay. Let's go back to our little fan brush that had the blue on it. I'm going to take some white and some blue, since that's all I have is white and blue, basically. We'll throw a little black in it too. This painting is really more of an exercise in values. The intensity of the color. Let me wipe off the knife. There. We'll load a little of that on the fan brush, and maybe in our world here. Okay, we'll just check out your bravery. Right in front of this mountain, maybe there lives maybe a little stand of trees, or a little grouping of trees. There, about like that. We'll just let them wander down the side. We don't know where they go. Don't know that we even care. Doesn't matter. We'll figure that out next. Right now, we just want to drop some in. There. See, maybe we just go on down here and just let them sort of disappear into teeny little trees. Back up in here. I don't know where they'll go. But it doesn't matter at this point. It really doesn't matter. Now, take a 2-inch brush. I'm going to tap that just a little. I want the base of these trees to be a little softer than the top. So all I'm going to do is just tap and then lift upward. Like that. Then go back, smooth our snow out. See how easy that is? And we're back in business. And back to my little fan brush. We'll have some snow going right up in here. Just sort of let it creep right up to the base of these trees. So it looks like there's a little incline there, a little hill. There. Something about like that. We don't know. Don't know that we care right now. We're just putting in little angles and stuff. And then we'll begin to look at them, see what we have. Back to the fan brush, it has the tree color on it. Maybe there's some happy little bushes that live right in there. Just touch, lift upward, make it look like little grassy areas back in there. Here and there, and there and here, wherever you want them. All right, maybe in our world, get the small knife. I'll just use some of that same blue color that we were using. Maybe in our world, back in here, maybe there's a little, well, it could be a little, might be a little river or something back in here. Just take very gently. It's far away. Far away. Just laying some basic shapes here. Then we'll come back and blend it. I'm just laying it right on top. Then we can take our 2-inch brush and very gently blend this. It'll smooth it all out. There. But see, it looks like it goes back 1,000,000 miles and the snow's blown over it. Have to put a little obstacle there, so if they're going to have a dog race, it won't be too easy. All right. Now, need something right here. So we'll just drop in. Maybe there's another little stand of trees far back here. Lift up. I'm lifting these a little higher than I lifted the ones above it because to my mind they're a little closer to me. But just a little higher. There. See there? Back to our fan brush with the white on it. And we can clean the base of it up a little. All right. Now, we'll take our colors, since we have such a large selection, some phthalo blue, some Prussian blue, and some black, a little bit of white. It doesn't matter. But there is a little white in there. And of course, it's predominantly blue. Predominantly blue. Let me grab another fan brush. I have several going here, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing fan brushes. There. You know, when you're painting, a lot of times it pays in each brush to have 2 of each, so you can have one for dark color and one for light. It saves you from having to wash the brush continually. Use just the corner of the brush here, just the corner, and begin working down. I think we'll pop in a little evergreen tree that lives right here. Right Right there. Got to cover up that little area, so we'll just drop him in. There. And you know me, I think everybody deserves a friend. Gotta have a friend. There. It's one thing painting has brought me that I never suspected when I first started, is a multitude of the most wonderful friends in the entire world. I've met people all over the country. Some of them have turned out to be lifelong friends. But they're all fantastic. People from every walk of life seem to enjoy painting. Annette and I, as we travel around the country doing demonstrations and putting on shows, we've had the opportunity to meet people, as I say, from basically every walk of life to some of the biggest celebrities in the country. And you know what? They all share a love of painting. It makes no difference. There. In fact, just the other day, to me, one of the greatest celebrities in the country and western music industry, Mr. Hank Snow. I met him through painting, and we remain friends to this day. And I just think he's one of the neatest people that I've ever met, whether he was a celebrity or not. He's just a nice man. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of phthalo blue, a little white. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a little touch of the liquid white too, just to thin the color down. Because you know our golden rule, thin paint, stick to a thick paint. Now we have a much thinner paint, so it'll stick right over the top of this thick paint. And let's just use that to indicate some highlights. I don't want too many. Don't want too many. There. And when you're doing yours, you decide how many highlights you want on your tree. Maybe you want them brighter, maybe you want to leave them darker. Personally, I like to leave evergreen trees pretty dark. To me, they look darker than most trees. There. And since we're only working with values in this painting, basically, we need the contrast. There. Back to my little fan brush that has the white on it. And maybe, shoot, right there, be brave, shoot. We'll just drop right in there. Bring that right up. Something like that. And just smooth that out. You could really put this snow in with a 2-inch brush. It'd go in just as well. I just thought today we'd use the old fan brush. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Any way that you can apply it. The only rule that I respect in painting is that painting make you happy and that you enjoy what you're doing. Other than that, it's up to you. Up to you. Any way you can create an effect that you want to your satisfaction has to be wonderful. Has to be. See, I'm just cleaning up the base of that. Sometimes you can take a little of the shadow color and you can just put all kinds of little, maybe there's a little stone that lives under there somewhere. Take your big brush, blend him out. See, that big brush just zips right along there. Wipe off some of that paint. There. Something about like it. I know what we need. If you've painted with me before, you know what's coming. Bob's got to have his big tree in here. I like big trees. I lived in Alaska for a long time and everything's big here. Same color, same blues, but this time darker. Has very little white in it. You ready? Okay, here's your bravery test. Don't put it right in the center. That bothers the eye. Put it to one side or the other a little bit. I've chosen to go a little bit to the left side. But in your world, you may want to go to the right or wherever. Just, I'd recommend not putting it dead in the center. There. Whew, I said big tree. Here he comes. Big old tree. Great big tree. If you have trouble making the paint stick as you come down over all this white, add a little paint thinner. I might do that myself. Just dip the brush into a little paint thinner, then go through the paint. But let me repeat the word little. You don't need much. Don't need much. Keep your paints as firm and dry as you possibly can. Okay, yeah, he needs a friend too. Just a little friend. There. These trees just live right in your fan brush. All you gotta do is just sort of shake them out. They're in there. They're in there. Now then, I'm going back to my brush that has the phthalo blue, the liquid white, and a little titanium white on it. Remember, the liquid white's in there only to thin the paint. Only to thin the color. Nice though. Let's just come in here and drop in a few happy little highlights wherever you want them. There. This little tree's got to have some too. Just because he's small doesn't mean he wants to be left out. He's got the same needs and desires as the big tree, just like we do. There. Okay. So you just sort of bring that all together down here. Just running back and forth between my fan brushes, maybe doop, doop, just pop it up. Maybe there's some little bushy things that live right in there, come out, wherever. Bloop, bloop, wherever. See, you just touch it, lift up. Just touch and lift up. There's one over here. I'm sorry to jump around so much. I just keep seeing things. Drives that mean old director crazy though when I do that, but it's good for her. Keeps her on her toes. There. About like that. See, you just sort of work these things together. And it gives the indication of a big old tree sitting out here overlooking a little river that maybe it's froze up for the winter. Way back over there somewhere. That's about all you need. Shoot. I think we got a finished painting. Take a little paint thinner. I put a little red out here just for the signature. And let's sign this little rascal, maybe right here. Hope you've enjoyed this one. If you'll give it a try, it'll give you a lot of experience using the equipment and building confidence. And that's what it's all about. So until next time, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a painting that's just very pretty to make you feel good inside. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what we got up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch double prime canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. I've just covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin coat of liquid white, so it's all wet and ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. Maybe we'll start out with a little tiny 2-inch brush. And to that, we'll add a little bit of Indian yellow. Just a small amount. Don't need much. Thought let's just do something that's bright and shiny and pretty. As I say, it'll make you feel good inside. All right, we'll just put a little yellow right there. Something about like that. There we go. Without cleaning the brush, I'm gonna go right into yellow ochre. Now, yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. It's very nice, warm color. I like it. There. If you put two eyes and a big smiley face on there, we'd have somebody's portrait right there. No, not really. There we go. Let's just blend that together. Maybe a little more of the ochre. Blend it out somewhere like that. We don't care. Doesn't make any difference. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents here on canvas. Okay, now I'm gonna wash the old brush off. And we wash our brushes, since these are oil paints, with odorless paint thinner. Shake it off. And just cover everything in about a block radius. Now then, I want to mix up, let's take some phthalo blue. I'm gonna make a pretty good pile. And alizarin crimson, and just mix it together. Phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, proportionately. Much, 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 much more crimson than blue. Much more. There we go. We'll just make a nice lavender color. About like that. Okay, good. Now you may want to put a little white over here and test it to see what color it is, because it just sort of looks black on the palette, and you might want to test it. All right, I'm going to put a little bit of this on my 2-inch brush. Then I'm going to start on the outside edge and just begin blending that in. I don't want a dark color here, just a little lavender. Just to bring it up like that. As I say, I thought we'd do something today that's just very bright and sparkly. Maybe even something that has an autumn feel to it. What the heck? There we go. I'm going to put a little bit on the other side over here too. We don't want him left out. There. Just sort of blend it around. Like that. Okay, maybe right in there. And that's about all we're looking for. There. Now I have several brushes going. I'm going to grab another one and put titanium white on it. Just a little titanium white. And come right up here in about the center. Take a little white and begin blending outward. I want this to be very bright right in here. So take a little bit of the titanium white and just really work it in there and work outward. Once you get the brush contaminated with color, try not to take it back into the center. You can do this as many times as you want to achieve any desired lightness. But I would suggest that you clean the brush each time you go back to the center. Otherwise, you're going to drag that dirty color right back into the light area. Now then, we can take it very lightly. Just blend the entire canvas. And just sort of bring it all together, that easy. There. And that'll sort of give us a nice warmish glow right out there. Now then, while I got that old brush going, well, let's see, I got another one here that has lavender on it. We'll use that. Let's put a little bit of that lavender color right on the brush. Just tap a little into the bristles. And maybe in our world, back in here, I don't know, just start making decisions here. Maybe there's some little things that live back in here, wherever. We're just going to make some little background indications, things that live far away. There. As you run out of paint, just turn the brush over, use the other side. Either side. There we go. Just some little indications. I don't know exactly what they are, and I don't know that we really care at this point. Just background material. Sometimes you can take the brush and just hold it vertically and put in all kinds of little indications wherever. Once again, this is just background material. We're not really concerned with it at this point. Maybe later on we will be, but right now it's just background material. There. As you begin running out of paint, you can put things that are closer to the light source up here because they would be lighter. There we go. Just little hints of things that you can see back here. We don't know where they are. Very quiet little quiet things. See them? See? It gives the impression there's things back here, but we don't know what they are. And I really don't know that it even matters right now. Just indications. And more little things that hang out over here, wherever you want them. There. Just all kinds of little doers. There we go. We nearly have the whole thing painted already. But that's all it takes. It's really all it takes. Just let your imagination take you to anywhere that you want to be. That easy. Now we can come back and begin making the indication of layers. Do the shape that in your mind is the farthest away first, and then work forward. And it'll create depth, even in little background things like this. And chances are we'll cover most of it up, but some of them may show through. And people will think that you've worked for long periods of time to create these illusions. Shh, it's our secret. Don't tell them. Just enjoy. Just enjoy. There. Just let them pop right in there. But see, each layer gets a little bit darker. And already it looks like you can see way back in there. And we really haven't done hardly a thing. Maybe we'll have a little water. We can just pull some of this down. We'll decide where the water lives later. But we have a little bit in there if we need it. I'm gonna take a little bit of blue, a little phthalo blue, and just add right in there. So it has a little bluish cast to it. But it's still mostly lavender. It's just more to the blue side now. All right. Let's see. Here's a brush. We'll put a little white on it. This is just titanium white. Maybe in our world, right there. Maybe there's lights zinging right across the water. Want that to be nice and shiny. Okay, back to my brush with the lavender. I'm just sort of going back and forth. There, maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right here. Comes right out like that. There. And we'll pull a little reflection down for him. That easy. That easy. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Get crazy. Maybe over here, maybe there's another little peninsula that comes out into the water. So it looks like that water's back behind there. There, once again, just a little reflection underneath by pulling straight down and then going across. And that's all there is to it. Take the knife, a little bit of liquid white. Maybe we'll put the least little touch of bright red in, just enough to pink it up a little. Just give it a little pinkish flavor. Pull it out flat, cut across. Let's do that slow so you can see it. Cut across. Let's go up in here. Then we can take, and with that, just cut in the indication of just a little water line that lives right up in there. Something like that. I don't want a real distinct one, just a hint. Just a hint of color right in there, like so. There we go. All right, now already, look at the amount of depth and distances in that. It's that simple. Just by varying the shades. Now you could even go in here and take your knife and cut in little sticks and twigs, sometimes in between all these little areas. See, there they come. All of those little things help create the illusion of distance in your painting. There we are. That's enough to get us started. Now then, tell you what, let's have some fun here. Maybe in our world, maybe we'll just keep using the old 2-inch brush. It seems to be working pretty good. Now, change my mind. Let's go to a round brush. That's the beauty of this. You can just change anytime you want. I'm going to take a little round brush. Still going to that lavendery color. Put a little background for a tree that lives right there. There, a little darker. Each layer gets a little bit darker. All right, and maybe this tree lives on this side of the water. Tell you what, let's put a little tree trunk in there. For that, I'm going to take a little Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna mixed together. Load the brush full of color, a lot of color. See, both sides. Now I'm going to take one side and just take it through a little bit of white. So I have light on one side, dark on the other. See? White, dark. Okay? Now, we have to decide, here's our light source right here. So light's going to come from both directions. Need to keep that in mind. Keep the light side of this to the left. Need it a little bit lighter. Didn't come out quite light enough so that it shows up. We'll just do it again here. See? Get the light and the dark side both at once. See, works well. And maybe, yeah, what the heck, it's working so well. Let's do it again. Okay, one more time. We'll give him a little friend. There, now see we have tree trunks, that easy. And let me find my little round brush, there it went. Let's go into a little bit of yellow, a little bit of sap green. Maybe there's a little green still going on back here. We decided we'd have maybe a little autumn thing, but maybe there's still a little green back here. This little small round brush does fantastic on trees like this. This is what it's just wonderful for. Just wonderful. There, just a little green left back here. Even though Jack Frost may be doing his magic, still a little green on some of these. There, maybe he missed this one. Okay, but surely he will come back and get it. There. But for right now, still got a little color in it. We'll just let it blend right on down to about there. And maybe, now we'll start playing with color. Maybe there's a little yellow ochre right here. Touch a bright red once in a while. Down in here, maybe this tree has more color on it. Just sort of let it happen. I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid white because, as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we're going to thin it down just a wee bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, maybe a little paint thinner would do better. Yes, that's much better. I'm looking for a lighter color so I can go back and, yeah, that's what I'm looking for right there. I want to highlight that a little bit. Just want to highlight it a little bit so it stands out more. All right. Okay, now, let's see, maybe over here on the other side, maybe there's a happy little bush that lives over here on this side, more into the green hues. Just play with these colors, back and forth and back. Enjoy. Just really and truly enjoy. That's what it's all about. If painting does nothing else for you, it should make you happy. Should make you happy. All right. Okay, maybe there's another little bush right here in front of that one. Just work in layers, each layer. Think about it. Think about it. Shoot, let's get crazy here. Maybe there's some bushes on this side too. While I got the old brush working, we'll put some right down there at the foots of them trees. Who knows where they go? Maybe, yeah, we'll just bring them together. See, as you paint, you begin to see all these little things. Just practice. Just practice. You'll learn to create as you paint. There we go. A little bit of black right in there. I want a dark color in here. So I want that, add a little black, maybe even a little Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much stronger than phthalo blue. I want the foreground to be darker. There. And then back to our little oval brush. Dip it into a little bit of the liquid white. A little yellow ochre, a little cad yellow, maybe even a little bright red. Just tap the brush. And we'll go back up in here. Ooh, there's a little firecracker. Little firecracker. There we go. Give my little friend that lives there. But just that easy. About like that. There. And another one. Just work in layers though. Try to leave a little dark between each group. Between each and every group. There we are. Let's go on the other side and maybe, yeah, it's a happy little bush right here too. Something like that. Just varying colors, back and forth and back. There we are. There's another one. Indian yellow sometimes. Alizarin crimson and the yellows make some gorgeous colors. Try that too, especially if you're doing fall pictures. There. Something like so. Whatever. Go back to the old 2-inch brush. We'll put a little color on it here. The same colors that we're using, the reds and the yellows. All of those beautiful colors and some green. We'll come back in here and just begin tapping in the indication of some little grassy areas that live in here. The more you tap this, the more it picks up the lavender and blue color underneath, and it'll just fade away. If you want it distinct, tap it very few times. The more you tap it, once again, the more it'll pick up that color underneath, and the darker it'll become. Use that knowledge to your advantage. There. Okay. Maybe we'll use more of the dark color. We'll put the indication of maybe something that comes right down here. I'm going to add a little dark sienna. Need a brown in there. There we go. Something about like so. That easy though. It's all it takes. There. All right. Think about the lay of the land when you're putting these in. Okay. Guess what? Bravery time. I'm going to take some Midnight Black, some Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna. Just mix all three of these together. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Bravery test. You ready for this? Maybe in our world there lives big tree right there. Right there. Maybe the big tree has a friend. Right there. There we go. Looks like something I used to make a slingshot out of when I was a kid. Got in a lot of trouble with them. Maybe on this side. Here we go. Another big old tree. Don't let these big trees scare you. Just drop them in. It's your world, and you can put a big tree wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Or you can put a little tree. It's up to you. Or even a tiny little tree. Whatever. You can put a lot of trees in your world. Now then, let's make several different kinds of trees just for practice. Let's say, take a little titanium white with at least a little touch of brown in it, a little roll of paint. Let's say this tree over here, let's decide it's a birch tree. Just want to show you how to make several trees here. Maybe this old birch tree lives right here. Just sort of give it a round pull. I know that didn't make any sense. Go round like that with a knife when you give it a little pull. There. Chances are, if that one's a birch, his friend will be too, since they live right together here. All right, right on up. Something like so. And you can put a little touch on the other side. Just remember where your light's coming from. Always be aware of that. The other old tree, let's take some dark sienna, a little bit of white, and maybe this tree over here is a different kind. So all we're going to do for this one is just touch, touch. Let the tree take off what it wants, give you back what's left. Just touch. And when this is dry, you'll be able to actually feel the bark in this tree. There. And once again, this one's probably the same kind, so just touch. There, something like that. Take our liner brush, a little bit of thin paint, thinning it with paint thinner. And we'll just put the indication here and there of an old tree limb or two that lives out here. I don't know, wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. I'm gonna put some leaves up here if we have time, so it's all right. We don't care what's up here. Just the indication. A few of them will show. There. Maybe this little tree got stomped on it. He's not doing so good. Maybe he died. Maybe that's all that's left. It's just his skeleton hanging out here. And the old birch tree's got a few limbs too. A few old limbs hanging out here, enjoying the sunshine. There, wherever. All right. Now then, Let's go back to our little round brush. We'll just use some of that lavender brown color, doesn't matter. Here we go. Let's just drop some happy little leaves right up here on these. It's a little round brush, it doesn't take too long to do that. In fact, I think I'll just close the whole top of this in. Makes an interesting composition. About like that. There. Anywhere you want them to be. Up to you. Up to you. Maybe right in there even. Okay. I think for this I'm going to use, so it'll stand out, I'll make an orange color out of yellow and red. Nice orange color. There, I need some paint thinner to thin that down so it sticks. Got a lot of paint on here now. There we go. Boy, that's dynamite. Bright rascal. Very bright. A little more red, a little more yellow. Ooh, I like it. I like that color. Gorgeous, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. There. Once again, remember where your light's coming from. Work with basic shapes and patterns. A few little things on this other one over here. We just use the same basic color. As I say, Jack Frost has played through here. And it's starting to turn all these gorgeous colors. I'm just looking for an excuse to use a lot of yellows and oranges because I like those colors. If you hang a painting like that in a room, it brightens the entire room. There we go. Something about like so. And that's all it takes. Puts an indication maybe of a few little things down here at the base of the tree. And with that, we about have a finished painting. I could take a little red, a little liner brush, make a quick little signature, and we'll be gone. Hope you've enjoyed this one. With that, we're going to call it done. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's get started. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got up here today. I have my standard old canvas up here, but I've cut a little oval out of contact paper and stuck it on. And then I've covered this portion up here with gray gesso and the bottom with black gesso. And don't laugh at my wavy line, I know it's not straight. Then I've covered the entire thing with just a very thin coat of liquid clear. So it's all wet and ready to go. So I thought today maybe we'd do a little seascape, one that's very simple, very easy, and one that we'll just have some fun with. So I'll start out with a little bit of Indian yellow. I'm just gonna load a tiny little amount up here. I want a seascape that's very bright and shiny. So we'll just take a little of that Indian yellow, and we'll just run it right along like that. Somewhere. Maybe without cleaning the brush, we'll go right into a little bit of yellow ochre. There. Just something like that. That's really all we're looking for. I'm going to come back and add a little white in that and brighten it up. But we're just putting some little base colors under it right now. There we go. And just let that sort of blend upward. And once again, without washing the brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of the bright red. Just a small amount. Doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. Now the gray gesso underneath will dull that so it's not so bright that it hurts your eyes. There. Maybe just a touch more. Right in there. Something along that order. That's all we're looking for. Now then, time to wash the brush, and that's really the most fun part of the whole procedure. So let's do that. Let's wash our old brush. Just wash it off good, give it a shake. And there we go. There we go. Now, a little bit of the titanium white. And let's start right in here with white. And then we can begin painting right over the top of that. Just begin right over. I want this to be the brightest area right here. Maybe the sun maybe it just sort of went behind the horizon right here. I don't know. You just decide and put it wherever you want it. And blend upward. Now we're just going to blend upward. Let that white mix with all the colors that you put on the clear. Add a small amount more of the white. There. Just let them all blend together. Something like so. All right. I like skies and seascapes that are very bright and shiny. They just seem to make you feel better. And you can do this several times to achieve a desired brightness. Up to you. Up to you. See, now when we hit that bright red up there, it makes a gorgeous pink color. That easy. And that's about all I'm going to do for that little sky. Now, I think today I'll take a little phthalo blue, some alizarin crimson, mix it together proportionately. Much, much more crimson than blue. I want sort of a reddish lavender color, maybe a touch more blue in it. There, I think that's just right. Just right. Wipe off the knife. And we'll use a fan brush today. Load a little color in the fan brush just by going back and forth. So, okay. And maybe in our world there lives your bravery test right off today. A big old strong cloud lives right up here. Just floats around and has a good time all day. There we go. There, big old cloud. I said a big strong cloud. I guess I was serious. But I'm going to start on the cloud that's the darkest, which to me would be this one. And maybe we'll make a few more. But now we're beginning to have less paint on the brush. Less and less paint. So automatically it's going to get a little lighter in value. Shoot, let the canvas work. The brushes work, the color. Just go with it. Go with it. As I've mentioned before, this is certainly the lazy man's way of painting. And I look for easy ways. Maybe there's a little paint left on the brush. Maybe there's a little cloud lives right there. I don't know. I don't know. Just basically wherever you think they should be. We'll put several in here just so you have a little practice with clouds. There, maybe, okay, right there, little stringy one. Something like so, maybe even one over here. But that's really all we need. There. That had a little color on it, but I just banged it to knock the color off, and we can go in here and just blend this some. This will pick up the excess paint. There. Tell you what, I want a softer brush. I'm going to pick up the blender brush so I can get in here and make all kinds of little soft things happen. Very gentle. With this blender brush, you can go right over all this without mixing it together. Just bring it together. There. Something about like that. That's all we're looking for today. And that gives us a sky full of clouds. We'll wash that little brush out. It's not near as much fun to beat that one. Don't like to beat that one near as much as the other one. Maybe I'll blend that one a little bit more and have this clean. Okay. Let's spend the majority of our time today working on the bottom. I'm going to take phthalo blue and phthalo green and just mix them together on the brush here. Blue and green. Phthalo blue and green. Okay, let's go back up in here. And I'm just going to cover right along like that. See, my crooked horizon didn't matter at all now. And they were laughing at my horizon line here in the studio before we started this. But it doesn't matter. There. Because we don't make mistakes. Okay, that's just applying a little color to the liquid clear. Then I'll wash this brush. And we're in business again. Now I'm going to mix up some sap green and alizarin crimson together. I'm going to make a nice transparent chocolate brown color. And these two colors make a gorgeous, gorgeous brown. Gorgeous brown. All right. But it's a very transparent brown. And we can take our brush with this transparent brown, and I'm just going to fill up the bottom of this area with a little bit of that brown. I know you can't see it, and that's the beauty of it. That's the way you tell if a color is transparent. If you put it over black and you still seems to be black to you, then the color's transparent enough for what we're doing. Can be semi-transparent, but it'll work. Now, let's find a little number 3 fan brush today. I find in seascapes one of the easiest ways of getting one started. Figure out if you're going to have a big major wave, figure out where it lives and then work around that. So let's say our major wave is going to live right here. There's the top of it. It's going to come out maybe and go like so. Behind it, then we can have whatever we want. And that just sort of gives you a little layout, and back in here, wherever. See, that's this. Maybe this will help. The wave's going to curve over like that. Does that make sense now? Crash right over. That's all there is to it. And that sort of gives you an idea of where everything's going to live. Let's have a little in the background back here. We take a little white, a little bit of our lavender color that we made, mix it up. We just mixed on the brush. Doesn't much matter. And up in here, maybe I'll add a little black to that. Yeah, I like that. Maybe in our world, right back in here is a little headland that lives back here that just sort of projects out into the water. There, something like that. See, that's all there is to it. No big deal. Now we have one out there. I'm going to go back to the small fan brush. And now we can start picking out things. Today maybe I'll use a little fan brush some. I'm going to strengthen these. Actually what I'm doing is adding a little white paint. Just a little white paint. And I'll show you why. Let me wash that brush. There we go. Now be sure it's clean and dry, and the paint that's up here is enough to do what we want to do. We're going to take that and begin pulling it back. Just pull it back. See? Just pull it back. But notice the strokes. They're sort of rocking like little strokes. Very, very important. And what you're interested in is the dark area, not the light area. There, just wipe off that paint. See there? Just little rocking strokes. And from here, just lead them back. Try to maintain that dark area in there, though. That's what we're looking for. That's the goodie. Okay. Now, the most fun part of doing seascapes is the eye of the wave, or the transparency, whatever you want to call it. Let's say it lives right here. We can still use the little fan brush, doesn't matter, or you can use a filbert. Scratch in a little bit of that. But we're really applying a lot of pressure. We're really pushing that color right into the canvas. And you can do it several times to achieve a desired lightness. But I'd recommend you wash the brush each time, so you start with nice fresh color. There, we about wore this little brush out washing it. But that's okay. Now, to our little blender, and very lightly. This little blender is wonderful for these. Wonderful. Because you can make things here that are absolutely just as smooth as silk. There we go. Just tiny little circles, but the bristles aren't hardly moving. Just wind it up. There. Just a nice little light spot out there. Little hair there. All right. There. Okay, now we can begin putting some goodies in there. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white and think about where the water is going to crash over here. Going to go like so. Got to make those little noises though. If you don't make those little noises, it just doesn't work. There. No, it's not true. You don't have to make those. There we go. I like to make them. But you know how painters are. We sort of different. A little weird. There we go. That's basically all we need. And to make the little crashing thing there, we'll take some of that. We're using lavender in this, so we'll just continue with it. Works well. Just load a little bit of that lavender color. I'm going to add a touch more blue to it. Get a little more to the blue side. There we go. Okay. Now, maybe, I don't think you'll be able to see this, but it's just a shadow color I'm putting underneath. There, you can see it as it comes up over here. See, just a little shadow, so when we put the nice foam on top of it, it'll jump right out at us. But you need that dark color underneath. Just sort of bring it all together. Once again, you could do this with a filbert, and I do a lot of the times. Today I just sort of got started with a little fan brush and decided to go with it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything that works for you. Load a little bit of titanium white on here. Maybe just a little crasher. Just a little bit of crashing going on out in here. Just wipe off the paint, reload it sometime. There we go. A little more paint. As I say, these little noises sort of help me. I like them. Okay, now then, let's take the little blender and very lightly, just barely touch. I want to blend this edge out a little bit. Right in here. Very soft. All right. There we go. Now then, we can start having some fun here. Take paint thinner, a little bit of the titanium white, and let's make a thin paint here so we can just start putting some of the goodies in there. Some of the things that really make it stand out well. There we go. A little more paint on the brush. See, just pick out all the little waves. Way back in the distance here. There. That's a very simple way of making a seascape that's quite colorful, quite effective. You'll like it. You'll like it. And let some of these things just work down. So you begin getting all kinds of little foam patterns in here. There they go. This is where you create the shape in the wave. This is what makes it all come together. There we are. Okay, maybe. Let's see here. We had alizarin crimson and sap green to make brown. Make up a little more brown. And maybe in our world, we will use a filbert here. Maybe right over here in this old crasher wave lives a big old stone right there. Just making that out of brown. Comes right down into the crashing wave and just going all over that. All right, let me wipe off the excess paint. Put a little bit of bright red. Maybe a little lavender mixed with it. Oh, that's nice. That dulls it down just a little. There. And we'll just sort of form us some basic little rocks out here. We don't much care. I like doing little seascapes like this. They're so much fun. So much fun. I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida. So I sort of grew up around the water. Sort of grew up around it. There. Okay. I still spend quite a bit of time over by the over by the beach. I like the water. Put a few little splasher doers all up through here. Little splasher doers, that's a word I made up. But you know what I'm talking about. Steve, my son, and I both seem to have this tendency to make up words. There. All right, down here, I want a little beachy area. So I'm gonna take a little white with a touch of the cad yellow in it. Figure out where you want the beach to be. Pull straight down. Choo, choo, choo. Just pull it straight down. See, that brown now shows up and then go across. Already it's beginning to look like wet water just by doing that. Take our knife, small knife. Get a little roll of paint on it. Figure out basically where you want the little ripples to be. There they come. Firm pressure. Really firm, bending the blade. Don't break it, but bend it. And that'll help give you that illusion there that you're looking for. All right. And maybe in our world, maybe. Yep, you're right. There's another one. Something about like that. Goes right off that edge. It's okay. Take a fan brush and very lightly want to grab that and pull it back. Just give it a little backward pull. There, but basically pretty straight. If anything, let it tilt downward so it looks like the water is running downward there. All right. We can use a little filbert with a little white on it here, and we can just begin working on all kinds of little patterns and little things, little foam patterns that are happening in here. Let them happen. Don't worry about them. There they go. See? And maybe in here there's some. Just little things going on. There. Just give it a little pull. Angles are most important in here, though. Pay very close attention to your angles. They can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Just depends on how they go. A little bit more of the titanium white, a little blue in it. Come along and enforce some of these things. Now, at home, where you have unlimited time, you can really put some time in here. You can put all kinds of little details. That's what makes your painting special. That's really what makes it gorgeous, makes it stand out. There. I'm just going to skip around here and there and put all kinds of little doers in. There we go. Now then, back to my little filbert brush that has the brown on it. And maybe there's a little stone over here on this side too. Shoot, I bet he's got a friend right there. We'll have little rocks all over the place. And okay, a little bit of the bright red. And we'll come right in here and just highlight that little stone. Just enough to make him stand out some. Take a little bit of the liquid white on the knife, and just like we were in water, you can put little water lines right around it so it looks like it's part of the whole overall scene. There. Okay. Liner brush. Oh, liner brush. We'll take a little bit of the brown. A little bit of the brown. You know me. I gotta have a tree. Okay, little tree. But I need a tree. I like trees. Maybe off this old rock here, there's one old tree that's just trying to make it. He's trying to make a living out here on this rock. This is not the best place to try to survive. Maybe he didn't. maybe he didn't. Gnarly old tree. His old arms are wiggly. He's really had a hard life. Okay. Yeah. See, that tree has some character. This would be a nice tree for the seagull to come land in. Sit up here and see what's happening. He could check it out. Okay, and take a little more paint thinner. A little bit of that lavender color, but I'm thinning it down too. Very thin, very thin. Just about like ink. And underneath this little wave here, I want to put a dark line. A dark line will separate. And we can see little seaweeds and things through there. But this is how we shape the wave. See how it curves now? You can see through it. It's transparent. And we can see right through that rascal. A little of that dark right along in there. That dark's your good friend right here. It separates once again. There. Something like so. And you just sort of vary these back and forth. I'm going to go into white with the least little touch of the cad yellow. Thin down with paint thinner. Right underneath here, where it's the brightest, we can begin putting some nice, bright, shiny little highlights that are just zinging right through there. See? And you just put those wherever you want them. Something like that. And that's basically how to do a very simple little seascape. Let's take the contact paper off now and see what we have. You never know until you take the paper off whether it's going to work or not. And I think this one turned out pretty good. Pretty good for a quickie. Let's take a little bit of the bright red, a little paint thinner. I think this one's ready for a signature. So we'll just come right down in here and sign this little rascal. Like that. Hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have time, send me a picture of your attempt. I'd love to see what you're doing. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today maybe we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I hope you'll enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done today. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've covered it with just a very thin coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. Today let's start with a little tiny brush, the 2-inch brush. It will take a small amount of alizarin crimson. We don't need much, just a little alizarin crimson. Just tap a little in the bristles. There we go. And let's go right up in here. I'm going to put a little bit right up in the sky today. Somewhere about like that. Just want to warm it up. Be very careful. Very careful. In a heartbeat, you can set the sky on fire. And all we want to do is warm it a little. There we go. Something about like so. That's all we need. Maybe a touch more of that, and maybe we'll have a little water down at the bottom. I'll put a little bit down here at the bottom. Maybe a little of that pinkish color will reflect right into the water. And if we don't have water, we'll just cover it up. No big deal. Because in our world, we can do anything that we want to do. All right, in that case, let's go into a little bit of the phthalo blue. Once again, don't need much and don't even have to clean the brush. The phthalo blue is so much stronger than the crimson, it'll just eat it up. Okay, let's go back up in here. And now I'm just going to make little X's, little crisscross strokes, something like that. Go all the way across the top. And bring it down until it almost touches the crimson. Once again, the blue is so much stronger, if you're not careful, it'll just eat all the crimson up. There. About like so. While I still have that brush going, I'm going to take a little Prussian blue, which is much darker, and just add to the corners on each side. Something like that. And once again, while I have the blue on the brush, I'm going to go down and put a little bit down here. If we're going to have water, we need a little blue down there. Something about like that. There we go. It really doesn't matter because we'll change it in any direction that we want when we get there. There, all right. And now the most fun part of the whole procedure. Let's clean the brush. We wash our brushes, as you know, with odorless paint thinner. And I really, really recommend that it's odorless, or you'll become the most unpopular person in the whole house. And if you do that in the living room, you're going to become unpopular too. Get your little brush beater rack that you put down in the garbage can to contain all that. There we go. I do it here in the studio because they pick on me, and it's a way of getting even with them. There we are. And besides that, it's a lot of fun. Okay, very gently, just blend the entire sky to take out the little brush strokes. And the same thing down here in the water. We're just going to blend it a little bit. See, that little bit of pink still there. Shows right through. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. All right, let's have some fun. Let's take, I've got several of these little 2-inch brushes going. I'm going to take one and tap it. Tap right into the titanium white. Show you a simple little way of making a happy little cloud. And all we're going to do is just take and tap in a very basic little shape. We don't care. Just tap it. Just tap it. There. This is the easiest way I've ever found of making very effective clouds. But just tap. But you do have to put in a basic shape. You can't just tap at random and a cloud appears. There. Think about basic shape. How this old cloud would float around and just have a good time all day. Maybe something about like that. Doesn't matter. A clean, dry brush, and very gently, very gently, one hair and some air, we can just blend this rascal until it's as soft as you want it to be. That easy. That easy. All right. And we've got some happy little clouds that just live up here in our sky. Okay, great. There. If you just have a little paint on your brush, you can just beat it like that, and it'll take the paint off. And it's easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure. Let's make us a little mountain. For that, I'm going to take some Prussian blue, some black. I'll put a little brown in there too, a little Van Dyke, some crimson. Maybe a little more of the crimson. And just mix them up. Cut off a little roll of paint. Should live right out on the edge of your knife. And let's decide in our world, maybe we up in here, there's just, okay, happy little mountain lives way up here. And we don't care, however you want it to be. That's the way it should be. There we are. Something like so. I'm scraping off all the excess paint, all of it. What's left is exactly right. It's absolutely perfect. There. I take the 2-inch brush, grab it, and just pull. It does two things. Most important, it removes excess paint, so the next layer goes on much easier. And secondly, it blends the paint down so it looks misty down at the base. And that's exactly what we're looking for today. And we can wash the old brush. Just want to wash the brush. There. As I say, that's really the most fun part of this whole procedure. Let's take some titanium white. I'm going to put the least little touch of bright red in it. And maybe even a little bit of the midnight black. I want to gray it and warm it. Don't overmix it. Leave that marbled. All those little designs will stay right in there. Okay, let's go up in here. A little roll of paint, and we touch, and we just follow the angle in the mountain. Follow it. Follow it, see? Follow right along. Just like that. That's all there is to it. No pressure, though. Absolutely no pressure. Let the knife float. I've said it over and over in other series, but when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him to just pretend that he was a whisper and he floated across the mountain. And it's sort of a good analogy. He understood. And today that little rascal makes the best mountains in the industry. All right. Now then, I've taken a little white, a little touch of the Prussian blue, made a little shadow color. And with that, we'll come right up in here, and we'll put the indication of some happy little shadows that live in our mountain. Right along in here. Once again, absolutely no pressure. No pressure. Just let it sort of float. And when you have this much power, you have to make decisions. Maybe right here. Yep, you're right. See, here's another little peak. And maybe it comes right on around here somewhere. I don't know. Don't know that we really care. Just want to show you how to do it, and you decide where they live. Back to our shadow color. Each little highlight needs its own individual shadow, or it won't play with you. It'll just go home. So give each one a shadow. Maybe it sort of bends over like that. It's your world. And in your world, you can do anything that you want. Clean, dry, 2-inch brush will create a little bit of mist up here just by tapping. Pay very close attention to the angles and follow them. Lift upward, takes out the little tap marks, sort of blends it all together. That easy. There we are. Once again, just blend it. Angles are most important though, most important. Sometimes, let's get crazy. Sometimes I like to paint like a big ridge of mountains that lives underneath one mountain that's striking. So we'll have a little ridge. It comes right down through here. We don't know where it goes. Maybe it goes on over here somewhere. I'll probably put some trees there, so don't worry about it. You know me, I always have to have a big tree. So I'll probably have a tree there. Put a little paint on, grab 2-inch brush and pull it, the same as we did before. Pull it. Really get in there and grab it. That pulls that paint down and removes excess paint. There. Something about like that. We don't care where it goes. There we are. Now we'll take, once again, I'm putting a little black with the white to gray it. Just a little. Small roll of paint and no pressure. No pressure. I'm using less paint on this one. A lot less paint, just barely touching. I just want the indication here. Think where light would hit. This mountain says our light's coming from the right. So pay attention to where light would strike. Think about it in your mind. Just think about it. Just let it go. No pressure at all. None whatsoever. I know you get tired of hearing that, but it's so important. And I get letters every day from people who say, I'm still having a little problem with the mountains. It's 99 times out of 100, it's one of two problems. The paint is too thin. Paint is too thin, and it just, as Steve, my son, says, it just mushes together. And you have mud, or you're applying too much pressure. One or the other. One or the other. There. And once you get the pressure thing down, then it's easy. Then it's so easy. I get letters every day, as I say, from people all over the world, fantastic friends. And they tell me they never believe they could paint. And they're doing paintings now that friends and relatives absolutely don't believe. I've had some of them tell me that the friends start looking real close and try to find the numbers. They think they're paint by number. That they never believed that their friend had that kind of talent. But you can do this. You really and truly can do this. There we go. I have youngsters in their 90s write and tell me that they wanted to paint their entire life. And now they're doing it. Now they're doing it. And if you can do this, you can do anything that you believe you can do. Anything. Anything. I know you can do it. And if I know, you certainly do. There. All right. But that's all I want there. It's just the indication of some nice cliffs or something that are underneath that big mountain. There we go. I'm just going to lift this up and blend this together, something like so. I want this to be very soft at the base though. Very, very soft. All right. Shoot, we've done okay there. It's pretty nice looking mountains we made in just a few minutes. I'm gonna take some of that mountain color, add a little white to it. I want to lighten it up a little bit. About like that. And maybe, let me clean the knife here. Get a fan brush. Maybe in our world, way back under this mountain, maybe there's an indication of a few old trees that are far away. We can't make out a lot of detail in these trees. These trees are too far away to have a lot of detail. So don't spend a lot of time trying to put every leaf on these. It will ruin the illusion of distance if you do. When things are far away, you see shape, basic color, and that's all. There. Now we can take a 2-inch brush, tap it severely, right on the bottom, and lift up. I tapped it down here only to create the illusion of mist. A little bit of mist. Now then, you know me, I'm crazy about trees, so I thought maybe Dave would do a few trees. Why not? Let's take Prussian blue, phthalo green. I like phthalo green in my evergreens sometimes. A little Van Dyke, some crimson, and we'll just mix all those together. All of them together. Might as well mix a pretty good pile of paint. Wipe off the knife. I just wiped the knife on an old paper towel. There we go. Let me find an old fan brush. Hey, there's one. Got too many brushes going here. I'm gonna load it full of paint, both sides. A lot of color. Okay, let's go up in here. Big decision time. We have a tree. We do have a tree that lives right there now. Just use the corner of the brush to start out. As you work down the tree, push harder and harder, really smooshing it, once again, as Steve says. He's quite a character. I think he's almost 27 years old now, and he's painted his entire life. That's all he's ever known. And I'm so proud of him. He is a character. Little short guy, he's nearly 6'6" now. Calls me Shorty. There. Little touch here. And Steve is so accomplished at what he's doing. Him and my dear friend Dana Jester, they travel around and they teach instructors how to instruct. Plus we have a couple other people that do it. There, but at his young age, he's practiced enough already that him and Dana teach people how to instruct. So we have teachers running loose all over the country. There, got to spread the joy. Okay, we'll have another one right there. Have another one right there. There we go. Wherever, this is your forest, and you can make it any way you want it. Sometimes you can just do something like this. And, because we don't worry about detail at the base, only where they stand as individuals. Down in here, you could care less. We'll separate that with highlights. You don't even have to worry down here. All you're worried about is the nice tops. See, we just made a forest right there, that easy. We'll come back with a little light green and we'll just highlight those little rascals. Easy. Okay, I like bigger trees. We are going to have a forest here. Now when you're painting, I'm not having too much trouble here, but when you're painting, when you go over a mountain like this or something, you have a hard time making it stick. Dip the brush into a little bit of paint thinner and then go through your color. It'll thin the paint just enough that you can go right over the top of that other without it mixing together so bad. All right. We said we was going to have a big tree here, so I think we should do that. There we are. Big old tree. And once again, down here, we don't care. We really don't care, because I'm going to fill this up full of trees. I want a whole forest out here in front of this beautiful mountain. There. And we'll have one more right here, just to cover up that hole we got left. And bring business. Now, you could fill this up here with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just quickly drop in some stuff. In fact, I could have painted these with 1 or 2 inch brush and been a little faster. Now then, tell you what, let's see something here. Let's just bring this together down here on the bottom. Like that. There. Just bring them together. This is our world, so we can do anything we want to here. Anything we want to do. There we go. And maybe in our world, maybe a little of this is reflected right down into the water. Yep, you're right. See there? Just pull a little bit of it straight down. It's important that it comes straight down. And I'm trying to save a little bit of pink and go across. And that easy. Have instant reflections. Yeah, I like that. Now then, this is the little fan brush that had the tree color on it. And I just went into some cad yellow, yellow ochre, and I'll hit the Indian yellow any minute here. Because it had blue and black in it, when I touched this, it turned green. See, take a little of that, put in there, turns beautiful green. Okay, let's go up in here. And with that color now, we can come back in here and begin picking out the highlights. Now, once again, if it doesn't stick too well, and mine's not, add a little paint thinner. See, now watch the difference. A little paint thinner, and I just pull the brush back through the color. That thinned it out, and now it sets right on top of that. There. The brush goes away, I'm just loading a little more color on it. That's all. Now, I like to keep my evergreens very dark toward the base, because that way it looks to me like there's big shadows down there. And I like to keep evergreens pretty dark, period. To me, they're darker than trees with leaves on them. But it's an individual thing. The only rule here is that you enjoy, and it makes you happy. If it does that, then it's perfect. It's perfect. It couldn't be any better, no matter what you do. There. And in painting, you will continually grow. Every painting is a learning experience. And you know in your heart that your next painting is going to be better. I tell our instructors all the time, I hope they're plagued their entire life with dissatisfaction. I know that sounds horrible, but as long as you're not satisfied with what you do, then you go back and you try it again, and you do it better and better and better. So I hope you have the same disease. I hope every painting that you do, you look at it and you say, I could do better, because you can. You learn from every painting. Every painting is a learning experience. Everything in life is a learning experience. It's not failure. If it doesn't work the way you want it, it's not failure. It just means you learned something. And as long as you're learning, you're not failing. Let's take a little on the 2-inch brush, a little of that same green, yellows, maybe a little bright red here and there. Tap. Okay, let's go up in here. And maybe in our world, see, maybe this is a beautiful little grassy area back here. It's one of them places you like to take your shoes off and let your feet run naked through there. Whew. Nice. Nice, I like little meadows. There. We need some dirt down here. We'll take a little brown, dark sienna mixed together. And we'll put the indication, some soil, dirt, whatever you want to call it. There. About like that. Just a little brown and white mixed together and make a highlight. There, just a little. I'm going to bring some grass down so it doesn't matter. A little of it will show. A little of it will show. Okay, I'm gonna grab me a 1-inch brush. I'm gonna dip it into a little bit of the liquid white, just to thin this color. Get some sap green, some yellow, a little more of the sap green there. Ooh, nice color. Pull that brush in one direction to load it, then turn it over. So the round corner is at the top. Let's go up here. With that round corner up, now we can touch, push, bend very gently and create the illusion of all kind of little bushes and trees and happy little things. They live here. They live here in our world. A little yellow ochre, maybe a little touch of the bright red right on the end. Make a little flower that lives out there. Sneaky, huh? Another little bush. He lives there. I know him. I know him. He's my friend. He's my friend. He's my friend. There. I know painters are a little weird to go out and make friends with bushes and trees, but that's okay. That's okay. Whatever it takes. Now back to the old 2-inch brush. And we'll come right along in here and put in some more of that soft grassy area. There. Just a little here and there. Wherever you think they should be. Bring them together. The more you tap, the softer they'll become. Till it looks like velvet laying out here or silk. You can do that. You really can do that. A little bit of the liquid white. And we can come right in here. Zoom. Cut in a little waterline indication. This is just a light area between the darks, that's all. Just a little light between the dark. All right. Wherever. Something like that. Now, sometimes it's fun. We get crazy. I'm gonna take the old 1-inch brush and maybe over here on this side, there's a little bush lives right here. We'll just drop in some dark so we'll have something for our light to show on. There we go. Get our brush that has the green, sap green and the yellow on it. And let's just pop in a happy little bush right here. This bush sits on this side of the water and watches everything happen. There we are. Okay, a little touch more right in there. Shoot. I got that rascal where we want it. Tell you what. I think that one's about done. I'm going to take a little bit of red. We'll sign that one. Call it finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It'll give you experience with all the equipment. And if you can do this one, you can do anything. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You sort of caught me there. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what you caught me doing. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I'm just covering the entire canvas with a very thin coat of phthalo blue. And that's all we're doing. We just take a 2-inch brush and scrub it in. The canvas is dry. Just going to cover the entire canvas with this very thin coat, and I'm really scrubbing it in. There's not a lot of paint here. All I want to do is just stain the canvas. That's all. So that's all it takes. Just scrub it in. There. I'd suggest you use one of your old brushes to do this because it'll sort of wear a brush out. There we are. But that's all it takes. Then right off the bat, we get to wash our brush first thing this time. There. Okay. We just wash our brush with odorless paint thinner, as you know. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. Grab another 2-inch brush. I have several of them going here. I thought today we'd just do a little scene that's very simple, that I hope you'll like. And we're going to start off with a little bit of the midnight black and just tap one corner. There, you can see it good. One corner. Right there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe in our world, there's just a happy little cloud that lives up here. This is pure midnight black. Pure black. This is going to be sort of like an evening or early night scene. Guess that sounds right. I want it dark. This is our world, so we can create all kind of illusions in it. There we are. Maybe big old floaty cloud that lives right up through here somewhere. Just using the corner of the brush, a little more paint. And we'll just begin applying this however we want it. Think about little forms and shapes in your clouds and just let them happen. Clouds are interesting. You see all kinds of things in them. Shoot, when we were kids, my brother Jim and I, we used to sort of lay on our back out in the field and look up at clouds and see all kinds of crazy shapes in them. I bet you've done that too, whether you'll admit it or not. There you go. But you see all kinds of shapes in there. There. Wherever, it doesn't matter. There we go. This is the last show of the 28th Joy of Painting series. So I'm certainly glad you're with us today. Certainly glad you're with us. There. Because this is really the highlight of my whole life, is to make these shows and to join you in your home or wherever you happen to be and paint along with you. There. That's what I think every artist craves and needs, is for people to accept his work. And through television, you have done that. This has become the most popular art show in the history of television, and it's your fault. And I thank you very, very much for your support, for all the calls and the letters that have went to stations all over the country, literally all over the world now. That's what keeps us on the air. So if you have time, give them a call. Give them a call. They need your support anyway. All right. And we can put just a couple over here somewhere. Now then, tell you what, let's do. I'm gonna get one of my little blender brushes and just tap one little corner into the least little bit of titanium white. Tiny little bit. You can always add more. And maybe right here behind this cloud, there's a little light coming out. So we're just gonna paint with the blender brush because I want it to be very soft, very gentle. This takes very little paint. Very little paint. And it's gonna mix with the blue. And we'll just have a light source coming from right behind that cloud. There we go. See, looks like maybe the moon's back here. Maybe it's coming out of this side too. We don't know. But see, in your world, you can create any illusion that you want. Any illusion. That's what's so great about this. I like painting because it gives me total freedom. And it's the only place in my whole life that I've had total freedom to do anything that I wanted to do, to create any illusion that I needed, to go to any world that was desirable. There, and you can do that. You can do that. There we are. But isn't that neat, the way it looks like now light's coming from behind that little rascal? And that's all there is to it. There, firm that cloud up just a little bit with the old 2-inch brush. And that's basically all I'm going to do for this guy. When you're doing yours, you may want to put a little more detail in. It's up to you. Up to you. But this will certainly show you how to do it. What you do is up to you. There. See there? We got old cloud hiding up there looking out. Got the moon behind him and he's watching everything. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take, might as well mix up a pretty good pile, alizarin crimson and sap green. The two of them together make a gorgeous, gorgeous brown. I'm going to mix it sort of to the reddish side. That's my favorite. But you may like it more to the green side. It's up to you. Up to you. We'll just put that pile up there. Wipe the knife off. Today, let's use the little small round brush. We'll go right into that nice brown color that we just made. Just tap the brush into it. That's all, no big deal. Just tap it right into it. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe in our world there lives, does now, some little trees back here in the background, wherever. All we're doing is putting in some dark color so our light will show. Just a little bit of dark. There it comes. There. All I'm looking for is just very basic little shapes, like little trees that are far away back here, like so. There. We don't care. Tell you what, I've got several of these brushes going. I'm going to grab another one, and on that one I'm going to put a little bit of yellow, bright red. I'll just mix them on the brush here. A little yellow ochre, and tap. Just tap it to load it. A little more bright red maybe. Ooh, that's nice. I'm making an orange color. because orange, when put against blue, is striking. Let's go up here. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? I like colors like that. They do nice things for you. And of course, none of us are interested in selling paintings, but if you're out there selling a painting now and then, these kind of colors sell. People love them. They brighten up a dull room. There. Just sort of vary back and forth between the reds and the yellows. But notice they're brighter on the top than they are on the bottom. Need a little shadow toward the bottom. That makes them look real. There we go. Wherever. All right, I'm going back to the other side. Right here. Forgot that little rascal. Don't want him left down. Nothing worse than a mad tree. They really get upset with you sometime. Don't want to upset him. There. Okay, back to my brush. That 2-inch brush has brown on it. And let's put a little bit of brown under here. Don't want to lose all that blue flavor. See, that blue's still going to show through. I hope you can see that. But it'll still show through, sort of. This whole painting will have sort of a bluish cast to it because of the phthalo blue that we put underneath. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm looking for. If we can just literally, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's just put a lot down here. We'll decide where we're going with it later. Why not? We just keep going. We'll just keep going. But notice I'm intentionally not covering up all that blue. I want it to show through. See these areas in here where it's showing through? I'm looking for that. It's important to me in this particular painting. There. See, now anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. Nice and easy. Maybe we'll bring it all the way down. What the heck? If we want to change our mind, we can do that later too. It doesn't matter. Since this is our world, we can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. All right. Now we got enough brown on here to get us started. Going back to my little small round brush, little half round brush. Tap in a little more of that same brown color. And yep, you know Bobby, gotta have a big tree in his world. There. Sometimes I get letters from people that said your painting was just perfect until you put that silly old big tree in it at the end. Please don't feel just because I put a tree in here that you have to. If you don't want a tree in your world, don't put it in. That's what makes painting so great. It's a very individual thing. All right. Oh, some on the other side too. What the heck? We'll just sort of fill this in. Well, we could have actually done all this with a 2-inch brush. It wouldn't have mattered. Would not have mattered. There. Now then, let's have some fun. I'm going to take a little touch of that same color that we used, tap a little onto the old 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go up in here and very gently begin putting in some little soft grassy areas back in here. There we are. See, that's all there is to it. All there is to it. I'm going to take a little titanium white, put a little black with it, and make a gray color. About like so. There, a little white, a little black. Make us a little gray. We'll play with that. We'll use that as a highlight color once in a while. We'll just touch a little of that. Oh yeah, ooh, that's nice. That's nice. That's just what I was looking for. Just exactly. Exactly. Ooh, I get excited sometime. Sorry. There we are. That easy. I'm just going to sort of jump back and forth between all those little colors, and every once in a while hit that gray color we made just to highlight a little. Sometimes maybe even a little bit of the little touch of that phthalo blue, because I want to keep this blue hint throughout this painting. There, back and forth, forth and back. There we are. All right. A little more of the yellow ochre, a little red. Okay. Tell you what, let's do. I'm going to take a little yellow, a little bit of the bright red. We'll mix them together right here. I want to make a little pile of orange. Ooh, that's nice. Orange to the red side. Wipe the knife. Take my little round brush and tap right in there. Just tap it. That's all there is to it. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I want to come back. Ooh, nice. I want to come up in here and begin putting some little highlights right up on those, all of those little trees that we painted. There. There they come. Think about form and shape and little arms sticking out in there. That's what makes your tree special. That's what makes it special. There we go. I like these. Like to do paintings like this. A lot of fun. And they're easy. Even if you've never painted. These are simple little paintings. In fact, we try to design all these paintings in this series for people who have painted a lot, as well as for people who are just beginning. There. And they work for everybody. We hope. I'm going to do that on the other side too. Only maybe less distinct over here. Just a little. Just some indications. I think I'll put maybe some more trees in front of this one. So I don't want this one as distinct. Just some little indications. There. Okay. Yeah, we can sort of come up in here and clean up the bottom of that a little, just by tapping in some little grassy areas. Something about like that. All right. Let's take our little filbert. I'm going to go into that brown color I made. Take the little filbert brush. And in my world, I think here's a tree. Yep, you're right. It is right there. Happy little tree. And he's got a little friend there. We don't even know where he goes. Got another arm there. There's one. However many trees we want in our world. Take our liner brush, a little bit of that same brown color, and we'll just put the indication here and there of a few limbs, something like so. I'm going to put leaves on these, so we don't have to put a lot of detail in them. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. A few of these little limbs will show, but the majority of them we'll cover up. There we are. Something like that. While we got that old brush going, I'm going to go right into a little bit of that gray color we made with a little paint thinner. And maybe down in here, put the indication of a little fence that lives back here. I don't want it to be very distinct. It's too far away. Just like so. Just a little indication. It's way back in the distance. Now, back to our little brush. And we'll put a few little leaves out here on this. I decided I was going to do that. That's the reason I wasn't worried about what was behind it so much. See? Maybe even down in here. See, you just put these wherever you think they should be. And we'll take them and put a little paint thinner on the brush because we're getting quite a buildup of paint. And I'll go right into my orangey color that I made. Okay, and we'll have a few little highlights right up here on that rascal. You just put them wherever you think they should be. There. I like it. Do like it. It's the colors that I like so well in this particular painting, I think. They just get prettier the more we do. All right, something about like so. That's about all we need. Okay, ready to get crazy? Let's do it. Maybe right out here in our world, we'll check this your bravery test. Maybe Yeah, what the heck. Maybe there's a big old cabin out here. Maybe it's got a big roof like that. Just sort of lay it out in your mind. Use the knife. Maybe there's a little porch sticks out here. I don't know. Don't know that it even matters. I'm just removing excess paint. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, I didn't make quite enough of that brown color. Crimson and sap green just mixed together. Just mix up a little more right here real quick. All right, now then, take a little of that brown, and we can begin blocking in our little house. Just begin blocking it in, like that. See, you're not committed yet. You can still change your mind if you want to. That's what's so great. Over here, see, just pull that across, straight down. There. It's a good way to see if you like your little house. We were going to have a little porch sticking out there. We can do that easy. Right down the side. There. Over here. I know this doesn't make any sense, but it will in just a second. It will, I hope. We'll see. We'll see. Now, I'm going to take some white, a little bit of that brown color, and a little black in it. And I don't want to overmix it. And let's start down here. And it's too bright. I want it darker than that, so I'm going to put a little more black in it. It's too bright for this painting. That's a little better. Now we'll just begin putting like some shingles on there. Some old shingles on the house. Most of them have been blown off over the years, but there's still a few hanging up here still. I'm using the small edge of the knife. There we go. There they come. There they come. Something about like so. Most of them have been blown away. Take that same color. Actually, it's just brown and white. A little black in it. There we go. Pull that straight down, like so. And over on this side here, almost nothing. Almost nothing. Little post right out here to hold up gotta hold up our little porch. There. Little touch of highlight that runs right along there just to make that stand out. There. A little bit of brown, and we'll turn that into old boards or slabs just by touching, making little streaks. All this we'll just cut off and do a cabinectomy later. Let's have a big window, big picture window. Take a little bit of the cad yellow with a little touch of yellow ochre in it. There. Now, there, fix this little window all up. And we got a window right there so he can see out. Now then, let's go back, pick all of our colors, and let's just begin filling this in with little grassy areas all up through here. There. All right, maybe a little of that gray color. Just to put some little highlights here and there, wherever. But isn't that something else? You can do little paintings like this. They're very easy, and they work for you. They work for you. You have unlimited time at home. You can just piddle and play and have more fun. If I take too much time here, they have no sense of humor. None whatsoever. There. I'm using a little bit of the phthalo blue once in a while and a little bit of that gray just to sort of mix them together. Whatever. But that blue hint will come through on the entire painting just because you underpainted it with blue. There we go. All right, all kinds of little things living in here. lay of the land here is very important, the way the land flows. So pay attention to that. Don't just throw these in at random. Don't just throw them in at random. All right. Okay, we're coming right along here. We'll just take this all the way down to the bottom. It doesn't matter, wherever you want to go with it, wherever. I want it to be a little darker down here, so I'm going more into the browns. All right. Same thing over in here. About like that. And you can take your time, and as I say, you can really work at this and smooth it all out. It's unbelievable what you can do. And I know you can do it. I know you can do it. There we go. As I mentioned, this is the last show of the 28th Joy of Painting series. And I want to thank you very much for being with us. It really is your support that keeps us on the air. And you're special. Very, very special. Without you, we wouldn't be here. So before we have to leave, I want to, on behalf of my partners, Walt and Lynette Kowalski, and all the fantastic people here at the station, we'd like to thank you for your support and for making us feel special. I'm going to take a little of that paint thinner, a little yellow ochre here and there. Maybe there's some bushes that live down here. We'll throw in a few little weeds. We'll use a little yellow ochre, sometimes a little bit of cad yellow, a little red, just mixed together. Just to give the impression, ooh, there's a nice one. Some nice little bushes that live right here. There, something about like that. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Let's sign this rascal. Take a little paint thinner, a little bit of red, and we'll sign it. Really hope you've enjoyed this painting and this entire series. It's always our pleasure to be with you. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. Until next time, God bless, my friend. Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 29th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, allow me to extend a personal invitation for you to get your brushes and your paints and paint along with us each show. And if you've been with us before, please allow me to thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. We'll use about a dozen colors of some unorthodox brushes, and each show I'll show you how to put some of nature's masterpieces right here on the canvas. So I tell you what, let's get started. Today we'll have them run all the colors across the screen right there that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got going up here. Today I'm using an 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, but you use whatever size you'd like. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white. The liquid white is designed just to make the canvas wet and to make it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. Makes your whole painting life a lot easier. So let's get started. I thought today we'd just do a very simple little scene that I hope you'll enjoy. Let's start with a little 2-inch brush and a touch of the alizarin crimson. And we just load a little bit right into the bristles. Pull a little paint out, tap the bristles firmly to assure a nice even distribution of paint all the way through the bristles. And let's go right up here. And we'll take this old brush and just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. We'll just very quickly drop in just a little warm part in the sky here. Maybe we'll have a little pink in the sky. I sort of like that. And in our world, we can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. There. Doesn't take too long when you're using a brush that's 2 inches wide. Okay, without even cleaning the brush, we'll go right into little phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very warm blue, very nice. Once again, just tap a little color into it, and let's go back up here. And still using our little crisscross strokes, X's. That's all they are, little X's. We'll just apply a little bit of the phthalo blue, something about like so. Then we'll come back after we clean the brush and blend that together. Now the blue is many, many times stronger than this little pink area. It'll just eat it up, so be careful, all go away. If you want to make the indication of a happy little cloud, all you do is just sort of tap. Little stringy cloud just lives right there in the brush, and that easy. We'll blend him out, have a little stringer cloud there. Let's see, while we have that on there, let's have some water in this painting. I love water, and it's very easy to paint in this style. Still water is always level. And I think today we'll have still water. So pull from the outside in. Outside in. Something about like so. All right. While I have a little brush going, I want to darken the corners a little bit. I'm going to take a little Prussian blue and just add in the corners here and there. A little bit up there. And we'll go over to the other side and add a little more, and then down toward the bottom. And we'll put a little down here too. I'm just putting a little Prussian blue in each corner to darken it. And then the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brushes. Since these are oil paints, we're washing our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. That's really the most fun part of it. Now with a clean brush, and it's relatively dry from just beating it, we'll start in the light area, which is the pink, and we'll blend it all together. Something about like so. That's all there is to it. Okay, and down here we'll just do the same thing. There. But it's that easy, that easy. What's so fantastic about this is that anybody can put a little masterpiece on canvas with just a little bit of practice, a vision in your mind, and off you go. All right, that's working so well. Take a little white, a little bit of the blue, and grab a little more of the titanium white. I want to make a light blue color here, mostly phthalo blue. And let's just tap a little color into the bristles. This old 2-inch brush will do marvelous things. Watch here, watch here, watch here. It's fun. Just take the corner of the brush and just pull down. Something about like so. Straight down, straight down. I'll make it look like little distant trees live far back in the distance. A little more color, and we'll just have it, there you go, I don't know, right there. In your world, you create any illusion that you want. There, but I want to keep the bottom light so it looks like mist. You could even take another 2-inch brush, and I have several, and tap it. Really get in there and tap it, and then lift upward. It'll help create that illusion of mist right down at the bottom. And sometimes it's a lot of fun to put several layers. It helps create depth in your painting. And for that, we'll add a little more blue, but we make it a little darker. Add a little bit of Prussian blue to it and make it a little darker, but the same thing. And we'll come back and let's put another little layer in here. Just touching and pulling downward. That's all we're doing. That's really all we're doing. Something about like that. There. And we don't know where that goes. It doesn't matter at this point. And back to our other 2-inch brush, and we'll tap this. I want to create mist again. Notice this separation. It's caused because of the difference in color, difference in value. And that misty area turns out to be your very best friend. Take care of it. Treasure it. There. Okay. Let's have some more fun. Let's see. Let's take some black, some Prussian blue, and a little phthalo blue. It doesn't matter. We just throw it on there. Crimson too. What the heck? Be brave. Be brave. I'll put a little sap green in there too. It's getting close enough we should begin seeing some color. A little bit of white. Don't want it totally dark yet. There. Perfect. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. And let's get us fan brush. We'll use a fan brush. Load it full of color, both sides, both sides. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe in our world there lives, it does now, some little trees back in here. Now these are a little closer. You're seeing a little more detail, a little more distinct. There, and we just drop them in. We don't know where they go. Wherever you want them. That's exactly where they should live. Don't put too much detail in here. It's too far away. You're not going to see a lot of detail. You see detail when it's very close to you. When things are far away, you make out form, shape, basic color. That's all. Save your detail to the foreground. The lack of detail helps also create that illusion of distance and depth in your painting. It's very, very important. Very important. Okay, I'm going to tap a little of that. That'll help create that illusion of mist down there too. There, lift slightly upward, lightly. Just a little bit, see? Now then, you know, when I was a traditional painter, one of the hardest things to make effectively was reflections. Watch how easy. I'll take some of that same color. We'll take a 2-inch brush touch and pull down. Just pull straight down. It's most important that it goes straight down. Something like so. Straight down. Make those little noises. And very lightly go across. There. And instantly we have some nice reflections. That's simple. Now here's something that's fun. You take a little, I just use a little white. If you want to create another plane in your painting, take a little white and lift upward. And it'll make little areas back here that looks like a whole different plane, and the white will end up looking like little trunks in those trees. There, that easy. Let's put a little water line. For that we'll use a liquid white. Pull it out very flat, flat as you can get it. Cut across, okay? And we can go right up in here. And we can just drop in just a little water line. Just a happy little water line lives back in here somewhere. We don't know where it is. Don't know that we even care. Just let your imagination take you anywhere you want to go. A lot of times I start a painting and have nothing in mind but the time of day and the time of year. And from that, you can paint some fantastic little scenes. Don't worry about it. You don't always have to have a perfect vision in your mind of what it is you're going to paint. Imagination is, it's like any other muscle in your body, or like a muscle in your body. The more you practice, the better it becomes. Take some black, Prussian blue. I'm going to put some phthalo green in there. I like phthalo green. Maybe a little crimson. There we go. All right, let me wipe off the knife. I just wiped the knife on a little old paper towel. I would just use that brush, little fan brush. Load some color into it, both sides of the brush. Both sides. Let's go up in here. Let's have a little evergreen tree. He lives right there. See? Just make a line, take the corner of the brush, make a touch. Make another one, and just sort of work from the center out. There it goes. It's easier to do them fast than it is slow, though. Here they come. Just sort of back and forth. I had a lady in class one time told me it was like making Z's, the letter Z. She called them Z trees. So I guess that's as good of an analogy as any. From the center out. The center of the tree should be the thickest, darkest, strongest part of the tree. Because you have leaves on the back, you have a trunk in the middle, and you have leaves on this side. We'll have one more in there. There we go. I have a little family of trees. You know, if you've painted with me before, I think everybody should have a friend. Even a tree. Even a tree needs a friend. Now, if you want to reflect those, just pop in some general indications of where they are. No big deal, see? Because we don't make mistakes here. We have happy accidents. Very quickly, you learn to work with anything that happens. Take the big brush, pull down, straight down once again, and then go across. And we have instant reflections. I just use that same fan brush. It has that color we made the tree out of it. I'll go through cad yellow and a little yellow ochre. Immediately we have green. There we are. Let's go up in here. And we can take that green and let's go back and put some highlights on our little evergreen trees. There they go. All right, this little tree here. He's saying, don't leave me out. I need some too. There we are. There we are. Here we are. All right. Now, I'll put a little liquid white right on that same brush because I want to lighten the color and make it a little thinner. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We mix them back up again. Let's go back up here. And we can just take this brush and let's just pop in the indication of some little bushes that live down here, right down in these little foots. Something about like that. How's that? That looks like a little island. Let's put some dirt there. Let's take some white, a little dark sienna, mix them together, cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And we'll take this and we'll just put the indication here of a little bit of soil, some dirt, some kind. Got to have a place if this is a little island for all this to sit on. All right. See there? That's all there is to it. Okay. All right, we got to figure out something to do on the other side now. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. You know, if you've painted with me before, I like old big trees. Let's take a little bit of that color right there. Let's go right up in here. This is your bravery test. Take the corner of the old 2-inch brush and let's just begin laying in a basic shape here for a tree that lives right there. Right there. Big old tree. But he's a nice tree. There he is. All right, while I got that brush going, tell you what, maybe let's do something about like this. And we'll just tap in all kinds of little bushy looking areas. You have to decide what lives here, how far it goes, how tall is it, how short is it, fat, skinny, in between. It's your world. And in your world, you make all the decisions. All the decisions. There we are. See, we're just putting some dark in here, so later on, our light color will show. We'll just grab grab another one. There's a fan brush right there. Take a little white, a little bit of the dark sienna. Just want to make the indication here, maybe a little tree trunk, maybe a little more dark sienna. That's nice. Okay, and right here, just want some indications. I'm going to put some happy little leaves on there, so we're going to cover most of those up. Most of them won't show. We'll go right into that. Get a little sap green, a little bit of the yellow. We'll just put it right on this 2-inch brush. Give it a little push. Good shot there. You can see that well. Okay, let's go up in here. Now I want to put some leaves on here. Use just the corner of the brush. Just the corner of the brush. There we go. See? That's all there is to it. Just the corner. Think about shape and form. Drop these little rascals in wherever you want them. Wherever. You really are the creator on this piece of canvas. You can do anything. You can move rivers, mountains, create any illusion that you want here. When I go home, the only power I have is over the garbage. I can take it to the street all by myself. But here, I can do anything. Absolutely anything. I decided I wanted a bush right there. And tell you what, let's get crazy. You know me. If you've painted with me before, I like big trees, and we have one living in our world right there. There he comes. We should have done this with a 2-inch brush. It'd have been a lot faster. There we go. Just drop it in wherever you think it should be. All right. Boy, I said big tree. I wasn't kidding. This is a monster tree. Huge tree. And you could have done it with a 2-inch brush just as easy, but much quicker. I like the old fan brush. It gives you a little more detail. Here we go with my smaller tree, because I think he needs a friend. There. Okay, just drop it in. All we're doing once again is putting in the background color. You could put this in with a paint roller. It doesn't matter, as long as the shape was right. We'll come back and separate all of this with some nice highlights. Here's a little brown and white. We'll put the indication just here and there of a trunk, just what you can see here and there. There, you don't see it all because you have leaves on this side. We can go back to our little fan brush, go right through the cad yellow, yellow ochre, load some color into it. Let's go back up in here and let's put a highlight or two on here. Evergreens are normally darker than other trees, so don't kill all the dark area in your evergreen. It happens sometime. It gets feeling good and you don't know when to stop. There. And the base of the tree should be darker than the top. There's big shadow areas underneath. In those shadow areas is where all my little friends live. In previous shows we've had, like Peapod the pocket squirrel, my little squirrel that lives with me. We've had him on the show. But this is the kind of places that he likes. Let's take a little bit of color. Let's use the 1-inch brush. We'll go through get some sap green and some yellow, load a lot of color into the brush. More sap green. Whew. That's nice. All right, then we can go up here and we can begin picking out individual bushes, one at a time, one at a time. There's a happy little bush. He lives right there. You knew he was there, didn't you? And he's got a little friend named Clyde. Lives right over here. There he is. So you could give all these things names, personalities. Shoot, it's okay. I'm going to take the little oval brush, dip it in some paint thinner. We'll go through some midnight black and some brown on one side. I want to load it full of color, like that. Then I'm going to take, and with the other side, I got some light brown I made earlier. I'm just going to go through, see, like that. Put a little black in it, make it a little dark. Ooh, that's nice. Now, with that, I just want to come up here and make the indication, we can't see them, too much of them, of some rocks that live up there. Just some happy little rocks. Maybe there's one there, something wherever. Just some indications. Then we'll come back with our brush we were making the bushes with, and we'll settle those right down into the painting. There now, see? Now they become part of the painting. There we go. Just like so. And we'll make all kinds of little bushes and trees and happy little things that live here in our world. All right. Okay. Shoot, if we had such a place as that, I'd have to go fishing there. I like to fish. But I'm not a very good fisherman. I catch a little fish and take the hook carefully out of his mouth and put a Band-Aid on him, a little CPR, and pat him on the tutu and put him back in the water and go back and catch him again another day. But we'd have to have a way to get up here if we was going to catch that fish. We'd take a little of the Van Dyke Brown, and let's have us a little path. We had to walk all through these bushes, mosquitoes would get us, so. And let's have us a little path that we can walk back in here and catch that big old trout or bass, whatever it is that lives in here. There, take a little bit of, let's find some white, little dark sienna, mix it together, make a little highlight color, just barely touching, barely, let it graze, that easy, that easy, about like so. Okay, there. Now then, let's put something on this side. You have something on the other side of the path. Now let's go on this side. Once again, I'm going to take a 1-inch brush. Notice that it's straight down and I'm pulling it in one direction. It's most important. That loads a lot of paint, and see it rounds one edge. You want to turn it and put that rounded edge to the top. It's most important. And then we take that and we go right up in here. No pressure hardly, just enough to get the brush to touch the canvas. And we begin working on shape and form, and we create a bush or a tree that lives right there. That's all there is to it. And there's another one, but do one at a time. I know. Sometimes it starts working, you get greedy. Do one at a time. One at a time. And put a little bright red on there. Maybe here's one right here. Oh yeah, it's got little, I don't know if you can see them, got little red flowers on the tip. Sneaky. There. And we can go back over in here And we can begin adding in just little things that come out here on the path. About like that. All right. All right. You got your brushes warmed up yet and you're ready? You can do this. You can do this. I know you can. I get letters every day from people all over the country that say they never believed they could paint, and they're doing it. Their friends and neighbors don't believe it when they look at their paintings, but they are doing it. There, I'm gonna put a little stick, Liz, right there, a little old tree. Maybe this little tree died and he's naked now, just a skeleton hanging out here. And that happens in nature. There, so we can put little arms on him that are still hanging out. All right. All kinds of little dooders. Maybe over in here. And these little details are what'll make your painting look a little more finished. Take your time when you're doing these and just drop them in here and there and wherever. Take a little light brown with paint thinner on it. And when you mix this, get it very thin. This should be almost ink consistency. Turn the bristles. That'll bring it to a very sharp point. There you can see it good against that dark. All right. And where it's very dark, then we make little light trees. Where it's light, we make dark trees. Because they both exist in nature. So you can put little, see, now there's a little tree that lives back here. Just has a good time. Looks out over the water, talks to the fish. That's all there is to it. Another way of making little sticks and twigs, take your knife, just a clean knife, and you can reach up in here and just scrape right through the paint. See? And that'll make all kinds of little sticks. And let's come down here and we'll make a few more in here, wherever. You decide where they live. Sometimes these old evergreens here have old dead limbs hanging off of them. And you can do that just with a little flick of the knife. And shoot, with that, I think we about have a finished painting. It's that easy. Let's take a little bit of the paint thinner, a little bright red, and we'll sign this little rascal. I really hope you've enjoyed it. It's a very simple painting that you can do. And if you try it, I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. So if you have time, take a photograph, send to us. Let us hear from you. Until then, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a little painting that's a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here today. Today I have my standard old, I'm using an 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, but you use whatever size you'd like. And I've taken some contact paper and just cut a little oval out. And then we've covered the whole inside with a little liquid white. And that's all there is to it. So, without further ado, let's just have some fun. I'm going to start with a little 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount, just a very small amount of the Indian yellow. Don't need much, just a little. Let's go right up in here. Then we'll come right up in here. Let's do a scene today that has a lot of earth tones in it, something that's very earthy. There we are. Start with a little Indian yellow. I'll just throw a little in like that. Without cleaning the brush, I'll just add a little touch of yellow ochre. Just a little bit of yellow ochre, and we'll let those blend together. Ochre is sort of a nice gold color. It's beautiful. I like it. Now then, we're going to use nice earth tones today. Tell you what. I'll grab my little knife here. Let's mix today some alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal parts. These two colors mixed together make a beautiful, beautiful brown. Very warm chocolate brown. I like it. And you could use your dark sienna and Van Dyke brown, but I thought today we'd use this warm brown. Very nice. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. And we mix these colors pretty good. Sometimes we leave colors marbled, but these, I mixed them pretty good. And we'll load up some color with the old 2-inch brush. I didn't even clean it, just right on top. Let's go back up in here. We'll start right at the tippy top and using little X's, little crisscross strokes. I'm going to begin blending downward. The color is continually mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and it'll get lighter and lighter as you work down. There. Somewhere about like that. We'll come back and blend all that out in just a second. Right now we're just applying some color. All right. Now, while I have that color going, maybe in our world, shoot yeah, why not? We'll just do something like that. We can do anything we want in our world. And I think maybe we'll just put a little color down here. We'll see what happens. There. Something about like that. All right. The most fun part of this whole procedure. If you've painted with me before, you know that's washing the brush. We wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. There's a screen in the bottom of the bucket that I'm scrubbing the brush against. There we go. Now then, we just shake off the excess and, and beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part. Now then, I'm going to start in the light area with a clean brush and just blend upward. About like that. You want to blend this until you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. And then it's just right. Just right. There. And that's about all I'm going to do for a little sky in this painting. Okay. Now then, let's use that same brown color we made out of the crimson and sap green. Once again, in about equal parts. I want to make a light brown here. So I put some white and some of that brown together. Now then, cut across and get a little roll of paint that lives right out on the end of the knife. Let's go up in here. And maybe we'll put the indication. I don't want a lot of detail. Just the indication of a little mountain that lives way back in the distance here, far away. A little quiet guy. There he comes. And all we're looking for is the top shape up here. We could care less what's happening below. We just want the top. The rest of it will just happen. There. Okay, now then, take the old 2-inch brush, go right up in there and bend it firmly. Pull it. And you can move this paint. The canvas has liquid white on it. It's wet, slick, and you can literally move the color and allow the base of it to just blend right out to nothing. See, already it looks like a little mountain that's living. Gosh, we don't even know how far away it's living. It's way back in the distance somewhere. Quiet little guy. All right. Now, as you know, in a landscape, as things get closer to you, they should get darker in value. So we'll use that same color, and I've just added a little more of the brown to it. Maybe we'll have another range here of little distant mountains. About like so. Once again, cut off, get our little roll of paint. That little roll of paint is very important. It makes applying it up here much, much easier. Another big decision. Where does our little mountain live? Or this is quite a big mountain. Maybe he lives right there. Something like that. These are decisions that you have to make. In your world, you have unlimited power. Absolutely unlimited power. You can change the course of mighty rivers. You can build mountains. Anything that you want to do in this world, you can absolutely do. There. Now then, wipe the knife off. And I wipe the knife on just a paper towel. There. Now, once again, I'm going to grab this and pull. Think about angles here. Because of today, I'm only going to use brush strokes to create all the highlights and shadows in these little mountains. There we are. Before this series is over, we'll do some mountains where we go in and paint. And make a lot of detail. But these, I want to be far away. And things that are far away, you don't see a lot of detail. In fact, if you put too much detail, you lose that illusion of distance. But just the brush strokes will create enough illusion that it's sufficient for what we're doing. See there? It looks like mountains back here. And that's all we need. Easy. Can do easy. All right. I like that brown. I'm going to keep using it here. We'll take and make it darker. A little bit darker. There. something about like that. Each layer, once again, as it gets closer to you, should get darker in value. Darker and darker. We'll just grab I'm using a number 6 fan brush, but you could use number 3. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You make the decision. Load both sides of the bristles with a lot of paint. A lot of paint. Let's go up here. Now, let's have some little distant trees. Show you how easy they are to make. If you've painted with me before, you've probably done this. You know it works wonderfully. Wonderfully. We get letters every day from fantastic people all over the country who never believed that they could create such beautiful masterpieces. Get hundreds and hundreds of photographs from people. I can't even believe what they're doing. It's wonderful. And my young friends all over the country are doing this, and they're painting paintings. I have young friends that are 12, 13, 14 years old that are actually selling paintings and making a happy buck. Isn't that fantastic? What better thing to give young people confidence than do something like this, and people come along and they're willing to pay them for their efforts. It's not the money. The money means nothing. But what it does to a young person, or even an old person like me, his ego is unreal. That somebody would spend their hard-earned cash on something that you saw in your mind and you put on a piece of canvas with your hand. I want to create some mist down here at the bottom. 2-inch brush, and I'm using only the top corner. I want to tap it strongly, severely. Just really get in there and take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Now gently, gently. Enough hostility, now gently. Lift upward, see? Takes out the tap marks and it creates the illusion of mist floating right down at the base. I'm gonna wash my little fan brush off. I want to play a little more. Now I'm going to go into straight brown. That brown we made with the crimson and the sap green. Just straight. I want this to be the darkest layer of background trees. There we go. Now, right under here, let's have another layer. And in your world, you make as many layers as you want. But each one of these little layers will help increase the illusion of distance in your painting. And to me, that's very desirable. I like paintings that have great depth in them. That's what some of the old masters were so good at. You could look into their paintings and absolutely see into infinity. There we go. Now then, I want to create the illusion of a reflection. Now, when I was a traditional painter, this was hard to do, but watch here. All you do is grab it. Look at there. Grab it, pull down. Straight down, though. And then gently go across, just enough to sort of give it a little watery feel. And I'll lift up just a wee bit, little bit. There, like that. Now, I'm gonna go into Van Dyke brown. I'll even put a little dark sienna. I want a very dark brown now. Once again, cut off that little roll of paint. And let's just put the indication back here. Maybe there's a little land mass that lives under there. Holds the trees up so they don't fall in the water. Something about like that. I'll lift upward here and there on it, just there to break up that top edge. Now, let's take a little touch of the liquid white. I'll put a little brown in it too, just a little bit. Pull it out very flat and cut across. Just let me do it again so you can see it for sure. Cut across. And we go up here, take that, and we can literally, we'll just cut us in a happy little water line. Lives right in here, like that. There. All right. And you could put a little ripple or two in the water if you want. It's up to you. Up to you. There. But all these lines need to go basically straight across. If they don't, it'll look like the water is going to run right out of your painting, and you don't want that. All right. Ready to get brave with me? You know me. If you've painted with me before, you know I have a love of big trees. So I'm going to take some Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, and I'm just pushing the brush like so. Let's go up in here. Big tree time. All right, why not? Right over in here. Just use the corner of the 2-inch brush, just the corner. And let's begin putting in some basic shape and form of an old giant tree that lives right here and overlooks this beautiful little scene. About like it. I don't want to lose the top of my little mountain. I want to be able to see it sort of through the branches. So we'll sort of work to hang on to that. There we are. All right. But now, when you're doing your tree, you decide what shape you want him to be. Big tree, maybe smaller than this one. Or he could be bigger. In your world, maybe the tree's stronger than this one. There. It's up to you. Absolutely and completely up to you. Painting offers you freedom. Okay, now I'm going to reload the brush, but this time I'm going to load it a little different. I'm going to pull it, go straight down and pull it in one direction, right through the same colors. Van Dyke. I'm going to reach over here and get a little black too, darken it. I want this to be dark, dark. So you have black, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. I'm just mixing them on the brush. But notice the brush is straight down and I'm pulling it in one direction. That'll create a curve. And I'm going to turn the brush over. See that curve right at the top? You want it up. Okay, let's go up in here. With that rounded part of the brush to the top. Watch here, you can touch and push. And we'll start making all kinds of little bushes that live back here in our world. Just push. Try not to let the brush slide. This is just a push and a bend. And then you come straight out. Maybe, yep. Right along in here. I don't know. You decide in your world where you want all these things to be. Wherever. Once again, on this piece of canvas, you have unlimited power. So you make these big decisions. You decide. To me, that's probably one of the most fun parts of painting. There. All right. Now, let's take, well, there's a fan brush. It's already dirty. I can put some brown on it. Grab my knife. We'll have a little bit of fun here. Mixed a little bit of the liquid white with some titanium white. I want to thin it down a little bit. Grab a little touch of dark sienna. I want to make a light brown. But this color is a little bit thinner than what it was originally because I put a little liquid white with it intentionally to thin it down. Okay, wipe off the knife. Now I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of paint thinner and go right through Van Dyke brown. Once again, we've thinned the color a little now. Take this, see the light color that we made, pull one side through. So now I have light on this side, dark on that. Light, dark, okay? Now you have to make a decision. Which side is the light coming from? I think we'll have it come from the left. Touch and pull down. And in one stroke, you can make the highlight and the shadow of a nice tree trunk. That easy. Isn't that sneaky? Maybe we'll have another one just show you how to do it. Straight down. There. Isn't that easy? We have just a little tree trunk. Okay. I'm going to use the old dirty brush here. Has the brown on it. I'm going to go into some of my yellows, yellow ochre predominantly. Maybe let's get crazy. Take a little bright red and put it in there. Whew. Nice color. But notice how we're loading this. Put it on both sides and then give it a little push. That little push. See that little ridge right there? There's one just like it on the brush, and that's what we're going to paint with. Okay, let's go up in here. Now we go slightly above the dark because we want the shadows underneath. And using just the corner of the brush. That doesn't show well enough. I'm going to add a little touch of liquid white. I want that brighter so you can see it. I'll reload the brush same way. That's a little better, a little better. Just want you to be able to see it. Normally when we're painting for television, we paint a little brighter than we would at home. So it shows up better. There. But now begin thinking about shape and form and put in all kinds of little leaves and stuff that live here on your tree. These are the highlights. This is the fun part. Icing on the cake, whatever you want to call it. There we go. There. But you need a dark background to make these show up. Light against light, creates nothing. Dark against dark creates nothing. They just blend together. So you need contrast, light against dark, dark against light. Play with it. You'll enjoy it. It's what makes a painting interesting. There we are. Ooh, a little red there. Looks like Jack Frost hit here a little. I like that. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base, because at the base of the tree there will be a nice shadow area. That's where all my little friends, little Peapod the pocket squirrel and my little bunny rabbits and all those live in there. There. Okay. Let me find a little 1-inch brush. There. And we'll go through a little cad yellow. We'll just use all the yellows. Be right back. I'm going to get a little alizarin crimson. If we're going to have colors that sort of remind us of fall. Once again, pulling that brush in one direction. It's a beautiful close-up here. You can see it. Now, turn it over. See that curve? That's what we want toward the top. Let's go up here. Now, right above, we can go right in here. And we can begin putting some gorgeous little highlights on these individual bushes. Work on one bush at a time. One bush at a time. Don't get greedy. I know, it gets good. And you get greedy. Maybe, even though we're talking about autumn, maybe a little sap green. Because all bushes don't turn at the same time. Maybe this one back here, maybe there's a little green left in there. Maybe when Jack Frost was coloring all these, he maybe missed this one. Something like that. There. Just let your imagination take you to any world that you want to be in. Any world. That's what's so great about imagination. To me, it's the greatest thing that an artist owns is his imagination. Because without imagination, it's hard to envision things and to paint them. Let your imagination go. It's like any other part of your body. The more you use it, the better it becomes. It's just like exercising a muscle in your arm. Your imagination gets better too. There. Now if you have trouble making your paint stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner or liquid white. Now liquid white will make your color a little brighter and it'll change it a little. Sometimes that's very desirable. Sometimes you want to keep the color pretty close to being what you loaded on the brush, pure. And in those cases, you would use a little paint thinner. But let me re-emphasize the word little. You don't need much. You need very, very little. Okay. Shoot, we're coming along here pretty good. We need a path in there. Just seems like a natural place. Take a little of that Van Dyke brown. Once again, get our little roll of paint. That little roll is very important. Let's go up in here. Now then, just sort of go back and forth, gently, gently touching the canvas. There. And if you mess up a little bush like I did there, we'll just go back and we'll drop it right back in. In our world, we can change anything whenever we want. Whenever we want. Now we'll take a little brown, a little white, mix it together. And we'll make just a little highlight color to put on there. Maybe I'll even put a little touch of the crimson in there, just to warm it up. There. Once again, cut it off, and that little roll of paint. I'm going to keep saying that over and over because it's so important. And I was talking about my little squirrel Peapod that lives up here. Believe it or not, he's still with me. I let him go, more than a year ago. And he still lives in my backyard, and he comes every single day and scratches on the back door, just like a little puppy. And he'll scratch on the door if he sees me in the kitchen until I pay attention to him. And I open the door, he'll come in the house. He knows where I store all the goodies, the nuts and everything. And he'll go pick him out a nut, and out he goes. But even after a year, he remembers and he comes back. And to me, that's very special, that one of God's little creatures would take the time to share their world with me. That's special to me. I don't know, but I'm about half crazy, so there we are. Okay, let's take a clean knife. I just want to put the indication here and there of some little sticks and bushes and in the bushes. There. Just some little things that live back here, because they're always here. You always see them in the woods. Yeah, there. Okay, maybe over on this side. The other little squirrel that I still keep, she has epilepsy, and I've maintained her now for 4 or 5 years, because the veterinarian told me she would die in 6 months, but I didn't tell her, and she's been with me all these years, and that's Squirrely Girly Brown. You've seen her, I think, if you've watched the show. I've shown her many times in the past. She's a neat little squirrel. She still lives with me, and I keep her in my basement in a great big cage. The basement's where I paint, so she's right next to where I practice painting. I tell you what, let's bring the camera up here. I'm going to take the contact paper off. It's time for the moment of truth here. And let's take a look-see at what we have. See, when you pull that paper off, there's your painting. That easy. And this is your last chance. Now you have to come back and do any kind of little things that you want to do. And your painting is just about finished. I'm going to take a little paint thinner, a little bit of brown. Maybe we'll put a little stick out here. Got a little time left. So maybe in our world there lives, maybe there's a little old tree that pooped out right there. Maybe he died, but his little skeleton's still here. And in nature, you see little trees like this all over there. See? But mix paint thinner with your paint to make it thin, almost to the consistency of ink, and then it'll flow right over the top of it. That's all there is to it. And you decide where they live. Okay? I think with that, we're going to call this one done. I'm going to take a little bit of the bright red, a little paint thinner, and we'll sign this little rascal. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll sign it right here. This is a very simple little painting. Don't think you'll have any trouble with it. But if you paint it, if you have time, take a photograph of it and send to us. We would love to see it, and every once in a while we put them together and we'd like to show them on TV. Until then, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Today I have one of my little friends with me. This is a little baby cedar waxwing. He's just probably 12, 14 days old, maybe a little older than that, but not very old. And he's just as precious as he could be. I thought I'd bring him on today and share him with you. Hi, Guy. How are you? Can you talk a little bit? Huh? Can you talk a little bit? Huh? Talk a little bit? What? What? Yeah, I know. Yeah. But he's something else. Tell you what, let's have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us today. And while they're doing that, I'll set him down. If you'll come right up to the canvas here, I'll show you what we've got going on. Well, he's decided to clean himself here a little bit. All right. Today I have a long skinny canvas, a 12 by 24 inch canvas, and I've taken a little masking tape that I picked up here in the studio, and I've just sort of put some masking tape around the edges. I thought we'd do something a little different, where we take let's paint a scene that goes through these two sections, and maybe it'll start out as summer and end up as winter over here, just to break it up. Something different. It'll give you a lot of good practice. So let's have the summer scene on the left. So I'll start with phthalo blue, a little bit of phthalo blue in the 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go right up in here, and we'll drop in just a happy little sky. Just a simple little thing, just making little crisscrosses, little X's. Summer skies are normally a lot brighter than winter skies. Winter we get sort of gloomy and drab. So, and we'll put a little water. We'll have water. There, about like that. All right, and then we'll come back and we'll blend all that out in a minute. But right now, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right, on the other side, if this is going to be winter, I'm going to go into Prussian blue. It's much darker. There, it'll make it look colder. Ooh, rough. There. All right, something about like that. You can even add a little touch of the midnight black to it if you want to really gray it down. See there? Now then. And we'll have a little water in that. We'll take the same color, a little Prussian blue, a little touch of the black in it. And we'll just put in a little water indication, just pulling straight across. It's that simple. That simple. Now then, let me grab another brush here. I have several of them going. Maybe over here in the summer side. Hey, sounds like a new series, summer side. Maybe there's a happy little cloud or two over in the sky. We'll just take a little titanium white on the 2-inch brush, and we'll just put an indication. I don't want to get too carried away today. Just a little indication of some happy little clouds that live up here. Little fluffy clouds up here in the summer. Now, over here on the winter, maybe there's just a long stringy cloud, something like that comes across. And that's about all you have to do. The little stringy clouds are easy. We'll make another one since they're so much fun. But that'll give the indication of a little cloud that lives right there. All right. Most fun part of this is washing the brush. Let's do that. We wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. And then we just beat the devil out of it. All right. Let's do a happy little mountain. Take some black, Prussian blue. I'll get some crimson. Maybe a little Van Dyke brown. Doesn't matter, whatever. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Take the knife, cut across, get a little roll of paint. Lives right on the edge of the knife. Let's go up in here. And maybe, there we are. Maybe there's a mountain that lives right here. Wasn't that little bird cute? He's a little cedar waxwing. I borrowed him from the bird lady here in Muncie, Indiana, where we film. And her name is Diana Schaefer. And Diana devotes just about her entire life to taking care of these little creatures. It's fantastic that people care enough to devote their time and their resources to doing these kind of things. My hat's off to her. There we go. If I wasn't careful, I could become just like Diana. I could become so infatuated with these little rascals that I'd spend most of my time just working with them. And there's a lot of people like Diana all over the country. Nearly every town has a bird lady or someone who takes care of injured and orphaned little creatures. And you need to, if you have time, go out and see them. They've got interesting things. They need your support. And they're super people. Just taking the 2-inch brush, pulling it. I want to blend that color out. Because if you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. And this will do that to it automatically. Already, see, it's just sort of sitting in the mist. Now, we will take some titanium white, pull it out very, very flat. Once again, take the knife, go in, cut, and we need that little roll of paint. Get in the habit of loading the knife like that. Save you a lot of agony. Touch, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. No pressure at all. No pressure at all. Just let it glide across there. Just let it glide. See, that easy. Maybe this one, you have to make decisions here. Maybe this one comes out here. I don't know. It's up to you. You can bring them together if you want to. Totally and completely up to you. And we don't want to stop there. I want this side to have a little highlight on it too, just because it's winter. It would probably have more snow on it. And you can make this with any color. I'm just using white today. Sometimes in summer scenes you like to use various colors of brown and stuff to make different mountain shapes. And that works. Works just the same. Take a little blue, a little white. Pull it out flat. Once again, our little roll of paint. And with that, we can go back up in here and we put the indication of some little shadows. Pay particular attention to angles. Mountains are just geometric shapes, and it's a game of angles. Notice that most of your shadow angles go in one direction. Most of your highlight angles go in an opposing or opposite direction. And that's basically all there is to it. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Can't say that enough times. I get letters every day from people saying, my mountains just don't work right. what's happening? It's normally one of two things. Most common is people try to do it with a paint that's thin. You absolutely must have a very firm, dry paint. That is, it's essential. Without it, you're just going to become a mud mixer. You need a firm, dry paint. That's the only way you can paint over the top of this over and over and over. See, now you can come back in here and you can change your mind. Sorry to keep jumping around. There. Okay. And you can get crazy and maybe put a whole nother projection here. It's up to you. Just see these things in your mind and drop them in there. No big deal. You have total control here, total power. Can do anything. Just wipe the knife off. And you just put any old shape you want in here, wherever. Whew. I better quit. I'm going to fill the whole canvas up full of mountains. Which is okay. It's a super way to practice this. I'm going to take a 2-inch brush and just tap. Follow the angles though. Follow those angles and then very gently lift upward. Upward, upward over here. Still following those angles. Most important. Got to follow them. There, or you'll destroy everything you built. All right. Now maybe back here in the distance, let's see, we'll take some titanium white, and some little Prussian blue, little crimson. Just sort of mix them together here. It's basically a blue color, but a little bit of the crimson in it, just to, ooh, I like it. Just sort of mix around till you find something that really turns you on. Then it's good. Now, let me just use the old 2-inch brush here, tap in a little color. And maybe there's a little footy hill back here in our world. It lives right here, and we let it go right through, right on through. Something about like that. All we have done here is just tapped on some color. Now, very gently, short strokes. I'm going to grab it, lift upward, 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 upward. Very short little strokes. Very short. Very short. See, looks like little trees live far away already. Now then, maybe I'm going to darken that color. Same color, but I'm going to make it darker. Much darker. Come right in here. And here I'm just going to touch. See, watch. I'm sorry I get excited. I've painted thousands and thousands of paintings, and this still fascinates me. Look, see? It excites me every time I paint another painting. It's one of the few things that I've ever done in my life that doesn't get old and boring very quickly, because every painting, every one is a learning experience. And you know, each time you do a painting, that you've learned something, and that next time, the painting's going to be even better. There. It's like we have well over 400 instructors in the country, and I hear over and over that we're not satisfied with what we're doing. And I tell them, that's the greatest thing that could ever happen to you. Dissatisfaction. I hope you're plagued with it. Because if you're not satisfied, then that's what drives you to go forth and do another one. And it'll be better. So I hope you too are plagued with dissatisfaction. I'm making up a dark color here. Got a little white in it. Same color we were using, just darker. And we'll find us a little old fan brush. Load some color in it, both sides. Let's go up in here. Now, maybe there's some more little trees right in here. There, these are a little closer, so we can make out a little more detail. Like that. There. You decide where they live. Wherever you want them. Wherever. All right. Maybe they come down here. I'm just going to push in and then lift upward to make it look like more little trees. There. Pull that down. All right. See, that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. No problem at all. All right. Now, watch here. I'm going to grab that, pull it down, and that'll make us a nice reflection. And we go across instantly. Nice little reflections. Lift up, smooth it out a little. Shoot. You got a nice little painting going there. Maybe underneath here. Underneath here, I'll tell you what. Let's put a little dirt under there. Take a little brown, both browns, Van Dyke and dark sienna. I'm just going to come right in here, and I'm just going to put the indication of some soil, dirt, rocks, whatever, that live right in there. And on top of that, let's get crazy. Take some sap green, right into the cadmium, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Just mix them together on the brush so you get a multitude of colors. Let's go up in here. And maybe there's some little grassy areas back in here. Just take the little fan brush, push upward. Just push upward. Use the corner, otherwise you get smiley faces. There. Just use the corner. Now we got a little grassy area there. Take a little white, a little dark sienna. We make a little brown color, and we can go back and just make it look like there, like little rocks and stones living right along the edge. Now over on this side, we said this was going to be winter. So over here, I'm going to do that same basic thing, only with white. Yeah, we'll take some liquid white and pull it out very flat. This is just liquid white on the knife, just cutting across. Let's put a little water line back there. And we'll come right in here, put a little water line that follows right through, goes right through. Just let that scene continue. Right on through. We're actually doing two paintings at one time here. There we go. Maybe there's even a little ripple here and there, wherever, up to you. You can have ripples anywhere you want them in your world. All right, let me grab another fan brush. I have several of them going here. Let's clean off a spot. Got the biggest palette in town. It's just not big enough. It's like a goldfish. You'll grow to the size of your environment, I think. Take black, Prussian blue, some phthalo green, some crimson. Put them together. I like phthalo green. I like that. All right. Now then, go right into the color. A lot of it. Load a lot of color into the fan brush. And let's make a few evergreen trees, some nice ones. A lot of paint. You ready? It's your bravery test. There it comes. Corner of the brush. Back and forth. Maybe there's one big old tree. It lives right here. And he looks out over this mountain. Gosh, what a view he would have. That's where I want to live. Right there. Look out over the mountain, see all God's creations. All right. I like that. Let's make some trees on the other side. There. Sometimes when you're painting, step back from your painting, take a look-see at it ever so often. When you paint really close to it, it sort of gets distorted. Step back and look at it. Step back and take a look-see. There. See? Just drop them little rascals in. We need one more. There it comes. Use the corner of the brush, work back and forth. Applying more and more pressure as you work down. Down here, we just pull a little color down. And, you guessed it, that'll end up being some reflections. That easy. That easy. Now we can put a little dark color in. There, see? And we have reflections for it. That easy. Painting does not have to be difficult. There's no big secret to it. You can do it. Let's take sap green, yellow, a lot of color on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. And let's put some highlights in these little rascals. Darker, darker, darker toward the base. Always want them to get darker. A little yellow ochre in that one. Ooh, I like that. A little sparkler. That's one of them happy accidents. They happen. And in your world, you learn how to work with anything that happens. Grab another fan brush. I'm going to dip this one into a little bit of the liquid white, because this is winter. Got to remember, a little liquid white, titanium white. Be right back. A little phthalo blue. Whew, pretty color. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, for this winter tree, maybe there's snow, a little snow laying on these arms here. So we'll put a little of that on there. Not a whole lot. That's about enough. Let's take a 1-inch brush. All right, that's a good one. I'm going to take some of that nice dark color, like so. I hear my little bird over there. He's chirping so nice. He was good. I'll have to feed him extra special. Extra special for doing a good job with us. Yeah. And he likes blueberries, fresh blueberries. Ooh, he loves them. There we go. I just let that come right on through. There. Now, there's another 1-inch brush. It's clean. I'm going to dip the 1-inch brush into liquid white. I dip it into liquid white only to thin the titanium white. So I'm going to go through titanium white, be right back, get a little phthalo blue. Pull it in one direction. It's important to go in one direction, round one corner. Turn it over so it round corners to the top. Look at the end of that brush, all the paint that's in there. A tremendous amount of paint, okay? Let's go up in here. Now, all you got to do is just barely touch the canvas. You don't have to sock it hard. Just barely touch it, and you can make all these gorgeous little lacy looking frozen bushes. That easy. See them? They live right here in your 1-inch brush. And you can just scare them out. There they are. Maybe, I'll tell you what. See, when you paint, you see things. You just do it. That's what makes it fun. Pull. Maybe there's a little snow right there. There. Living in Florida now, I don't see a lot of that. But for well over a dozen years, I lived in Alaska. I certainly saw my share there. Alaska may be one of the most beautiful creations God's ever made. What a pretty, pretty place. Let me wash this brush. Not as much fun washing the 1-inch brush. It doesn't splatter near as bad. But it'll get people standing real close. All right, back into the liquid white. Camera people hate me here. I'm gonna go right through some of the sap green, the cad yellow, yellow ochre. Over here, we're gonna have summer on the other side. Okay, let's go up in here. Same thing, though. We rounded one corner with that rounded corner up. Now then, we can just go in here and lay in some highlights on all these little bushes that live over here on summer side. Over on this one, now, there's one. See? Do one little bush at a time. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. All right, where's the next one live? Right there. You're right. There he is. Isn't that neat? You just put them wherever you think they should be. There's another one. Do one at a time, though. I know I say that on every show that I paint them, but it's most important. Most important. Let's reflect a little down in here. Something like that. A little bit of that color. Now, dry brush. This is your gentle test because it has to be very light. Whisper. Barely touch. Just graze it. Go over and then go across. Look at there. Have gorgeous mirror reflections. That easy. That easy. You can do it. Van Dyke Brown on the knife. And we need a little land in our world right there. Just a little bit of land. And there it is. We had some brown and white we'd mixed up earlier. So with that, we'll just come right in here and put some little highlights. Back to our liquid white. We use the liquid white here just to make a little water line underneath. So it's sort of a little separator. Separates your two dark areas. There, that easy. That easy. About like that. All right. Now we can take a clean knife, and all I'm going to do is go in here and just scrape in, mainly in the dark areas. And I'm going to jump all around just to put in an indication of some little sticks and twigs and all kinds of little things that live here in our world. Just wherever you want them. There, right? Okay. And with that, let's put a few over here too. I don't want this side left out. If you turn the knife sideways, it makes wider sticks. If you want little sticks, go straight in because the blade's very thin. See? And that way you can make a whole variety of different kinds of sticks and branches in your world. I'll break up that edge right there. So I'll just put a little bush with a fan brush that grows right down the side there a little bit. Something like so. There. I'm going to take my liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner, and maybe here and there, a little stick that just lives right in there. Something like that. Now I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's take the masking tape that we have around this painting off, and let's find out what we have. And this will take just a second. As I say, this is just something we cut here at the studio. And to make these little circles, I took the cap off my paint, had a round cap on it, and just cut right around the masking tape. See there? There you go. You get 2 for the price of 1. But isn't that neat? Now we have, it starts in summer, and it runs all the way across, goes from summer into winter in the same scene. And these are very, very effective. When you put this in a frame and present it to maybe a friend or relative as a gift, well, you've just made a lifelong friend, guarantee you. Tell you what, let's take some paint thinner, we'll thin a little bit of the bright red till it's literally like ink. Very, very thin. So you work at, I get so many letters asking about how you sign a painting. First thing is to get the paint very thin, see? And then just work it. Look at there, you see it run? That's what we're looking for. Now turn the bristles in there, loads it full. Comes to a very sharp point. All right, let's go up in here. Now you have to make a decision. Do you sign this one once or twice since you have 2 pages? I'm just going to sign it once since it's just a half-hour show. And we'll sign it right there. Really hope you've enjoyed this and that it will spark your imagination, set your whole world on fire. Because with paint, you can take a trip and go anywhere that you want to be. Until next time, from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a little painting that's very easy, a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done today. I have a little preparatory work already done, but this is very simple. You'll have no problem doing it. I've taken, it's plain old canvas, and a little bit of black and gray gesso, and I'm just using a foam brush, a disposable foam brush. I've just painted in a basic little shape of some mountains. And this one has more gray in it than this one does, so it looks a little farther away. Then we've allowed the gesso here to dry completely. After it was completely dry, then I've covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin coat of liquid clear. And once again, it's a thin coat. Probably because it's transparent, the biggest mistake made is putting too much on. I recommend you put on the thinnest coat you can and take a paper towel maybe and wipe it. What's left will be just right. This liquid clear is fantastic. It does wonderful things. I'll show you. You take the gesso and the clear and combine them. Oh, it makes your painting world so much easier. Let's take a little bit of the phthalo blue. I love phthalo blue. It's a beautiful color. Let's go right up here at the very tippy top. And we're just going to start out today and make little crisscross strokes, little X's. Just little X's, like so. The clear that's on the canvas makes it very slick. It allows the paint to actually blend right up on the canvas. There. And the black and the gray gesso will put our background in with very little work, and it'll be gorgeous. These colored gessos is one of the neatest things we've ever come up with. It's almost become a standard now in the painting industry. There we are. Just like so. I want this guy to be a little darker on the top than it is right here when it reaches the mountain. Just a little darker, and by starting at the top, making little crisscross strokes and working downward in layers, each time going across and coming down a little lower, it'll get lighter automatically because you just use up the paint that's on the brush. All right. Now to make it even darker in the corners, because I want to make it dark on the corner so it makes your eye go toward the center of the canvas. I'm going to take Prussian blue, just a little on the 2-inch brush. Prussian blue is much stronger. Ooh, really strong. Let's go back up here. Now I'm going to add a little of it right into the corners, just to make it dark. It's a beautiful, beautiful blue. There. Okay, we'll add a little more. We'll do the other corner. About like that. Okay, and we'll just let that blend right on down till you can't tell where one color stops, next color starts. There we are. While we have that old blue going, I'm just going to take a little more of the phthalo blue, a little Prussian blue. It doesn't matter. And I'm just going to cover this part where it has gesso on it with a very thin coat of blue. Something about like that. And we really don't have to even worry about it. Just paint right over it. There. So there's a very, very thin coat of blue over the entire area here that we have the gesso on. Okay, now the fun part of this whole painting procedure. Let's wash the brush, heck. That's the only reason I do this, so I can wash the brush. It's where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Shake off the excess. And just really beat the devil out of it. One thing, when you're working with clear, be sure your brush is as dry as you can possibly get it. I recommend you wipe it on a paper towel like I just did. After you really beat it severely, I'm going to take a little bit of titanium white, and I'm just adding some to one corner. See, it's mainly on one corner. Okay, let's go up in here. In my world, I think today we'll have, maybe the sun's right here, and it's very bright, and it's just burning right through there. Gotta make those little noises, so. There. But I want this to be very bright. Sometimes when I look at the sun coming through, it is so bright it almost washes out all the detail. And that's exactly what I want it to do. Titanium white is very opaque, but if you get it thin enough on the canvas, it's still transparent enough that you can make out basic shape, and that's really all I'm looking for. So I want it to look like that sun's just burning through that valley, coming right through here, like so. There. Now you can do this several times if you want to achieve a desired lightness or brightness in your painting. Strictly and completely up to you. You make the decision. You make the decision. Totally up to you. Maybe just a little touch more of that white right there. I want a nice eye burner right there. Something that'll just sparkle. Whew. All right, so you can still make out that there's mountains back there. That's why we did them with the gesso. We really don't care. We're just looking for a little shape that just zings through there. Okay, that's about all I'm going to do for little mountains. That easy. The gesso has opened a lot of doors, the colored gessos. Once again, it makes painting so much easier. You can create illusions that before were very difficult. A little sap green, a little yellow, using cad yellow, yellow ochre, and a little Indian yellow here and there. And I mix these on the brush, because that way you have a variety of things happening on the brush. I'm going to get a little more green. I want it a little darker. Ooh, I like it. Sap green's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, push. Okay, let's go up in here. I got to make some big decisions in our world, maybe. And all we're going to do is just touch the canvas and begin thinking about maybe there's a little grassy meadow that lives way back in here somewhere. And some of that grass just gently, gently goes up the side of the mountain. Very lightly. Just want it to disappear back here in that strong light. Disappear. Quiet, gentle, peaceful little place. And the more you tap this, the more it's going to pick up the color that's underneath the blue that we put on. And it'll get darker and darker automatically. Let the canvas work. Shoot, this is a lazy man's way of painting, but it works. Anybody can do this. Anybody. I get letters every day from youngsters in their 90s that tell me that they're doing paintings at friends and neighbors, relatives. they don't even believe possible. And you can do it too. You really can. Really can. All you need to do is believe that you can, practice a little bit, and let your imagination take you to any world that you want to go to. There. Very, very soft, very gentle. Okay, now maybe over in here, I'm gonna add a little more sap green. Ooh, just like that green color. Now I paint a little brighter for television than I normally would at home. When you're painting, you decide if you want it to be more subdued or brighter. It's up to you. Painting is an individual thing. Each of us see nature through different eyes, and your perception of nature is exactly what you should paint. There. Isn't it wonderful that we do? It'd be terrible if we all saw exactly the same thing. God was very smart when he gave us individual personalities. There. Or at least I think so, because I like being different. All right. Now then, as I say, the more you tap this, the more subdued it will become. It's totally up to you. And you create the lay of the land. You have to sort of make decisions here, how you want the land to flow. Take a clean, dry brush, and I'm just going to tap this a little bit. I want it to pick up some of that color that's underneath and soften it even more. Even more. Until it just basically just blends out on the edges. There. All right. Isn't that fantastic? And you can do it. You can do it. I know you can. I know you can. And if I know you can, you certainly know. There. Okay. Maybe. I know. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed with it. On the little old fan brush. I'm using number 6 fan brush today. Number 3 would work just as well. Whichever one you have, it's okay. And maybe in our world, way back in here, we can see the indication. Maybe there's a little path, little road, whatever you want to call it, that just goes way back in there somewhere. Works forward and forward, forward. Let it get larger, wider as it comes forward. There. Now, without even cleaning that brush, I'm going to pick up a little bit of the titanium white, just a small amount, and just mix it right on there so I have a little bit lighter color. And with that, we'll just graze it. Just graze it. Just graze it. Don't cover up everything. Just here and there. Just graze it. That's about all we want. Just to give the indication of a few little highlights there and there. And we can take our brush that has a little grass color in here and there, put in, switch. See how I push that little thing back? Sneaky, huh? And here, that's all there is to it. There, that creates depth in your painting. Fantastic. Let's find a knife. I'm gonna mix up a very dark color. Black, Prussian blue. Whew. Put some crimson in it. And maybe even a little bit of our sap green. Black, Prussian blue, crimson, and sap green. Very dark. In your palette, let me wipe the knife. On your palette, it should look absolutely black. Very dark. Very dark. Load a little bit into a 2-inch brush. And maybe let's work on the foreground. Maybe there's a little place right there. You decide. There it is. We'll let that, yeah, okay. Sort of look at your path here. That's what I'm going to do. That little path comes around. There. I'm just putting some dark in for the edges. In here, it don't much matter because you have the dark underneath. Doesn't much matter. I just want to create nice, firm edges. See, already it looks like you can see back in there 1,000 miles. Isn't that sneaky? Darken that a little bit so it fades right in while I have it dark on the brush. Because we don't want to see where this ends. We just want it to blend right out into nothing. There. Okay. Now, back to the little brush I was using to put the highlight, the grassy colors on. a little loaded up. I want this to be darker. I'm going to reach up in here, be right back, get a little black. Black and yellow, make a beautiful green color. Push that brush, get a little ridge of paint. See it right there? So that's what you're after. Now with that, let's go up in here. And I don't want this to be as bright as what's in the background. I think I'll put some big trees in here, so maybe this is in shadow. And we begin picking out little individual things. If you have any trouble at all making the paint stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner. Just dip the tips of your bristles into a little paint thinner. And then go back through your color. Now, add a little yellow ochre just to change the flavor. Just maybe that comes on out there. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Just to change the flavor a little bit. All right. And when you're at home and have unlimited time, you can tap, tap, tap on this until it just blends together and it's gorgeous. You can make beautiful grassy areas that are as soft looking as velvet. There. Okay. Think about the lay of the land, the way the land flows. It's most important. Give direction. Give direction to your land. There we are. All right. But isn't that neat how you can take a big old brush that you normally paint the house with and shoot, you can just put all kinds of gorgeous little details in here. And it really makes painting accessible to everyone. To everyone. When I was a traditional painter, I used to watch with admiration some of these fantastic traditional painters. But they had spent 50 years of their life or more, or whatever, learning their craft. And I couldn't do it without years and years of practice. This is so fantastic because you can do it without spending half your life practicing. People who take classes with our instructors, they find on the very first day, they go home with a completed painting. Even people who have never painted. Isn't that fantastic? I'll brighten that a little bit right there. That's about all. Okay. Now, let's see. I'm getting ready to get crazy here. I know what's going to happen. I see it. I want this path right here to just continue. So I'm using some of the Van Dyke Dark Sienna. Put in a little color. Go back to our little white and brown, and very gently, once again, just let it sort of graze across the top. I don't want a lot of color. Don't want a lot of color, just a little. There, something like so. All right. Now, you ready? You know Bobby, he likes big trees. So today, let's take some Van Dyke Brown, Dark Sienna. I'm just mixing them on the brush. And let's really get crazy. The black gesso allowed us to do the background very quickly. Here we go. Yep. There's one big monster. Let's give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody needs a friend. Even a tree, even an old tree deserves a friend. And all your trees don't have to be straight. I mean, look, trees are like people. They're different. You have trees that are big and strong and heavy and little skinny trees, and they're really like people. And each one is an individual. Make up little stories about your trees. It's okay if people look at you like you're a little crazy. Tell them you're a painter. Tell them you're an artist, and you can do this. You can make up stories because this is your world. And in your world, you can have any fantasy that you want. And with a little paint, a little practice, you can make that fantasy, okay, a reality. Maybe this old tree, maybe he's leaning over. He's leaning right out of the painting. That's okay, we can do that. We can do that. Let's take our knife. I'm going to take a little titanium white, a little bit of our browns, both browns. But I don't want to overmix. See how the paint's marbled? Cut off a little roll of paint. Go up in here. And let's just touch right along the edge. There. And we'll just put in an indication of some highlights on some of these trees and sort of pull it round like that. Okay? Now, over here, all I'm doing is just touching. The canvas is really pulling off what it wants. There we are. Just like a taxman does to my paycheck. He just pulls off what he wants, what's left, which isn't much. He lets me hold for a few days. Don't get to keep it, just get to hold it for a couple of days. There, same thing here. All you do is just touch. The canvas will pull off what it wants. Leave you with the remaining amount. That easy. Go back into a little bit of the dark color and just touch. Just sort of play this back and forth. And the paint is quite thick here. When this is dry, you can actually feel the bark on the tree. Actually feel it. And it makes for a wonderful effect on oil paintings. It's one of the things I like so much about oils. They have a thickness that you can put on there. I've seen some of the old paintings that, gosh, they must be a quarter of an inch thick in places. I love that. Absolutely love it. Areas that are very thick, areas that are thin, areas that are basically just washes. Wonderful. Look at that. As I say, I've painted thousands of paintings and I still get excited about this. Absolutely, it's wonderful. There's our light. So it's going to hit the other side of this tree over here. There you go. And if you put a little too much highlight, you can go back with the dark or vice versa. There is no mistakes here. We have some happy accidents sometime, but we don't make any mistakes. There. All right. Now, let me find a liner brush. A number 2 script liner. I'm going to take paint thinner. Might as well get quite a bit. I'm going to put some branches on there. I want this paint to be thin like ink. Okay, let's put a few arms on our trees. I'm going to put some leaves on these so we don't have to get too detailed. Most of them is going to end up covered up. If you have enough paint thinner on your brush that you mix with the paint, this will literally just flow. It will just flow right across there. Okay, as I say, we're going to put leaves on there, so we really don't care about most of them. We're just looking for indications. Indications, that's all. A little more paint thinner. And over here, maybe there's some old arms hanging off this. He yells to make little noises. Steve's my son, we both do that. Maybe we'll talk old Steve into doing a show in this series. We've had such a fantastic response when he's worked with us in the past. Maybe we'll just talk that little rascal into doing the show. Little rascal, he's over six now, I think. And I think he's still growing. He calls me Shorty. But he is one dynamite painter. I know, it's just an old prejudiced daddy talking. But I think he's a fantastic painter. All right. Time to have some fun. We'll use this old 2-inch brush, it don't matter. We'll go right into that dark color we was using for the bottom. Let's put the indication of a few leaves on these trees. Okay? I'm just using the corner of the brush and I'm just going to tap in some very basic little shapes. Now you see why I wasn't worried about the limbs. The few that show will be wonderful. The ones that don't, we don't care about anyway. Just the corner. You don't have to use the entire brush, just the corner. See, there we are. And we can go right up in here. You decide. You decide. Maybe his tree is tilted over. Maybe he's got some arms that are sticking out through here. Isn't it wonderful what you can do? Just a big old brush. You can do it. Take the same brush. I want him to change brushes. Go into a little sap green, some yellow, cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow here and there. Once in a while, I'm going to touch a little bit of the bright red. The bright red acts as a duller because red and green are opposites. So they make brown when they're mixed together. There we are. And that'll dull the color. And I don't want this as bright back in here. There. All right, over in this old tree, just use the other corner. That's the reason they put two corners on the brush. Look at those leaves, see? See them? There they come. You just pop them in wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. All right. Just add more paint. Anytime the brush goes away, I'm just adding paint. There. Just bring them all together. But don't kill all the dark. Leave some of the dark show through. It's very important. You need to have those shadows in there. There. And dip the brush into the least little touch of paint thinner. As your paint begins to get thicker and thicker on the canvas, you need a thinner color to stick to it. Sometimes you have to add a little touch of paint thinner. Not much. Doesn't take much. It can get away from you in a heartbeat. Maybe I'll brighten those just a little bit to separate the two trees. See? It just snatches that tree right out in front. Sneaky, huh? We can do anything here. Any old thing. All right. And we can clean up his foots a little. Putting a few little things here and there. Shoot, maybe there's a little bush lives right down here. I don't know. I don't know. Take a little filbert brush, a little bit of brown. I'm gonna put a little, what remains of a little fence right there. See? Maybe fell down. Little highlight color right across the top. Shoot. I think we can take our liner brush, sign this little rascal, and have a finished painting. I hope you've enjoyed this one. As I say, the black and the gray gesso mixed with a little clear will let you do things that are almost unreal. And you can do them very, very simply. Send me a photo of what you're doing. I'd love to see it. Until then, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a painting. It's a lot of fun. So I hope you got your paints and brushes out and you're all ready to paint along with us. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got today. Got plain old double prime pre-stretched canvas up here, and I'm using 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white, so it's all wet and ready to go. And so let's just have some fun. Once again, let's just enjoy today. Maybe today we'll start with a little 2-inch brush, and we'll go right into a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a little, just a little. Let's go up here. And let's do this. There we are. Let's just take off and put some gorgeous colors in here. Phthalo blue is such a beautiful, warm blue. I like it very much. Very, very much. There we go. Just paint something about like that. A little more of the paint. Tell you what, maybe we'll just go on out a little further with it. Doesn't really matter. Absolutely doesn't matter here. Because if you've painted with me before, you know we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Anything that happens here, we can live with, and we can turn it into something that looks pretty good most of the time. And so can you. Don't worry about it. Painting should make you happy. All right. I must begin adding a little Prussian blue. Make it a little darker out here on the corners. This is Prussian blue, and I did not clean the brush, so there's a little phthalo blue still in the brush. Doesn't matter. Really, really doesn't matter. Down in here, we'll just do the same thing. Something like that. little more of the Prussian blue. And let's just fill up the whole canvas since we've about done that already. There. And then we'll just begin blending it a little. Maybe in the corners just to darken it a little. Add a little bit of midnight black. So we have black, Prussian blue, working toward phthalo blue. All right, a little bit over in the other corner too. We don't want it left out. There. Okay. Hey, shoot, that's so much fun. I'm gonna do the bottom too. Don't want it left out. And a little bit over in here. Okay. Now then, fun time. Let's wash the old brush. That's what I look forward to in every painting. Okay. We wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. Be sure it's odorless. If it's not, you're gonna run everybody in your family out in the yard. Be sure it's odorless. Shake it off. I kicked the bucket too. Okay. Now I'm gonna go right into titanium white. Let's go right up in here with the titanium white, and I'm gonna start right here. This will be our light source. This will be our lightest area in the sky. And begin just blending outward. There. All right, and you can do this as many times as you want to make it as bright as you want. Doesn't matter. I would suggest though, if your brush picks up a lot of that blue, that you wash your brush before you go back into that light area. And you can just sort of look at the end of it and see if it's got a lot of blue on it. All right. We just blend out any little brush strokes. Just blend them out, just like that. Easy as it can be. Down here it doesn't really matter. All right. Now then, brush working pretty good. I'm just gonna go right into some more of the blue color. Mainly the Prussian blue. And I'm just tapping just the corner, see? Just the corner. Let's go up in here. Maybe back here in our world lives some little trees and bushes, little things like this. And I'm just going to begin by putting in some very basic little shapes. Just tapping with the top corner. Just the top corner. Something like so. There. A little bit more. And you decide where they live. All right. And yeah, we'll have a big one over here. Just sort of let this happen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because the worst thing that could happen at this point is you just blend it in, make it part of the sky. It's no big deal. No big deal. See, now as they get a little closer to us, we'll make them just a little darker so they stand out. That's the reason we're just using the corner of the brush. Automatically the bottom will be lighter than the top, see? Sneaky, huh? And there we go. You just decide where they are. Drop them in. Wherever. And you can make as many layers as you want doing this. Many, many, many layers. And I think that's what makes a painting look deep. It gives it depth. There's layers in it. This is very simple to do. Now, let's go back. Same old brush. I still haven't cleaned the brush because it has blue on it. I'm going to go into a little bit of the cad yellow and a little yellow ochre here and there and pick up a beautiful green color. It will turn green automatically. Okay. Then we can go back up in here and just using the top corner of the 2-inch brush, we can put the indication of some little highlights on some of these little trees and bushes that live back in here. And I think I'll do that to all of these. Shoot, we'll just sort of vary back and forth. Something. There we go. That one's got a little more of the yellow ochre in it. There. You know, I talk all the time about all the fantastic letters we get from people all over the country who are doing beautiful, beautiful paintings. And today I'd like to share a couple of those with you. Now, we get letters from people in every walk of life, from every part of the country. And look at some of the paintings they're doing. A lot of these people have never had a lesson in their life. They're painting strictly from watching the show. But isn't that fantastic? I'm always amazed at what people are doing. And some of these are very, very young people. Very young people. My young friends, dynamite. Absolutely dynamite. And people are taking it further than I ever dreamed They're doing scenes that are just, they're gorgeous. I'm just so proud of so many of these painters. Absolutely wonderful. They certainly amaze me. Every day we get more and more. Isn't that something? Look at there. And you can do this. You can do this. There. Now this is a paper mache sculpture that was sent to me by a beautiful lady named Rose McLaughlin. Isn't this something? It's probably about 20 inches high. And it's, as I say, it's a paper mache sculpture of guess who? Oh, Bob there, you can tell by the wild hairstyle, I think. But Rose did a gorgeous job on this. In fact, I've sent that to our warehouse, and it's going to be on permanent display there. Thanks, Rose. It was gorgeous. There. See, I'm just putting in a few little highlights here and there where you were viewing all those beautiful, beautiful paintings. They are something, aren't they? It does fantastic things. It makes all this worthwhile when I see what people are doing all over the country. Take a little paint thinner, a little bit of the dark color, and let's go up in here, and here, and there, and there, and here. Let's just put in the indication. I don't want too many, just a few little indications of some little tree trunks and stems, limbs, whatever you want to call them. They live back here. There. Just very lightly touch the canvas. Don't need much. Just a few little dooders. There we are. See there? Just like so. And you just decide where you think these little limbs live in your world, and you put them in. Wherever you want them is exactly where they should be. Because painting is a very individual thing. It's very free. It's very loose. There. Okay, great. Isn't that easy? We've got a nice little background. I thought maybe today, let's paint a barn today. We filmed the show in the great town of Muncie, Indiana. And around here, get a little sap green, there are a lot of beautiful, beautiful barns and covered bridges. So let's paint one. Okay, take a little bit of that green, that sap green, the yellows. And let's just decide back here, maybe back in here, maybe there's a little hill right there. What the heck? All right, and we'll just begin working on that. Think about shape and form of your land, or as it's called, the lay of the land. There. A little more of the color. Maybe I'll add a little more yellow. I want that to stand out just a wee bit more. Now, if you have trouble making the paint stick, you can add that's it. The least little touch of paint thinner or liquid white. Liquid white will change your color a little, make it brighter. Paint thinner will just make it thinner. That's probably why they call it thinner. There we go. Little background right in there. Something like so. Barn. We're going to do a barn. Maybe, what the heck, you ready to get crazy? Let's do a big barn. I find that taking the knife and scraping out a basic shape when I'm doing a building helps me. Now, maybe you don't need to do that, but it helps me a little bit. Just to have an idea of shape and where I'm going to put everything, perspective, whatever. All the big fancy words you want to use there. There, maybe it's one of them old barns that's got some arms that stick out on the sides. Something like so. And all we're doing here is removing excess paint and giving us a basic shape to go by. Let's take some Van Dyke Brown on the knife, and we'll start back here with a back eave. Something about like that. And there's some more. And at this point, we're not committed. We can change this any way we want. We're absolutely not committed. This is just blocking in a little color, just a basic shape. You cannot make a mistake here. The only thing that happens is maybe a barn gets a little bigger. There. But you can change it any way that you want. All right, and we'll come down. Does that begin to make sense? I sort of see things in my mind. And from there, off we go. because this painting technique allows you to visualize things and then to put them on canvas in a very short time. Very short time. I get letters from a lot of professional people who say they have very limited amounts of time, and they love this technique because after a busy day they can come home, unwind, relax, set their easel up, and in an hour or two they can have a nice little painting. And that's wonderful. Now over here on this side we decided we was going to have a little thing coming out here, about to there, it doesn't matter. See, boy, this is going to be a big barn. I got carried away, but that's okay. It's our world, and we can do anything in our world that we want to do. Anything that we want to do. All right, and this barn keeps growing here. There. Now we can begin putting in the goodies. We've got some color blocked in. Let's take some dark sienna, some white, and I'm going to pick up a little bit of yellow ochre. Just a little yellow ochre, I like it. Sort of a gold color. But notice the paint is very marbled. There's all kinds of colors happening in there. Pick up a little roll of paint. Then we can go back up here and very lightly touch and pull down. Just touch it and pull it down. And all those different colors that we saw on the palette are in that roll of paint. So you get a variation. It's not just one old dead color. There's a lot of things happening in there. A lot of gorgeous things, lights and darks. You couldn't do that intentionally if you tried. But we know how to make happy accidents happen on a regular basis here. There. Now over here, I'll put some more. We'll get a little more of the dark sienna. I want this side over here to be darker. Something about like that. Take a little of the Van Dyke, just plain Van Dyke. And maybe here and there we can put the indication of some few old boards living there. Just touching, allowing it to pull off what it wants. There we go, see there? That easy. Good place for the old cow to live, right in here. There. I grew up with an old cow that lived with us. She was a nice old cow, old milk cow. I miss her. We used to drink fresh milk right from the cow, unpasteurized and all that. Guess that's not considered safe anymore. But it was some of the most best tasting milk I've ever had. All right, now for the roof. Let's just use those same colors and brighten them. Yellow ochre, a little dark sienna, and some white. Once again, don't overmix the color. We want all those things happening so you can just sort of pick and choose wherever you want them. A little roll of paint, go back up here, and let's just take the knife touch and just sort of let it bounce. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta make those noises though. There we are. But look at all the colors that happened in there. I mean, think how long you'd have to work to try to come up with those colors, if you ever could. Don't know that you ever could. But just let it bounce. See there. There. See, maybe brighten this edge just a wee bit. Darker, darker, darker as it goes down. And over here, coming out in this direction, there's some more. Look at there, old barn. And a little right along the edge. All right. Now then we can take, let's see, what will we use here? There's a little white with a touch of phthalo blue in it. Just a touch, just enough to shade it a little bit. Very small roll of paint. And with that, I just want to sort of sparkle that edge so it stands out and you can see it. Just enough to sparkle it a little, maybe just an indication that it goes back there. See? There. But not much, not much. You could overdo very quickly. Just a tiny wee little bit around the barn door. Just enough to outline it. Now we can do a barnectomy. We can just cut it off wherever we want it. Think about perspective and all those little things. Okay. And I didn't put any little boards there. Just touch with the dark sienna or the Van Dyke brown, either one. Just enough to give some little indications right along in there. And it will help make it look like it was made out of old boards there. And that's basically all we have to do to have a little barn. Shoot. Now we go back to our brush with the sap green, the yellows, all the yellows. Once in a while I'll touch at least a little amount of the bright red. I use that to dull color. Believe it or not, it will dull your greens, because green and yellow, or green and red make brown, and brown will dull your color for you. There. Just tap in a few little grassy areas. Something like so. All right. I'm going to put the least little touch of paint thinner on my brush just to thin the paint down so it'll slide on here a little easier. If you have trouble making the paint stick, once again, add the least little touch of paint thinner. Now then, pay very close attention to the lay of the land. I sort of want this to look like a hill going down today. There we are. Something about like that. All right. A little more of the paint. Okay, see? Just let it go. Let it go. There. All right. We just sort of tapping in some basic little grass here. That's all we're doing. Little grassy area. And if a little of that blue shows through, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. The brighter you want this to be, the darker you make that. So if you wanted the grass to be brighter, you make that a little darker. Add a little more black to it. It's up to you. Totally and completely up to you. Wasn't those photographs we showed of people's paintings, weren't they fantastic? You have to be proud when you do a painting like this. Absolutely have to be. And as I've mentioned over and over again, when you give a painting to someone as a gift, it is so much more special than something you just run down to the store and you buy it for them. This is something that came directly from your heart. There's love in a painting. And it will be cherished, more than likely, forever and ever. Forever and ever. We need, we need a little path right here. A little Van Dyke brown. Let's bring it right on out. Shoot, we got to have a way for the old cow to walk up in here. There he goes. This is just Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna in it. That's about all. There. I'll take a touch of alizarin crimson and put in there too. Down in this end. Yeah, that's what that'll show when we put a highlight on there. For highlight, we'll just use a little bit of the brown white with a touch of crimson in it. I want to red it up a little bit. There we go. Isn't that neat? All right. Now then, back to our brush. We were making all the little grassy areas. And we can go back in here and cover up some of these little edges. Bring it all together. There we are. The more you tap this, the softer it becomes. It just will get where it looks almost like velvet. Almost like velvet. It's gorgeous what you can do with a big old brush like that. There. Okay. Then we can just clean up our edges a little. Something like that. And off we go. Hey, we got an old barn. Tell you what, you know me, don't you? You know what's going to happen. People who paint with me for a long time, they know what's happening here. I want to use the fan brush and get a little bit of Van Dyke brown dark sienna just mixed together on the brush. And we're going to have a bravery test. Yeah, you're right. Big tree. I'm telling you, big tree. Was not kidding when I said big tree. Let's give him another arm out here. Let him get even bigger. Trees will grow on you in a heartbeat. I've started out with little tiny twigs and ended up with almighty redwoods, just that easy. But that's all right, because in this world you can do anything that you want to do. I'll take a little of that. That's working so nice. Same color that I use there. Touch, barely give it a little pull. I'm barely touching. If you've put snow on the mountains before, it's that light. It's that light of a touch. Just touch it, give it a little pull. Maybe this is a dead old tree. There. Maybe the old farmer just hadn't got around to taking this tree down off the farm. But he will one day. He will one day. He's like me. One day, we're going to do it. One day. I have a tendency to procrastinate. There we are. The whole arm sticks out over there. Wherever you think they should be. Maybe there's some old limbs that are broke off hanging on the bottom here. Okay, how about right there? See, just drop them in wherever you think they should be. Wherever. There they go. If you have trouble making this paint flow, add more paint thinner to it. That's one of them old gnarly limbs. Yeah, it had a hard life. It really had a hard life. I like trees and limbs with character. Every tree is not going to be a telephone pole. Thank goodness. Some of them are going to have old wiggly arms and legs that hang out every which way. And those are the trees, to me, that are most interesting. The absolute most interesting. Yeah, something like that. But that'll give you an old tree there. All right. Tell you what, maybe down here at the bottom, take a little bit of brown. Maybe there's what remains, just a piece of an old fence down here that's still left. Put in a couple little fence doers. Take a little bit of highlight color, same brown that we've been using. Has to be brighter, won't show. There, like that. Liner brush, we'll use a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's still a little bit of old wire hanging on there. Choop, choop. We just do something like that. Shoot, take our big brush, tap a little grass around the foots. We about have a finished painting. There we go. I think we'll call that one done, that easy. Hope you've enjoyed this little barn. Give it a try. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, because today is a very special day for me. Every once in a while, when we can get him off the road from teaching, I have my son Steve come in and do a little painting for us, and today is one of those days. Steve is quite a painter. He's been painting all of his adult life, and in fact, he sold his first painting when he was 12 years old. So I tell you what, we're going to turn it over to Steve today and let him do a fantastic little painting for you. Steve?
Thanks, Dad. Hi, glad you could join me. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid white, so you want to go ahead and do that. And while you're doing that, they're going to run all your colors across the screen for you, right down at the bottom of the screen. And let's see, I think I'll paint something with a big waterfall in it today, mountains and clouds and maybe a big waterfall. So start off with your 2-inch brush, and we'll go into just a little bit of phthalo blue, very light. Drag out a little bit of paint. Tap it into those bristles. And then we'll go up here. Oh, I like that color. I think blue is my favorite. There we go. Little X strokes, little X's everywhere. Some little dark cloud areas in here. Then maybe a little bit more phthalo blue with a touch of phthalo green. And let's just pull that right in. Just recently came back from California. I've been traveling all over the country teaching classes, and I ended up way over there on the West Coast. I really like it out there. Got the ocean right there, and got the mountains right there beside you. People are really nice too. Okay, let's go ahead and use a clean, dry, big brush. I had a spare there. See, I pulled a sneaky on you. And we'll just blend out that light area. Wow, look at that. It gets real soft. I'm pushing hard in areas that I think are too heavy with paint, and areas that I like, I go over them real soft. Just like that, very light, very light. And maybe down here in the water, just some straight horizontal strokes, just like painting the side of your house. Real simple. And maybe down here at the very bottom of it, we'll make it extra dark. You know, just add a little bit more of your phthalo blue. There we go. That's almost too easy to believe. There we go, easy. Okay, let's do a couple little clouds up in the sky. We'll go in with a little bit of titanium white and maybe just a tiny touch of alizarin crimson. Let's go ahead and just throw them right in there. Heck, we're not worried about it. Real free and simple. This might sound a little bit nutty, but you know, as you're doing your painting with me today, kind of think about the things that you're painting. You know, when you're doing a cloud, think like a cloud. Real light, fluffy, just like that, like the wind's blowing. Feel that wind in your hair when you're doing clouds. Well, it's kind of like Dad says, you don't have to be crazy to do this, but it helps. There we go. Just real nice clouds, real nice clouds. Whenever I'm painting anything, I'm always thinking to myself how wonderful it's coming out. You know, I don't get into a bad frame of mind ever, because I know, you know, no matter what I do, I'm doing it for me, and that I'm going to enjoy it. No matter whether it's a Leonardo da Vinci or a Michelangelo looking thing. I'm not worried about that. There we go, a few clouds. Then you can just blend those out with your 2-inch brush, real light, real light. Think soft. There we go. Now lift very gently. Just a couple hairs and some air breezing across the canvas. And then go across those, also very light. I like those little hints of pink in there. Makes it look like the sun's shining on the clouds. Real gentle. Okay, let's do a mountain. We're gonna use a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little bit of midnight black, some crimson and Prussian blue. That's all in equal parts. And we'll mix that up real good. And get a nice roll on your knife, just like that. Very nice roll. Come up, push in. Oh my gosh, it's a Grand Teton, I can tell already. Look at how high that peak is. Whew. I might have got a little carried away. But more than likely, it was just a happy accident. Looks like it was. Coming out okay. You have to do that, you know. Compliment yourself a little. Tell yourself you're wonderful. That's good for you. People are too hard on themselves these days. That's just my opinion, but, you know, when I'm watching the news and stuff, it seems like people almost want to hear bad things. I don't want to hear bad things. I like to hear good ones. That's why I paint. I can get off in my own little world, not worry about what anybody else is doing or saying. And just feel free. There we go. There's a mountain shape. Now I'll just drag that out with my big brush. Try not to get too close to those top edges. You might accidentally get some birds out there that you don't want. There we go. Or maybe you want birds in your world. I don't know. Heck, it's up to you. There we go. Something like that. And then let's put a little bit of titanium white on the knife. And a touch of crimson in it, maybe. Good, there we go. Okay, cut the little roll on the knife again, and we'll just real gently come on down the mountain. Well, I gotta admit it, it gives you quite a powerful feeling to know that you're moving mountains. I really like that feeling. I can't think of anything else in the whole world that makes me feel like painting does. It really, really is special. And you know, when I first started doing it, yeah, it was a little difficult, you know, but riding a skateboard is too. I'll never forget the first time Dad said, "Oh, I can ride that skateboard, that's no problem." Well, you can kind of imagine what happened first time he stepped on it. I won't tell you that though. I don't want to embarrass Dad, you know. Okay, let's take a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of Prussian blue. And we'll mix those up. Leave that kind of marbled, you know, don't mix it too much. Just about like that. Get a little roll on your knife, and then we'll put a little shadow behind these, just a little shadow. Actually, the less blue you use, the better. Leave a lot of those dark holes showing through. And use the small portion of your knife if you'd like, in those real small areas. That'll keep you out of trouble. There we go. Real gentle, real gentle. I love to paint mountains. I'd say they're about my favorite thing. And you know, as I've been traveling around the country, I have seen so many different types of mountains that I've never even thought of before. I mean, oh gosh, it's wonderful, all the new information I've picked up. Between that and the people you meet, I'd say, you know, there's just no better job than being a painting instructor. And I think for anybody, you know, that's interested in working with people, it'd be a good idea to join the program, you know. Get involved. Become a teacher yourself. A little bit of snow cap at the top of these. Okay. Now down at the bottom of the mountain, we'll just kind of touch it up a little with some mist, just tapping into the paint very gently. Just like that, and then lift up into that paint. Lift up, lift up. Pull out, pull out, pull out on that dark side. I'm used to that being a teacher, you know, saying everything 2 or 3 times like that, so. Let's see here. Okay, that looks pretty close. Now I'll go in with a few little foothills. I'm just gonna mix this paint on my brush. We'll go into a little bit of sap green, midnight black, alizarin crimson, a little Prussian blue, and get a little white on your brush. There we go. Oh, I dirtied up my white, didn't I? Okay, now touch right into that color and come in here and push down, push down, push down. Maybe there's a little one coming from right back in here. I don't really know. To be honest with you, I'm just making this one up as I go along. Just pull up a few little trees on top. And then we'll come in with the big brush and get rid of that bottom. Get rid of that lower area. I'll tell you a little secret. If you get rid of the bottom edge of everything in the background, it'll look further away. Remember that. That's one of the rules that really helped me. And you know, as far as perspective and contrast go, they're very easily explained. You know, in short, perspective tells us as things get closer, they get larger. And contrast tells us as things get closer, they get darker. because they get further away from the sun. So see, those rules are very simple. You don't have to make a whole book out of one little thing like that. I try to keep things very simple in my classes too. Pound out the bottom of that foothill. Get rid of that bottom edge. See there, now we got two foothills, one in front of the other. If you want the back one lighter and the front one darker, you just use more paint on the front one and less on the back one. No problem. Okay, we're tired of goofing around here. Let's get serious. Let's take a little bit of the dark color we just made and pound in a nice big foliage area right back here. Wow, listen to that canvas. It sounds like a drum, doesn't it? By the way, I'm part Indian. I know I don't look like it, but I'm a quarter Cherokee Indian. And I'm very proud of that fact. And I'll tell you what, beating on this canvas kind of brings me back to that Indian thing, you know? It sounds like a drum. Listen to that. Boom, 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 boom. Isn't that crazy? You got to think of little things like that, though, when you're creating something. Indians were very creative, still are. Okay, grab and pull, grab and pull, grab and pull. It's a clean brush, and you'll get a reflection out of that. That's pretty simple, isn't it? And just go across it, and it looks just like water. Okay, maybe back on these trees. They're pretty far away, so let's just go with some scratch-in type trunks. Just scratch them in, little Ys, little Vs. There we go. People will think you spent hours going to all that work. But really, we know it just took a few minutes, or even seconds. Okay, pull through your paint, pull through your cadmium yellow. You're going to need a drop of paint thinner in this, just one little drop. Because remember, thin paint sticks on top of thick paint. Maybe a touch of phthalo blue in that to turn it green. Wow, that was a big touch, wasn't it? Whew. Okie dokie. Very light, very light. Oh man, we are really having fun now. I love highlighting trees and bushes. So many different things can happen. Look at that. There you go. Hey, let's change that color a little bit. We're getting a lot of green in there. Let's go for, I don't know, maybe a little bit of crimson in that same color. Crimson, green, and yellow. Look at that. Kind of an ochre type color. And if you want to make some grass, you can just kind of pop that right in there. Just use the side of the brush, same loading and everything, just the side instead. Okay, and possibly a little reflection in the water. That's easy enough, just pull it right down. And as with all reflections, you want to go across that very gently. Soften that grass down just a little. There we go. Good. Okay. Maybe a little piece of land underneath that. We'll go with a little bit of Van Dyke brown on this part. Pull that paint out, get a roll on your knife, and then you're ready to come right up here and touch, touch, pull, 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 pull to the right, pull to the right. It's about a, oh heck, I don't know, 15-degree angle to the right. Let's get technical, why don't we, huh? No, really, I don't think of things that way in degrees and stuff. I just trying to give you a little bit more detailed instruction here. Let's see. A little bit of titanium white and the brown together, and you can make a highlight color. Very, very light color. Go across that. It almost looks like snow. And let's see. There we go. Now, if you pull through your paint and kind of push into it a little, you can come up here and make some grass coming down on that land. Very simple. Don't be afraid to get thick areas of paint on the canvas either. Some people don't like thick areas of paint, but I think they look really neat. They add texture to the painting. And they really make it poke out at you. Give it that three-dimensional look. Pull down a little bit of your dirt reflection. You have to reflect everything above the water. And remember, when you're pulling reflections down, reflections are only as low as what's above them is high. Okay, just a touch of your liquid white. Spin that around on the palette just like that, real gentle. Touch through it, and let's make a water line. This is where the water's kind of bouncing off the shore. Apparently it's bouncing quite a bit today too. Look at that. Maybe a little bass jumped out here. There we go. That's not bad. Remember, you got to keep telling yourself these things. Tell yourself you're good. Okay. Pull through your paint like this. Pull through that Van Dyke brown. And maybe we'll make a little, oh, I don't know, maybe a little tree right here. Just a little tiny one. Just touch, touch, touch. Touch, touch, touch. See a little dead thing back there. A little bit of the same highlight used on your land there, and we'll touch on that, just like that. And it possibly has a limb or two on it. A little bit of Van Dyke brown and thinner on the liner brush. And we'll go up here and let's put a couple dead limbs on that. Oh boy. You know, you gotta have life and death in nature. And, you know, because it shows reality. And plus those old nasty looking dead things make everything else look so beautiful in the painting. There's a place for everything. God made everything to have a place in this world. Okay. Now you just cover up his little foots down there. There we go. Get rid of that. Okay. Looks just like he's planted. Alrighty. Let's make a waterfall. We'll, let's see here. We'll go in with the big brush, get a little bit of Prussian and phthalo blue both on the brush. Very, very dark, full load of paint. And then we'll come in here and about right here, pull down. So you gotta make sound effects like that. It won't work if you don't make the sound effects. There we go. Then a little bit of your liquid white and titanium together. I'll tell you what, I barely have got a white area left here. I'm making a mess. Okay. Pull across and drop down. Isn't that a fun way to make splashing water? Look at that. Comes right over. Comes right over. You do it fast. Looks good if you do it fast. Just like that. Pull in. Pull in. Then take the brush and pull the top of that waterfall out. Pull it out. There we go. Then we'll just take a little bit of Van Dyke brown and we'll start in on some cliffs on the sides. Just pull it right across. Remember, you're the creator here. You want to throw it in just like you're actually creating a world, which is really what you're doing. You know, there's very few times in life you get to play with a position of serious power, especially if you're me, because I'll tell you what, my girlfriend, she's rough on me. There you go. Now maybe a few highlights on that. But like I was saying, it feels good to be able to know, heck, I'm doing all this myself, creating it all on my own. If I want this or that there, I can put it in. If I don't like something, I can take it away. There we go. Maybe there's one down here too. Okay, you want to wipe your fan brush out before you do this. But you want to grab and pull down, pull down, pull down. That makes these look like little plateaus back in here. There we go. Pull in towards the center, in towards the center. There we go. And while we're at it, let's add a little bit of dark paint down here at the bottom. Super dark. Chop off the sides of that waterfall down there. There we go. Okay, we could probably have, I don't know, a big tree on the left-hand side maybe. I like big trees. Just mix up your green, brown, and blue again, touch, then let's just smash it right in here. We are certainly not messing around here. We're crashing in trees and mountains and bushes. It's because we're powerful. We can do anything we want. There we go. Get that limb out there. Look at that. A lot of this is brush manipulation. You're just forcing that brush to make the shape that you want. You know, after a while, the equipment actually becomes like a shifter in your car. You know, it's an extension of your body, just like anything else. And maybe there's a small little tree over here. Oh boy, that one looks like it had a hard year. Look at that. Gee whiz. And maybe a bush or two. There we go. Now a few little highlights on these trees and bushes. Not too much highlight on your evergreen trees though, because you know they're very, very dark in the forest. Very dark. Maybe this bush got hit by the sunlight just a touch on the sides there. Just a touch. Little grass down under their foots there. There we go. Make them sound effects. Okay, and as a final step in this painting, I believe I'll add a little bit of foam. Touch into your paint, just white and titanium white together, liquid white and titanium, and push right in there. Look at those splashes coming up in that waterfall. That's exciting, isn't it? Makes you feel good. Look at that. And maybe we'll come in with a little piece of root, if you can believe that, hanging off this land edge where the water washed away. Okay. I think that's it for that one. Thank you very much, Dad, for having me on the show, and thank you for watching me, and we'll see you next time.
I'm certainly glad you could join us today. I thought maybe today we'd do the little painting that you see in the opening, the little swamp scene. It's very, very simple. I think you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen. They'll come across right there that you need to paint along with us. And come on up here and let me show you what I've got. Today I've taken my standard old canvas. I'm using 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've taken a little gray gesso, and I've just taken an old liner brush, an old fan brush, and I've just very quickly painted in some little indications like little palm trees back in here. I live in Florida, and we see a lot of swamp scenes like this. In the foreground here, I took a natural sponge and used black gesso and just daubed in some basic shape and form. I've allowed that to dry completely, and after that dried, then I've covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin coat of liquid clear. And if there's any doubt, if you're not sure if you have enough or too little, put on the smallest amount that you possibly can of the liquid clear and take a paper towel or something and wipe it off. Because it's transparent, you have a tendency to put too much on. There's very, very little on here. Now, I thought today we'd just have some fun. This is a beautiful little painting and it works very easy. Let's start today with a very small amount of yellow ochre. Just a little bit of yellow ochre. Let's go right up in here. Now, I'm going to take the yellow ochre and I'm just going to begin making little crisscross strokes. And we'll just start painting this in. Like so. Isn't that little animated opening cute? I like that very much with the little painter guy in his painter suit. We have a lot of fun making that. That's the brainchild of a very good friend of mine who's one of the engineers here, Jerry Morton. He comes up with these crazy ideas, and between the two of us, we sort of put them together, and then it takes a lot of people to make them happen. So thanks, Jerry. That was a nice one. There we go. Just yellow ochre. And we're just sort of filling it in like that. There. Okay. This is the hardest part of the painting. Shoot, if you can put this in, the rest of it's simple. The rest of it's simple. The clear is on there just to make the canvas slick. It allows the color to move freely. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in agony city trying to do this, and it wouldn't move very well. The liquid clear just makes it work so nice, so easy. There we are. Now I'm intentionally allowing this yellow ochre to go right over some of this severe black color that we have here, very strong color. Just let it go right over the top of it, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There we are. Something about like that. And you make it as dark as you want it or as light as you want. It's up to you. It's up to you. There. Okay, now then. I'll add a little more right in here. There we go. Let's take and mix up a little bit of brown. And I'm going to make some brown today. For that, I'm going to use alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal proportions. Just about equal. Maybe today we'll make it a little bit to the reddish side. And you can make it either direction you want, toward the green side or toward the reddish side. I think today we'll go a little bit toward the reddish side. A little bit, okay? Wipe off the old knife. Now let's have some fun. We'll just use that same old brush. I'm going to add a little of that to the 2-inch brush. This is just a very, very warm brown color. Let's go up in here. Now with it, we're going to start on the bottom and work upward. Just start on the bottom and work up, up, up. So we're going to allow it to come up till it blends right into the yellow ochre that we have on the canvas already. This is a beautiful, beautiful color. I think you'll like it. And as I say, you can take it either to the reddish side like we did here, or to the green side, depends. Depends on your mood, what you're trying to achieve. It's up to you. Up to you. There we are. Let's see where that blends together. Look at that gorgeous color. It's nice already. I like these scenes that use the gray and the black gesso like this because it takes paintings that could be very complicated and turns them into very, very simple little paintings that you can do. And you can do it with a minimum of time and practice and effort. And to me, I like that very much. It opens the world of art to any person who has ever wanted to put a dream on canvas. You can do it. You don't have to go to school half your life. You don't have to know Leonardo da Vinci as a personal friend. You can paint this. There. And the other thing that's so great about making painting where anybody can do it, it has allowed millions of people to try an art form. And out of that group, hundreds of thousands of people have went forward to pursue an education in higher art. They've ended up in colleges and universities all over the country because they've had some measure of success with this. And even if you never do anything but this, it can bring you tremendous self-fulfillment and enjoyment. There we go. I'll get off my soapbox and just paint now. All right. But isn't that gorgeous already? There we are. I just love these little scenes. And I'm just blending this in very, very smoothly. I think we're ready. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. Let's do that. This is the way I get even with everybody who hassles me in here. We wash our brush, as you know, with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. And I suggest if you're going to do this in your living room, you get a little brush beater rack or something, because you can change the decor of a whole room in one heartbeat. Be very careful. Now let's come in here and begin putting in some foliage. I'm going to take a little sap green. Use the same old brush, it doesn't matter. Sap green, get a little more there. And some cad yellow, yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Just mix them together on the brush. I'll tell you what I want to do. Reach up here and get a little bit of the midnight black. I want to, oh yeah, there we go. I want a darker green. There, and black and yellow, as you know, makes a gorgeous green color. Now then, I'm going to tap it just like so to load the brush. See there? Good shot there. Now let's go up in here. Let's start with this old big tree. Usually I save the big tree to last. Today, let's do it first. This old big tree, we're just going to use the corner of the brush here. We're just going to begin putting in some leaves here. Maybe this is a big old cypress tree that lives here. As I mentioned earlier, I live in Florida, and I grew up there. And my brother Jim and I, when we were little, we used to play in all these kind of places. That's the reason I like all the little creatures. When I was a small boy, they were my playmates. They were my friends. I didn't know till I was about half grown that everybody didn't play with an alligator or have a little squirrel for a friend, because that's all there was where we lived. There. All right. But just using the corner of the brush, you can make a great big old tree that lives out here. Now as you work down the tree, you want to get darker and darker. So you can add a little more black to your color. Just a little more black. So down in here it gets darker. These are deep shadow areas here. There we go. That's where some of them big old creatures live. Maybe a big old snake lives down here. Who knows? When we were growing up, shoot, I even played with snakes and stuff. Once again, that's what was around. So that's what you play with. There. I'm going to add a little more of that same color. Maybe a little more yellow ochre in it. There. Okay, let's go back up here. Now we begin picking out little individual bushes and shrubs and all these things that live out here in the water. There we go. But when you're doing this, work on one little bush at a time. Just one little bush. There. Maybe here's another one. You decide. Use just the corner of the brush and think about form and shape. Don't just throw these in at random. There, maybe. Yep. Now this will not be an exact duplicate of the one you see at the opening. We never can do an exact one again, but it'll show you how it was made. It'll give you an idea. And when you do your little swamp scene, you change it any way that you want. I'm gonna add at least a little touch of the bright red to it just to change the flavor. Ooh, I like that. Like that one. All right. There we go. Maybe another little happy bush right here. Wherever. There. Okay, here we go. Add a little touch of paint thinner. If you have trouble making the paint stick, as I was there, add a little bit of the paint thinner, because a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. See there? Now it just drops right off there. So easy. There we go. Just understand your paint and how it works. And that comes with just a little practice. It is most important, most important, that you use a very dry, firm oil paint. Traditional oil paints are about the consistency of face cream. They're very soft and like warm butter. They will not, absolutely will not work for this. Too soft. You need a firm paint. Over here, here's another little, yep, right there. He just lives right there. See him? Pick out little individual bushes and trees in your world. And that easy, you can drop them in. There. And in your mind, think about the little creatures that might live in here. There. There, maybe Peapod, the little pocket squirrel. Maybe he lives right out here. Who knows? I know he's living in my backyard, but it sounds good. Certainly one of his relatives is here. All right. About like him. Now then. And that easy, we can basically put in some happy little things. All right, you ready for your bravery test already? Tell you what, let's do it. I'm gonna use a little filbert brush. Go right into, we'll use Van Dyke Brown and dark sienna. I'm just gonna mix them on the brush here. Just mix them together, but a lot of paint. A lot of paint. Now we had a big cypress tree in our world. And he lives, right through my little palm tree. There he comes. I want this paint to be very thick on the canvas. So when we highlight this, the highlights will be picked up by the heavy, thick areas. There we go. There they come. Big old cypress tree. Now in Florida, where I live, if you see cypress trees, chances are that's some very, very wet property, at least part of the year. That's the kind they make jokes about selling you some land in Florida. Because in the rainy season, you might not be able to get to it. There. My best friend, when I was growing up, bought some of that property. And we all laughed at him. And a few days later, a bunch of developers came in, turned it into some great big subdivision, and he made a lot of money. And he laughed at us. There. I'm going to give another tree right here. There we are. See there? But just really, really add some paint in here. Don't be afraid to put some paint on the canvas. That thickness is what will make it gorgeous when it's done. All right. Cypress trees are normally, they're quite large at the bottom. Big, strong foots on them. And you always have little ones that are coming up like so. There. See them? Once again, do not be afraid to put some paint on the brush and on the canvas. There's another one there. Just little small baby ones that are coming up. There, they come up from the roots. And they just keep spreading. You start with one and they just spread. Pretty soon they take over the whole swamp. But it's a wonderful place for the birds, and they build nests in there, egrets and all the fantastic birds that live there. There. See there? You just decide where they are. Wherever. Something about like that. That gives us some basic shapes. Let's take another 2-inch brush. I'm going to put a small amount of titanium white. Let's begin deciding here where the water is. A little bit of water around here. Very small amount of titanium white. Don't want much because it's opaque and I don't want to lose this transparency. Just pull down gently, straight down, straight down. See there? There, see it? Just enough to give it a little watery appearance. And once again, very, very little of the titanium white, just enough. And then go across, like that. And then going back to my filbert, back to my browns, and maybe over here, maybe this old cypress tree, maybe he's put out some roots and there's another one coming here. Now these are called cypress knees, just like the knee on your leg. And that's what they're called. When I was a young boy, we used to go out in the swamps and collect these. And lamps were made out of them to sell to tourists when they came to Florida. They may still be doing that, I don't know. Now, I'm going to take some brown, a little bit of titanium white, and we'll just mix them on the brush, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now we can begin adding highlights on this tree. Now, a lot of paint on the brush and just barely touch and let it just pull off what it wants on those high spots that you made. Just let it pull off some of it. A little more of the color on there. There we go. No pressure, absolutely no pressure. It's just literally bouncing right along there. That's all there is to it. There. Okay, and this one over here, he needs some too. Like that. A little bit on there. Another old big tree. Isn't that something? There. There's some fantastic, gorgeous, beautiful swamps in Louisiana and Georgia also. If you've ever been there, the Okefenokee Swamp. Oh, beautiful places. Beautiful places. And it's where the whole ecosystem starts, is in these swamps. There, got to take care of these rascals. There. And this one over here, don't want him left out. Something about like that. And if you want to make the indication of one in front, all you got to do is just sort of highlight him a little bit. Let him come down a little bit lower. Shoot, that easy. We're in business. Something about like that. Let's take our script liner brush, paint thinner, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. And I want to thin this paint till it's almost the consistency of ink. Turn the bristles. Liner brush has very long bristles, so you can load a lot of paint in it. There, you can see it. All right, let's go up here. Now maybe our old cypress tree, maybe he's got an old limb, hangs out there. Got to make noises like that. We don't know where old limbs live on this tree. Shoot. There. Big old bird's got to have a place to sit up here. So you can look down and see the little minnow running around. There we are. You know, if you get to Florida and you have a chance to see the Everglades down in southern Florida, they're one of the most beautiful places that you've ever seen. And there's so much wildlife there. It's about the only place left where there is any. But it is gorgeous. There. And we have to take care of it. It is such a fragile system. So fragile. There we go. Maybe when I have that old brush going, here and there and there and here, we can put the indication of an old stick and a twig. You decide where they live. There we are. All right. And maybe over in here there's some. They live everywhere. You just put them wherever you think they should be. All right. I just realized I didn't put any highlights on these little cypress knees over here. And they need some too. If our light's coming from up there, we'll just maybe highlight them on this side. Something like so. There we are. And just put in the indication of a few little rascals. There. Now we just use this brush. I'm going to take some black. We'll use black and I'll be right back. Get some sap green. There, we just mix them on the brush. Just black, sap green. Give it a push. Let's go up in here and let's have some nice green areas on these old cypress trees. Got his arm hanging out here like that. There we are. Oh, covering up all my tree branches. That's okay though. We know they're under there and they're needed to hold all this up. So they're there when we know they're there. Maybe right in here lives a big old place like that. There we are. Who knows? Who knows? It's our world and we can do anything here that we want to do. All right, let's use that same brush and go into a little bit of the yellows and both cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Get a little roll of paint right out of there on the end of that brush. Let's go back up in here. Let's check that out. And we'll put a few leaves up here on this big old rascal. Just using the corner of the brush, just the corner. Something about like that. There, don't cover up all your dark. Leave them dark in places so there's shadows. Swamps have a lot of very dark areas. Ooh, big old owls live up in the trees. Open one eye and look at you in the daytime. There, my brother and I used to go out and we would look for owls in the tree. There. And they're there. They're there. They live way up in these trees, and that's where they sleep in the daytime. All right. Tell you what, let's have some fun. I'm gonna grab a little, maybe we'll use number 3 fan brush. I'm gonna take some paint thinner and some white, and I'll reach over here and grab some midnight black and just mix them together. Something like that. Just basically gray we're making. And let's go up in here and there. We'll have some old Spanish moss that hangs off there. There. A little more color. And just think in your world where it would hang. It's that easy. But a thin paint will just slide right over it. Maybe let's go up in here. There's always moss hanging out of these old cypress trees. Like that. When we were kids, we used to collect this moss, and they used to use it for stuffing in upholstery. They would boil it, and it has a little black center, and it looks like wire. And if you find old furniture that has that in it, chances are it's Spanish moss. But that's how we made extra money when we were young, is we would collect this and sell it. Got about a nickel a truckload too. Let's go over this big tree. There, we need some over in here and there. Just at random here and there, wherever, even down in here. Some of these little low trees, the moss falls out and it hangs on everything. It's a parasite. This old Spanish moss, it's just a parasite. Okay, take a little bit of green, sap green and yellow, and I'm just going to touch in, make it look like little grassy things that are growing in the water down through here. Little things like that. There. Just at the foot of these little cypress knees. Grab another fan brush. We'll put some black and some sap green on it. And let's just quickly pop in some little things around the base of this big old tree, group of trees. Shoot, maybe there's one right here too. And let's have one right here. Just wherever. Back to our fan brush, it has the grass color on it. And we'll put in a few little grassy areas, something like that. There. Take a little bit of the dark sienna and white mixed together. We'll put the indication of just a little soil right around the base of it. Just a little. This is some of that soil that you don't want to really step on. You'd probably sink right through it. Just here and there. There. And shoot, I think with that, we got a pretty mean looking little swamp scene. Now that's basically the way we made the little scene that you see in the beginning of this show. Hope you enjoyed it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hey, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Tell you what, before we start, I'd like to take just a second and introduce you to a couple of my little friends that I have here. These are little tiny swifts. They're just the teeniest little babies. Can you see them there? Look at that. Aren't they the cutest little rascals? They're probably maybe about a week old. Just little tiny guys. I absolutely adore these little characters. They're so cute. Look at there. Looks like Mutt and Jeff. They're just beginning to get their feathers in. And probably in only 5 or 6 weeks, we'll turn them loose. I'll tell you what, let's run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, I'm going to reach right over here and put them back in their little nest. And off we'll go. There, you guys go sleep and I'll go to work, okay? There. Okay. Today, I have my standard old canvas, and all I've done is just covered it with a little bit of liquid white, so it's all slick and ready to go. And we can take off and have a good time. Let's start today with a little bit of the Indian yellow. Just a small amount. Right on the old 2-inch brush. And we'll go right up in here. I'm just going to take a little of that Indian yellow and just put in a quick little yellow right here. Not much, just a little. All right. Something about like that. Don't need a lot of color. Just want to put a little yellow glow in there. Aren't those little birds some of the cutest little rascals you've ever seen? Those were orphaned, and they're being taken care of by Diana Schaefer, who lives here in Muncie, one of the bird ladies. All right. Now I'm going to go right into phthalo blue. Just a little bit of that on the brush. I wash the brush in between these colors because, as you know, yellow and blue make green, and I don't want to end up with a bright green sky. Just want to bring this blue right down to where it touches very carefully, about like so. And then we'll gently, gently blend it together. All right. Very lightly. Don't want it to turn bright green. Something about like so. But when you're doing this, when you're using blue and yellow together, once again, be very cautious, unless you're looking for a green sky, because it'll happen in one heartbeat. Maybe a little cloud lives there, what the heck, we don't care. And then all you do is just pull it a little bit, just to make a little stringy cloud to break it up. Okay, while we have that going, let's take a little bit more of the phthalo blue. I'm gonna add a little Prussian blue to it to make it darker. Whew, good, dark color. Let's go back here. Maybe we'll have some water in here today. Pull from the outside in, because I want to leave an area open right in here. So pull from the outside in, about like that. And a little more paint, and we'll go from the other side. See that area we're leaving open? If it works out, it'll make like a sheen of light coming across the water. Could be your best friend. People will go crazy trying to figure out how in the world you did that, and it's so easy. Don't start here and go over. It'll leave a big line. It's very hard to blend out. Now we get to wash the old brush again. There we go. That really is the most fun part. Now with a clean brush, we can just blend this a little bit to soften everything and just blend it together. That's all we're doing. That's really all. There. Now we'll go over the entire canvas. It'll pull a little color across that, but that light area is still there. Still there. Okay. All right, let's have some fun. Today, I'll tell you what, let's take some white, a little phthalo blue, some alizarin crimson. We'll just mix them together here. I want to make a lavender color, sort of to the reddish side. Make a little roll of paint. We'll go right up in here. And today, let's just have some fun. Let's do all kinds of little things that live in here. There they go. Just wherever. There. Maybe, there's another one. Hope you enjoy seeing the little birds and other animals that we show in this series. As I say, they are very, very special to me. And I spend a great deal of my time messing with these little critters and trying to help them out. So I like to share them with you. People I've met through the painting show have become very dear friends. And when you have close friends, things that you like to share. So bear with me. All right. That'll give us some nice little shapes that are quite different. Now all we're going to do is grab this and pull it. Take an old 2-inch brush and pull it. See, it's mixing with that color it's underneath. Something like so, and automatically it'll begin looking like highlights and shadows in your mountain. And you don't have to do hardly a thing. Let the brush work, the canvas, the paint. You don't have to work yourself to death. There, see? Just let it go. Wherever. We don't even care over here. Just let it blend right out into nothing. About like that. Then that gives us a nice little distant mountain. Look how misty it is at the base. Happens automatically if you have a little color under there and you just let it blend together. Let's take that same color and add a little bit more of the phthalo blue. I'll just do it on the brush. Add a little more of the phthalo blue to that same identical color. And let's go up in here. Yeah. And I'm going to touch and pull down. Just touch and pull down. We'll just make another little footy hill that lives, I don't know, wherever you want it to be. It's a good start right there. There, something like that. And if you don't like the shape, which I don't there, change it. In your world, you can change anything that you want. Anything that you want. All right, I'm gonna grab a clean 2-inch brush. I wanna create more mist at the base. So all you'd have to do is just tap it firmly. Tap firmly. And once again, lift upward. Now see, it has yellow in the sky and there's yellow mist in between these two. And you can just keep, okay, we'll do it. We'll do. So I get carried away. I'm gonna go into black, Prussian blue, and a little crimson. I want this to be much darker. All right, these would be closer to us in my mind. So we're gonna make them darker, and we'll just tap. There, wherever. There it goes back up, choop. Wherever. There. And I'm just pulling sort of downward just to fuzz out the edges some. But already we have 3 different planes in that painting. Once again, we'll take a little bit of, this is just clean brush, a little bit of pressure, and we're tapping it to create mist right down here at the base. There. All right. Shoot, that's all there is to it. Now, take a little bit of the, oh, we got black and Prussian blue. Yeah, what the heck. Let's put a dark color in here and make another plane. There. And we're just, this is really just applying some dark color. We don't care. You could put this on with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. But I'd suggest you put it on the same way you're gonna paint on top of it, because that way it gives you a little practice. It gives you some practice feeling the brush. So much of this is a feel that comes with practice. It's like anything else. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. What's hard today will be simple tomorrow, and the next day it will just be a habit. You won't even have to think about it. And that just comes with practice. Doing it over and over and over. Repetition, repetition. All artists, I don't care how they paint or what they paint, have practiced if they're good at what they do. It's not just artists, people in any walk of life. Those who are good at it, you better believe they have devoted the time to practice. Okay, let's have water here, reflection. Joop, joop. Just drop it in. Something straight down though, it's most important. I want this to be pretty dark. Pretty dark. I'm using black, Prussian blue. Pretty dark. Oh, that brush is dirty, so I'll just take one that's pretty clean, fairly clean, pull straight down, and then go across. That'll end up being nice reflections when we're all done. Okay, we'll just use the same brush. It's got blue and all those colors on it, black. When you mix those, let's get some sap green. When you mix them with yellow, they turn green. We'll add sap green, so it gives us a nice collection of greens here. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, oh yeah, nice. Nice little grassy area that lives back in here. See there? But you need that dark underneath, or it just absolutely will not show up. Will not show up. Need all that dark underneath. The dark is there only so the light shows. Only so the light shows. There. And at least a little touch of liquid white. I want to brighten it. Just a little more. Put liquid white in if you want to brighten it. Paint thinner if you just want to thin it without changing the color. There. There, I like it. There we are. I tell you what, let's do. So you get crazy when you do this. Let's take a little black, a little white, mix it together, make a nice gray color to that, add a little dark sienna. But I don't want to overmix it. Leave it marbled. Cut off a little roll of paint, and maybe up in here, barely grazing the canvas. Maybe we can see a little bit of, a little indication of some dirt here and there. Anything we don't like, we'll just put grass back over it. because it's our world. And in our world, we have absolute power. We can do anything here, anything. If you could imagine it in your mind, you can do it here. It might take a little practice, like anything else as we discussed, but you can do it. Okay. I'm going to add a little paint thinner, just to thin that down a little bit. And let's put in, yeah, see? All kinds of little grassy areas. Add a little bright red here and there. Ooh, I like that color. I like that. Just changes the whole flavor. Just adding that little bit of red to it. There. All right. Maybe, I tell you what, maybe there's some fall colors beginning to happen in this painting. I like fall colors because they're bright and cheery. They make you happy. Absolutely do. So, we're going to get crazy. You knew that though, didn't you? Let's take Midnight Black, Prussian Blue, Alizarin Crimson, some Sap Green. We'll just throw them all together and whatever comes out, we like it. We like it. We'll use old 2-inch brush, go right in there. Load a lot of color, a lot of paint into it. Gonna drag it full of color and then shake it like that. That'll sharpen it and bring it to a very sharp chisel edge. Okay? See there how sharp that is? Whew. Could shave with it. It looks like I need to. All right, let's do this. Touch, use just the corner of the brush. And we'll make us a happy little tree. It lives right there. Right there. See? You can make a tree with a 2-inch brush, 1-inch brush. It doesn't matter. Make him a little stronger. There. Just give him a little friend. That's what's so great about working with children. I spend a lot of time working with children. They don't think nothing about making a tree with a 2-inch brush. You tell them to do it, that's okay. It's wonderful. They have no hang-ups. Those we learn later in life. Children don't have those yet. Tree made with a 2-inch brush, okay. And they do it. And it's beautiful. Children seem to have a natural knack for painting. I think there's a creative being that lives in each and every one of us. And maybe in children it's still free. There. Maybe there's another one right there. We'll separate them with highlights. We don't even care at this point. Let's go on the other side. Yeah, I want a nice tree. Lives right there. There he comes. Yeah. And he's got a little friend named Harriet. It's right there. So make up little names for your bushes and trees. I know people look at you like you're a little weird. That's okay. Because as artists, we can do anything. People expect us to be a little different. They expect it. Don't let them down. There. All right. Here and there. I'll take a little black, a little white, and make a little gray. I think I'll have a little gray tree trunk showing right in here somewhere. Maybe on the other side. Just indication here and there so it's not left out. We'll put leaves on there so not a lot of them's going to show. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Let's see, we'll grab us a fan brush. We'll go through sap green, right into some yellow ochre and cad yellow, little Indian yellow, whatever. Just mix them on the brush. Okay, let's go up here and put a few highlights on our little evergreen trees. All right, next little tree. Don't cover up all the dark when you're doing this. I know it gets feeling good, and it's sort of a tendency just to cover it all up. Try to avoid covering it all up. Keep them dark. Let's take a little bit of that sap green and some yellow. Load up a 1-inch brush. A lot of color. Turn that rounded corner to the top. Then we go right up in here, and we can begin picking out little trees where they live. There they are. Toodaloo-doo. There he comes. There's a little tree. He lives right there. Let's go on the other side. Make a big tree over here. Big old tree. Here he comes. But just don't get in a hurry. do one little part at a time. Think about the limb that's projecting one way or another to create that protrusion in the tree. Don't just knock them on at random. Just think about it. Make friends with it. There's nothing wrong with making friends with a tree. Shoot. People look at you like you're a little weird, but that's okay. As I say, we're artists. We can do that kind of stuff. There. A few little bushes that live in there. Get really crazy. Let's go in this liquid white. I don't do this very often, but I thought today I'll take a little Indian yellow, a bright red. Let's build us a firecracker. An eye knocker. I mean, Jack Frost has worked on this tree big time. Big time. As I say, I don't do that very often. I'm going to go more into the yellow this time, more into the Indian yellow. I want one over here too, just so this side feels like it's got a little bright tree. Jack Frost maybe hit both sides. There we go. Now if this is too bright for you, don't put it in. Change the color. I just want to show you what can be done. Sometimes it's nice to put a sparkler in a painting. Sometimes. A few little doers that live there. All right. I want to live there. So we need a little cabin. Just a quick little cabin. If you had a place this gorgeous with all this color, you'd have to live there. Let's take some brown, Van Dyke, dark sienna mixed together. Put in the back eave. Put in the roof. This is just a very simple little cabin. Shoot, you can do this one easy. Still using our browns. We'll fill it in a little bit. I'm going to put some bushes over it. Don't even have to worry about that. Take a little sienna, white, mix it together. Just some indications. Something like that. And maybe the roof on this cabin will take a little bright red. Let's get crazy. A little bright red. Since we have red in this painting, what the heck? Let's just get really crazy. A little bit over in there. Take a little dark color, cut through there. Make it look like some old boards. We need a door. Gotta have a door. There we go. Door. A little touch of light color around the edges. Shoot, we might have gotten us a little tiny cabin. Not the best cabin in the world, but it'd be a place to, if you were out here and got cold, it'd be good enough. All right. Now then, we'll just take some of that same color, let it just hang right over a little bit. Now, here's a happy little bush. Change brushes on you. I am changing brushes in case you don't catch that between the red and the greens. I am changing brushes. I should have mentioned that earlier. I didn't there. But normally I would change brushes just so they don't get contaminated with each other. Okay. Little land mass right there. Something like so. Shoot, maybe it comes right on around. Who knows? About like that. And out in here. There. All right. Okay, another little bush. Do one bush at a time when you're painting these little rascals. Don't get greedy and try to get them all at once. I know it's tempting. I do know it's tempting. There's one. Okay, maybe let's go into some black, a little blue. Let's punch in maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right here on the water's edge. We can do that. I'll make some darker reflections in. Pull it straight down, go gently across, just enough to sort of give it a watery feel. Add a little liquid white to my color. Sap green, yellows. Go right in here and we'll just pop in a little bush. There. Another one lives here. Wherever you think they should be. Wherever, doesn't matter. They just grow wherever their seeds happen to fall, and they come up and off they go. There, yeah, we can just bring this. Well, let me get a little more paint. Didn't have enough paint. Just bring this little thing. Maybe there's a little land there. It just comes running around like that. You can do that. You can do that any way you want to do it. There we go. See there? Something about like that. I can go back in here and begin scratching in some little sticks and twigs. Wherever you want them. You make the decision. Maybe a few on this side too. Wherever. There we are. Shoot, let's take a little touch of the liquid white. Let me clean off a little spot here. I got paint everywhere. There. I'm gonna have to end up with a palette that's about 4 feet across before it's over with. Take a little liquid white, I'm gonna cut across it. And with that, I'm gonna make a little water line. Just a little indication. I don't want a strong water line in this painting. Just enough to sort of clean up the edges a little bit. So, there we are. There we are, wherever you think they should be. Something like so. All right. We can put a little ripple on the water here and there. Now, these water lines and ripples both, keep them basically straight, or it'll make you water, even like here we came down a hill, but notice these lines are basically straight. If you don't do that, your water's going to look like it's going to run right out of the side of your painting, and you may have to tie a bucket on the side to catch it. Don't want to have to do that. A few little indications here and there. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Well, let's find our little script liner brush. Take a little paint thinner with the bright red. I think this one's ready for a signature. Luckily, I have a very short name. Didn't take but a second. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It'll give you a lot of experience using all of the equipment, basically. It'll teach you a tremendous amount. If you do it, if you take the time, send us a photograph. Let us see what kind of work that you're turning out. Maybe on one of the earlier shows you saw that we put a lot of people's photographs on the air so everyone could see them. And I'd like to see yours there too. Until then, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a little seascape that I think you're going to enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done. Today I have a smaller canvas than usual because I wanted one that's rectangular and quite long. So I have a 12-inch by 24-inch canvas. You use any size that you like. I just sort of like this for seascapes. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white and liquid clear mixed together, just a little of each, about half and half, and then I've just covered it, but once again, a very thin coat. So let's just start out and have some fun. We'll start with a little 2-inch brush. I'm going to a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just tap a little into the bristles. Notice we pull the paint out very flat so we can just pick up a little bit of it. You go up here in this big pile, you're going to get too much. Just a little. We just want a little, and we tap it into the bristles. That helps assure a nice even distribution of color all the way through it. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. Let's just put in a happy little sky. Just something like so. All the way across. There. About like that. Doesn't much matter, wherever you want it. That's exactly where it should be. So we'll come down to about there. All right. And that's about enough, right there. Okay, now we get to wash the brush already. As you know, that's my favorite part of the whole painting procedure, is just washing the brush. And shake it off, and we just create one big mess. Oh, that's fun. It really is. I'm going to go right into titanium white. I'm just tapping the brush right into just straight titanium white. I'll put the indication here, some little floater clouds that just live here. Isn't life wonderful? There we go. We have such a good time making these shows here. We've been making television here at the same studio now for well over 10 years, and these people have become very special friends to me. It's like coming home. There we are. Something about like that. And then we'll just sort of fluff them up a little bit. And go across. And that'll give us a little cloud way back in the distance. And let me find my knife. We'll take a little alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue, mix it together. I want to make a lavender color, but sort of to the reddish side. There we are. Okay, wipe off the old knife. And shoot. Brush isn't too dirty. Maybe we can continue to use it, and I'll just go right in that color. And maybe we have some indications of some little lavender clouds that are right at the waterline. And we can just throw in some happy little things wherever you want them. Wherever, it doesn't matter. Something about like that. There. We just let them maybe just float right on out to nothing over there. Oh, there's a big one. That happens sometime. There we go. And right on out. Then we'll fluff it, lift it, blend it, like that. And that'll give us the indication of some little clouds that live far, far away. And that's all we're looking for right now. It's just indications. There. All right. That's simple. Isn't that a fantastic way of making a very colorful little sky that's effective? All right, we get to wash the brush again. Shake off that paint thinner. Just cover everybody in the studio. All right, you can blend that a little if you want to, but we're not going to spend much time on the sky. I want to work more on the water today. Let's take. Oh, we'll go right into some phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. A little bit of black, just mix them together. And be right back. I'm going to get a little crimson. So we have phthalo blue, black, and crimson. There. And let's figure out, basically here, maybe, let's see, where we want our water line to be. I know that's probably not real straight. There. When you're painting, it's better to sort of step back and take a look-see. Sometimes when you're standing as close as I am here, it's very hard to tell if a line's straight, crooked, or in between. But let's say that's halfway straight. There. Now, I had a little more crimson right here on the edges. I want a little more crimson right there. Something about like that, maybe on both sides. In your world, you decide. Now, you're probably wondering why I put the liquid clear with the liquid white. Because when I did this, I didn't want it to turn light blue. I wanted it to stay quite dark. And if I had put liquid white only on there, as you know, it would have got much lighter in value. And I don't want that. I want it to stay quite dark. Makes it easier. There. All right. And we'll just bring that down to somewhere in there. It doesn't matter. You make the big decisions where all these things live in your world. There we go. Okay, let me just grab another brush so I don't have to waste all my time just cleaning. And I only pick up some of that lavender color that we made. That was alizarin crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue mixed together. And maybe right in here. Ooh, isn't that a pretty color? We'll just add a little bit of that. Thought we'd just do a little seascape today that's very colorful. And I have a confession to make. People always ask me, where do you get ideas for your paintings? Well, I was over in New Smyrna Beach the other day at my partner Annette's shop. She's got a little shop over there. And she was teaching this painting to some of her students. And I just fell in love with it. And I asked her for permission to show it to you on the program. So, Annette, thanks. I owe you one. There we go. And I probably won't do near as good a job on it as she does, but this is basically the way she does it. So we'll try it. Wash the brush again. If nothing else, we're gonna get a lot of practice washing the brush. Okay, we're ready. Let's find, we'll just use a little fan brush, it doesn't matter. One of the things I like to do when I do seascapes is figure out where my major wave is gonna be, and then just take a little, you can use a filbert, or it doesn't matter, fan brush, whatever. And I just want to basically indicate in here where I think the major wave is going to live. And in my world, I think it's going to go right out through here and maybe crash over right there, and it'll just disappear. How's that? Nice, simple little painting. There we are. Okay. Now, go back into my white. Still using the same little fan brush. And maybe back in here, going straight in and just giving it a wiggle. Maybe there's a little splasher that lives back here in the background somewhere. Straight in and just make it wiggle up and down. See there? And that's all there is to it. Something about like that. And we can put the indication here and there and there and here. Just some little doers that live back here far away. There we are. A little more of the white. Strengthen that one a little. Yeah. It's a little closer. Okay. Something about like so. See, Annette does a lot of gorgeous paintings. I think her most fantastic thing is flowers. She does some of the most gorgeous flowers I've ever seen. I'm gonna get her on the show here one day, sooner or later, and get her to paint a flower for you. I think you'll be amazed. I'm not a very good flower painter, but she is dynamite. Dynamite. We'll talk her into it. I'm gonna take a little yellow ochre and a little white. A little yellow ochre and white, like that. Just make me a nice little, sort of a gold color. And let's go up in here. This is gonna be our little wave. Let's put a little bit of that color right in here. Like so. Something like that. Now, we'll get a little blender brush. And just begin blending that. Blend it, blend it, blend it. Now you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you want to. It's up to you. You decide. You decide. Wherever you want it. But see, that blender brush just makes that soft as silk. Just so tender, so soft. There we go. Something about like that. Okay. Now if you wanted to make it a little brighter, we'll just do it. Let me just pick up a little more of that same color. Same color. And maybe right in here we'll have it a little brighter. And just sort of smoosh it in, as Steve says. I don't know if that's a word or not, but when he uses it, everybody knows what he means. There we go. Something about like that. All right. And begin thinking about shape here. Okay. Now then, let's take, I have several little fan, I'm using number 3 fan brushes today, but it doesn't matter, you can use 3 or 6, whatever you have. Take a little dark color. This is just some black and some blue, a little crimson in it. And let's take, and I want to make this wave sort of crash over right here. Now the only way to make that dark right there stand out, we're going to put a little light right behind it. But I want to lay that in first, get an idea where it's at. Go back to my fan brush, it has some of the lighter color in it. And let's come right behind it, and then gently blend that back. Thinking about how the wave goes up. Just need a little light area in there to make that rascal show up. See, here it comes. Here it comes, watch. This is one of the nicest little seascapes. And it works very well. Very well. There. Okay, I'll show you a little trick here. Take a little bit of dark color on the filbert, about like so. And we can go up in here and see this little wave right here, this little crasher. You can push right up into there and just form it. That easy. That easy. Isn't it neat? It's another little trick Annette showed me, and it works very well. See, now it just makes a nice dark bottom, and it works that easy. Same thing over in here. You can put a little dark right in there. We'll come back and put a little light and some foam on there, and that'll show up so nice. So nice. And we can put our foam in, well, tell you what, we can just use a little filbert, or you can use a fan brush, it doesn't matter. I picked up a filbert, so we'll use it. And let's go in here and think about some happy little splashes living right up here on top of this. Like so. Now I've picked up some blue, and I'm going to let that be the shadow as we come up in here. There we are. Okay, now wipe off the brush, pick up a little bit of clean white, and we can highlight that. Just think about water crashing, smashing, having a good time up in here. There. All right. I like to paint water. I don't do it a lot, but I do like to paint it. I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida, which is one of the most fantastic beaches in the world. There. Now then, let's take our little script liner brush, take a little light blue, we'll use a little white, paint thinner, put a little bit of color on the brush. And we can go up in here and we can begin putting in all kinds of little doers that live up in here. Just begin applying them. There. And let these little foam patterns just work our way on out. Wherever you want them to go. Right up on top of that wave. Okay. A little more of the dark color. And I want to put a little dark edge right there. Just, we'll make that stand right out. Let that little rascal crash over, some little things coming through there. Just take your time and play with these. They're a lot of fun. You can really just move the water every which way. Okay. Let's take the little knife. This is a small knife. I've got some white. It's got a small amount of blue, just enough to tin it. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And maybe right in here, and we're going to use a lot of pressure. Get in here and just, maybe there's a, see there? Really applying a lot of pressure though. There it goes back somewhere. We don't know where it goes. I'm going to take our little fan brush. It's pretty clean. It doesn't have much on it. And I want to grab that and pull it back. Back, 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 see? And that creates that illusion right there. That easy. Something about like so. Okay. That works well. Let's do another one. What the heck? In our world, there lives another little thing right in there. Here it comes. Here it comes. There. See? Just put it wherever you want it. Okay. Grab our little fan brush again, and once again, all you do is just go back with it. Just pull it backwards. There. And that creates all those little things that you want in there. Very simply. Very simply. You don't have to work at it hardly at all. And as you know, I'm a very lazy painter. I look for easy ways to do things. All right, let me get back into my liner brush with a little bit of paint that's been thinned with paint thinner. And we'll just put the indication here and there of just some little foam patterns. Something about like that. We're not too worried about it at this point. There, I want to make a little highlight right up on top of that so it continues on there. All right. Maybe back in here you can just highlight a few of these little rascals. Not going to worry too much about them. just show some of them. Think about being down at the ocean, watching the waves come in. That's what makes it pretty. All right. Tell you what, there's a filbert. Let's have a rock. We'll use some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna just mixed together. And maybe in our world there lives right here, clump. Just drop it in. Big old stone lives right there. Right about here. We put some dark color in first just to make the base of it. And then we'll come back and put a little highlight on it here and there and there and here, wherever you want it. I'll pull a little of that color down, just a little. And we will take a 2-inch brush, grab it, pull down, something like so, and go across. That'll end up being a little reflection in the water when we get all finished. Okay, let's take some white paint, and we'll get some bright red. Bright red. I'm using the same old dirty filbert, I don't care. Doesn't matter. A little touch of the bright red, not much. Not much. And now let's just sort of highlight our stone. Just let a little color play through here. There we go. See there? Just sort of play them back and forth, dark and light. And you can actually sculpt this stone doing that. There. See there? Think about where all these little things would live. That easy. You can make it right in there. Something like so. We can go back to our small knife, a little bit of the white on it. And let's just put a little indication of a little water floating right around the bottom. And maybe, I got it, I know, watch. Right here, here it comes. Here's another little thing that lives right out here. Maybe it comes right on over there somewhere, who knows? Once again, we grab our fan brush and we just pull that back. That's simple, look at there. Just pull it back, like so. And we got all kinds of water here. We can take a filbert brush, take a little bit of that blue and black and crimson color, and we can just go back up in here and punch a few little holes in the surf. Just a few little indications. Some little dark areas. Makes it pretty. See there? There they are. Just a few. That's easier than trying to paint all the foam, is just to go in there and drop some in. Okay, lost my brush here for a second. Got so many brushes going, I lost one. I'm going to take a little bit of light blue, thin it down, and I want to put the indication here of maybe just a little ripple on the surface, a little wet sheen. There we go, something about like that. Just to give a little indication. All right, let's have some fun. I'm gonna grab a fan brush. We're gonna take a little bit of white. I know, lost it this time. I think maybe we'll have us a little sand dune lives right out here. Maybe it comes down, I don't know, wherever you want it. But allow it to pick up some of those colors that are underneath. There we go. Just a happy little sand dune. He just stays out here and watches the water all day. Has a good time. Great time. Grab another fan brush, take some sap green, a little bit of the brown color. I'm just gonna mix some colors together on my brush here. Sap green and some of the browns. Let's go up in here and let's just punch in the bottom. It's gonna be the bottom of, a little more color, of some little weeds live right in here. There we go. Always got these little things that live there. Okay. Maybe a few little doers in here, down here, I don't know. Just, all we're doing is pushing in some color here. All right. We'll go back and get our liner brush, put some paint thinner on it. And we're going to begin taking, we can start with a little bit of the green and brown. And I just want to lift these up, make some little sea oats out here. we are. See, you just pull that color right on out of there. We'll do some dark color first. We're using green and brown here. Just pull them out. All right. A little more paint thinner. If your paint won't flow, add more paint thinner to it. There we go. And we'll do a little on this one and the next one and whatever. Take your brush, and you can literally grab a little bit of that base color and let it become the shadows. See there? Just let it mix right in there. It's all right. It's all right. That'll become your shadows, that green and brown. Makes nice little shadows. There. But don't want to kill all those nice colors you picked up from underneath. They become your good friend. Now, put all these little rascals in. All right, wherever. I'm going to go in now to yellow ochre. And just pop some right over the top of it. Now, when you're at home and you have unlimited time, you can really play with these and put all kinds of gorgeous things. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, I got a mean old director. She has no sense of humor at all. But that's okay. We'll just put something in here real quick. And sometimes there's little things out here on the end. It's up to you. Now, no little seascape would be complete without a happy little palm tree in it. So we'll just use the fan brush, go into some Van Dyke brown, a little black. Just have a little dark color to make his trunk. And he lives in our world. He lives right there. Let's put a little crook down at the bottom. Old palm trees have a tendency to sort of get bent on the end there. Something about like that. Now, dip the brush into a little bit of paint thinner. Still using brown and black. I want to thin the paint just a little, not a lot, just a little. And let's put in just some basic ideas here of some little leaves on this palm tree. There they go. Wherever. Maybe there's one down here. I want to have one that's coming right toward me. So we'll just sort of hang him out there like that. Here's one behind him. There's a nice little one. Okay, take a little bit of brown and white. Just want to touch this edge just a little. And I'm going to take a fan brush and grab that and pull it around so it makes the trunk look round. All right. Take a little touch of yellow and green mixed together, and let's just take and highlight these just a little. Just a little. There. Here we go. Something about like that. Shoot, with that, we've got a little palm tree. But I wanted that limb to look like it comes right straight out toward me. You can use a liner brush, make a lot more detail, okay? I think with that, we'll call this little painting finished. Hope you've enjoyed it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend.